Some of the most overrated Zelda games include games like Skyward Sword and Ocarina of Time. Games that the general public and rating boards almost view as flawless. These games, naturally, are not flawless and have issues. And when specifically talking about Ocarina of Time, people bring up Link to the Past as an alternative instead. I make that sound a lot more civil than it actually is. Link to the Past fans often dislike Ocarina of Time to throwing the game a lot of shade overall. When they turn around and act like Link to the Past is a perfect game, yeah, this sadly makes Link to the Past slightly seem overrated at the end of the day as well. I'm more than willing to say that OOT and Link to the Past are perfectly playable and enjoyable video games for their different reasons. However, when I first played Link to the Past, I really didn't like it all that much. I felt the game was a great game, but I had a few issues with it that hit a lot of pet peeves of mine. Overall, despite not really enjoying the game, I still felt it was a fine Zelda game, and a fun game for the Super Nintendo lineup. Still, that was the only complete playthrough that I did for the game. I can't even remember fully why I was so bent out of shape about it anymore. Well, another playthrough later, and now I'm ready to talk about the game I missed in my childhood. The lost Super Nintendo game in my lineup, A Link to the Past. So let's dive right in. We aren't exactly dealing with Ganondorf this time around, rather just him as his evil pig monster form. So let's do it. Let's take on Ganon! So the story tells of a time when evil men gained the power of the Triforce. 6 powerful wise sages managed to seal Ganondorf into the Sacred Realm. The Sacred Realm came up in Ocarina of Time as the land sealed away to protect the Triforce. Now it is a land of darkness, due to sealing Ganon into the place for so long. Years later, we meet Link. He's living with his uncle, and, he's giving an emergency dream broadcast from Zelda. His uncle tells Link to stay home, and he'll handle this. Naturally, Link doesn't do this and sneaks into the castle, finding his dying uncle relatively quickly. He gets a sword and finds out the king is also dead and manages to rescue Zelda. Taking her to the church of sorts, Link must find a master sword, the powerful blade, to stop Ganon's newest vessel. This guy's name isn't the easiest to spell or pronounce, so I'm just going to call him Proto-Ganondorf, even though he isn't technically Ganondorf per se. Anyway, Proto-Ganondorf has taken over the guards and corrupted them, so Link is basically a criminal at this point. This is, of course, not something that was going to stop Link from finding allies and getting mythical gemstones that lead to the Master Sword. Oops! Zelda is kidnapped again. After storming the castle in a game of energy tennis, Proto-Ganondorf opens a portal to the Dark World. Whoops, that's what you're supposed to stop. So here's the deal. Ganon has kidnapped several young maidens who are all related to the wise sages of the past. Using them in Zelda, Ganon wants to open the Dark World and allow him to take over the World of the Light pretty easily. This is where Link comes in. He goes and saves all the maidens in an open-ended order. He eventually also saves Zelda, and with her powers, storms Ganon's tower. After one hell of a gauntlet, Ganon challenges Link one last time. Link manages to slay Ganon once and for all, and touches the Triforce, making a good wish instead of an evil one. This fixes up the Dark World and brings some people back to life. Overall, it is a simple story, but the writing is actually really good. Characters act appropriately, and the story adds great lore to the Zelda universe, working well with the 2 games previous to this, and even future games. Hell, this format of storytelling is borrowed by many other Zelda games, including Link Between Worlds, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, and even Twilight Princess. Another thing that those future games borrow a lot of is the music. There are some real classic tunes here that are reused and updated in plenty of future titles. Hey, if it isn't broke, right? The music is great as per Super Nintendo standard. The graphics are pretty great here too. The characters look unique, some of the best designs for monsters and boss fights in the entire series, if I'm going to be honest, and the locations mostly look unique. Sometimes it gets easy to get lost in certain areas, but not super terrible, and there is a map after all. Overall, the graphics and music work really well here. Sound effects are also really good, and such small details like secret walls you can bomb are very present. The only real weird thing is Link's pink hair. I think it was to demonstrate the color prowess of the SNES, but that was highly unneeded with how great the boss fights actually look in this game. Hell, Link's pink hair is probably why I thought his name was Zelda and that he was a girl, and that this was a girl's game and not a boy's one. I was so naive in my youth. It is honestly a shame too, because this game is pretty fun to play. The tools Link gets are pretty typical, but this is the first game to bring in things like the hookshot. The tools are fun, like the fire rod, the ice rod, some spells, a lantern, bottles, which were new to the series here, and a few other fun toys. The swordplay, though, this is where things get a little weaker. Link is left-handed. As such, the sword swings to the left. This is a tad bit of an issue. Link is pretty wide open on his right side. This is actually a huge issue because it leaves you so wide open that it's actually hard to position Link where you need to go to, actually kill an enemy. You can also get ganged up on pretty easily too. While Link has invincibility frames, it can be very difficult to get away. This is especially annoying with multiple enemies, traps, or anything else that wants Link dead. There are also a lot of enemies that want to test Link's abilities with a sword. Yeah, and sadly, Link isn't super equipped to handle them. Oh, don't get me wrong, the other items can totally help, but, the boomerang and the arrows, it can still be a really rough time when you're trying to find an item that's right for that situation. It is, however, something you can get used to. It isn't the end of the world, it can just be really frustrating, especially for beginners. That being said, I wouldn't recommend this game to beginners either. This game can be incredibly rough and unforgiving, and that isn't just the gameplay I'm talking about here. So, in most Zelda games, you cut grass and get healing items like hearts and whatnot. This game is a bit spotty on that. You can get hearts from grass, sure. You are more likely to find hidden enemies and traps that are great at doing damage. Even when you do find an item, it may not be a heart or even a fairy. Also, in moving jars and stuff to find health in dungeons, you can really only do so once per jar. They don't reset unless you leave the dungeon. This can make this game incredibly difficult when trying to learn the controls and the fighting mechanics. There are also some places where if you didn't restore your magic, you have to exit the dungeon and come back. Happens with some of the later boss fights, just a warning. I guess I should have predicted the need for magic or found the upgrade earlier. Oops, silly me. This can be frustrating, especially in a tougher and longer than normal dungeon. The rest of the game is challenging. Not like the previous things I mentioned. I meant challenging in a fun way. Look, yeah, there are some large flaws, but overall the boss fights and the dungeons are really super fun to face off with and rewarding to beat. I have no issues with challenge. I love Cuphead after all. So when this game has fair and honest challenge, I think it's almost more rewarding than any of the other Zelda games. You can also choose which dungeon you tackle first. After the fourth dungeon, the world just kind of opens up, allowing you to pick your own dungeons. That's awesome. You just have to travel through the overworld, which can be a pain, but luckily the map function is pretty good compared to earlier Zelda games. Yeah, I get lost in this overworld pretty easily. I'm not sure if it's, similar grass plains or if somewhat cramped layouts are to blame, but I get lost pretty easily. However, using the map fixes any issues I may have here. It is that simple. There are a few times it can still be rough, going with finding secret portals between the light and the dark world, though. Overall, I'd say outside of the smaller issues, the overworld and the dungeons are pretty good. The smaller issues add up to some frustrations, however, especially on your first few playthroughs. Thankfully, if you're lucky, you can find items to help resolve a lot of those issues. Some of these items are cryptic as all hell to find, but rewarding nonetheless. Pieces of heart for general exploration and minigames are of course a thing in this game. Naturally, improving your health bar is always a good thing. Once you get the Master Sword, you can upgrade it twice, which is awesome. You can get a cape that makes you invulnerable if you have magic, and a cane that does something similar. You can find spells on the overworld, which are screen nukes to deal with bosses or all the enemies in a room at the cost of a lot of magic. You can find a bat creature to curse you to be more efficient with magic, having all the power you have on items and spells. There are also plenty of fairy fountains littered throughout the overworld for quick healing, and this is the first game to my knowledge to utilize bottles for fairies. You can also upgrade bombs and arrows to carry more, your boomerang, and even your shield. A lot to do on the side of this game. Some of it you will almost need just to survive, especially your first couple of playthroughs, but most of this stuff is fun and to find and discover on your own. A Link to the Past is a very challenging game that I think beginners of the series should steer clear from. It's not super challenging, but it's challenging enough to be frustrating in some spots. However, that being said, the game is very rewarding because of this. There are things that frustrate when playing the game for sure. The combat is a bit dated in my opinion, and the level design makes recovering hearts more challenging than it really should be. Still, the levels, bosses, gameplay, and especially the side quest, writing, music, graphics, the game sings on these fronts very well. I think Link to the Past is great, and if I had to pick which one is better, Ocarina of Time or Link to the Past, I could probably recommend Link to the Past just a tad bit more. Still, both games do a good job of accomplishing what they set out to do. A Link to the Past gets an 8 out of 10 from me. I highly recommend playing this game, either from the Switch SNES online service, the Wii U Virtual Console, the SNES Mini, the 3DS Virtual Console, or the original SNES game. Yeah, this game is pretty accessible anymore, and if you have almost anything recent from Nintendo console-wise, yeah, you have access to Link to the Past. It's a popular game and there is a good reason for sure. However, this is only the start of this month of Zelda that I decided to do, and all of them are going to be 2D Zelda games. Actually, everything I have left outside of Breath of the Wild is a 2D Zelda game, so there's that. Oh well. Next game for this marathon is Oracle of Seasons. Can I use the seasons in a fun game, huh? Is it a 2D portable Zelda game I'm actually played as a kid? Did I fix my new laptop up so it's easier and more convenient to record off my 3DS? All of this will be answered, but the answer is probably yes to most of it, if not all of it. Hopefully you'll enjoy my next video. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell if you want to see it. Hopefully you enjoyed this one as well. I will see you guys in Holodrum next time. Until then, take care, my minions. I'm going to focus a little bit more on the Oracle of Seasons and Ages history in the next video, but a lot of it has to do with Oracle of Seasons. Long story short, Oracle of Seasons started life as a remake of the original Legend of Zelda game, scrapped in favor of making an original game. That game eventually became 2. The original prototype of the remake became Oracle of Seasons, while the game with the more original ideas became Oracle of Ages. However, I didn't play a lot of Oracle of Ages growing up. I mostly had Seasons in my Game Boy, and a friend of mine bought Oracle of Ages. We played, beat the games, traded to link the games together. So yeah, I've beaten both games, I just happen to be more nostalgic for Oracle of Seasons. That would be why I played it first. If you're wondering though, Linked simply means if you beat one game, you can continue over to the other game through a long-ass password. This is the coolest thing back in the day, and it's still kind of cool today, though it can be seen as a way to make us buy 2 games for a complete adventure. Still, I absolutely love the idea, and this was my first introduction to 2D Zelda. Yep, out of all the 2D Zelda options, this was actually my first. In my defense, it came out around the time that I actually had a Game Boy Color, and it came out after Majora's Mask, so I was kinda hyped for it. I also remember loving the game and the concept. Using seasons to solve puzzles and explore the world was a really neat idea. However, over 20 years later, jeez, I feel old, does this game still hold up? I guess this is the main question today, so let's get this started. Let's take on General Onox! So, the story begins and Link just kind of shows up in a country called Holodrum. He is unconscious and found by Din, a gypsy dancer-type character. After Link wakes up and dances a bit, General Onyx attacks and steals the girl away. See, Din is the legendary Oracle of Seasons. Onyx also buries the Temple of Seasons. Okay. You are instructed by Impa to visit the Great Maku Tree, a guardian tree in a nearby village. There you'll find the 8 plot devices, the essences of nature, or rather you're sent on a quest to go find them anyway. It is here I start really losing interest in the story, if I'm going to be honest. Other than the Maku Tree being weakened due to the seasons being out of sorts, there is no real reason given for the essences. And speaking on the seasons, before the seasons went haywire, Onyx had to bury the Temple of Seasons first. You do eventually find the temple and the spirits of the seasons. Oh boy. After talking to them, you get the ability to change seasons on stumps with a rod. So what exactly is controlling the seasons? The Oracle? The spirits of the seasons? The essences of the seasons? Are they all the same thing? Who knows? The game doesn't seem to know, and I probably wouldn't question it too much if the plot went anywhere. Don't get me wrong, Link does stuff, but it is more or less that you are pointed in general directions over anything with the Maku Tree, giving you hints after every dungeon. I suppose the issue is none of this feels like an organic story. The character writing does little help in that situation, but it does actually help. It shows Din's personality rather well. Link seems to have a bit of a personality for a silent 8-bit protagonist, and there is a bit of a cast of cute characters. In both games you have animal buddies who, while being kind of one note, are pretty charming regardless, and then here you have the Sub-Rosa people who are quirky as all hell. Sub-Rosa is an underground world of sorts, which is where the Temple of Seasons ended up. The citizens are very weird. They love lava, trade in ore instead of rupees, and their culture is rather unique. I like them. You even date a unique one that gives you a season back under your belt. Cool. There's this pirate captain who's also odd. He's a bit one note, but he has connections to the next game, which is really cool. Sadly, General Onyx is the only real sour point on the characterization. He is horridly one note, just looking for destruction, and then it finally gives him more purpose at the end. When you finally defeat him and, take him out, the game informs you that he works for the Gerudo Witches, and that destroying the land's seasons lit some type of flame of destruction. I mean, okay, but Onyx didn't really do anything most of the game. That subplot comes from time to time about the flames of destruction. Other than it being related to a returning twin Rova, this doesn't resolve anything in the game, and you'll need to see Oracle of Ages review to see the conclusion of that. Overall though, while the character writing is simple, it works well with the style of game. I can't say that about the plot, however. This game does look great, however. Running off the same engine as Link's Awakening, this has very similar sprite quality as well as music quality. The sprites look great though, the bosses are mostly revamped boss fights from the original Zelda game, but made to look more identifiable. The main bad guy, General Onyx, has a perfectly fine design, but his final form looks amazing on this game. Din's design is also very nice, and the Sub-Rosa people have a simple but charming design. The Gorons even show up here and look pretty decent, and the locations are all identifiable, making it more difficult to get lost, though there is a map function in case you do. The music is actually pretty good for the hardware anyway. When playing Game Boy games, I actually rarely have the sound of the dang thing on. Normally I find it interrupts anything else I'm doing, but I still remember most of these tracks pretty fondly despite doing this often as a kid. Even ones I don't recognize sound pretty great overall. From animal, villager, monster designs, as well as good music, this game is charming as all hell. One of the better parts is that, while each area looks unique enough to mostly stand out, there is a unique look to each area for all 4 seasons. Spring looks faded but colorful, summer is bright and vibrant, fall has orange and brown, and winter has whites and browns. The game looks and sounds great. But I'm also sure you're wondering how it plays, too. See, this is where things get a little tricky, and compared to Link's Awakening, a lot. The original Link's Awakening game plays almost identical to the Oracle games. Of course, I'm talking the original Link's Awakening, but there's a huge flaw to that in all the Oracle games as well. See, on the Game Boy, there's only actual 2 buttons. Everything, and I mean everything, is mapped to these 2 buttons. When you want to jump with the Rock's Feather, You have to pause and map the item to one of the 2 buttons. Want to pick up jars? Map it. You want to use the shield? Map it. Hell, the sword is one of these items too. If you have to combine 2 of these items, you have to swap out your sword and most likely swap it right back in when you're done doing the one thing. This breaks pacing into such small pieces that most people will actually be turned off immediately. Unfortunately, hardware limitations really are shit sometimes. However, if you can get past this obstacle, and yes, this happens a lot, you will find some rewarding gameplay. The Rock's Feather, or the upgrade, the Cape, allows you to jump. The Slingshot and Hyper version are fun long-distance weapons with various bullets. See, towards the beginning of the game, you actually get a satchel where you get a bunch of seeds. These seeds each have different abilities. Fire, warping, speed boost, one of them attracts enemies, mystery seeds. You can either use them on yourself or fire them. And when you get a slingshot, you can fire a lot of them. You can find a bracelet that lets you lift things, slippers to swim, boomerang to collect items and stun enemies, which is later upgraded to be controlled mid-flight and actually hurt enemies. Bombs and a shovel return to find hidden goodies. A magic potion replacing fairy collecting as it heals you when you die. And last, the coolest toy in this game, the magnetic gloves. You can either attract yourself to special objects or repel yourself from them. This is really fun. Then there's the animal buddies. You get to summon one with a flute to get around certain areas, but you eventually have to control all 3 at some point in the game. Ricky is a kangaroo who can jump cliffs, shoot small tornadoes, and punches anything. Moosh is a blue-winged bear which can go over large gaps and slam down on enemies. Dimitri is a non-evil Dodongo who swims up waterfalls and eats monsters. Depending on which one is your buddy, the overworld will change in certain parts for you to actually need their help, before items almost replace them entirely. Lastly, the Rod of Seasons. This rod is useless in combat outside of one fight, but it can change the seasons if you're on a tree stump. It's not used in dungeons, but it's definitely used to get around the overworld in a lot of unique ways. So the overworld has 4 different seasons associated with each area. With the seasons out of alignment, you never know what you're going to get in different areas. To get to a dungeon, it is normally a matter of unlocking a new season for the job. After figuring out how to use your current season, it helps you in the area that you're in. Winter brings snow, kills some of the trees and makes them smaller, and freezes water. Summer has a nice tendency to dry out a lot of the water areas and brings vines. Fall allows some mushrooms to be moved and covers holes with leaves. Spring makes some flowers movable and makes certain type of flowers spit you into the air. This all comes together to make the overworld very interesting to solve and traverse. There is actually a second overworld in the form of Subrosia. It is a large lava world that, part of getting the seasons, because that's where the Temple of Seasons is, as I previously mentioned. There are portals you can find to bring you to different towers in the Temple of Seasons. This place also has a shop with some good merch and their own currency. After all that, you can finally enter a dungeon. The dungeons are more straightforward than some from Legend of Zelda series, but they work pretty well. All but one of the bosses are from the very first Legend of Zelda game, with a unique and new tactic to destroy them, and the dungeons are mostly simple, skill-based challenges to deal with. Simple doesn't mean bad, mind you. These levels work rather well, with the more taxing puzzles being in the overworld. That works for me. The final boss, however, gets to be a bit rough. Onyx isn't too bad when he is more or less a big guy with a flail, or using Din as a human shield like a coward. And yes, this is the only time you use the Rod of Seasons in battle. Smacking Din out of the way, to make sure she's safe, that way you don't cut into her. No, it is his final form. Link is awkward when he is in a 2D space. This happens once or twice testing your patience and skills, but it feels awkward. Link is designed to move in all 4 directions, not in 2. This makes Onyx's awesome-looking dragon form fairly difficult to deal with. Still, overall, this is a fun world to explore. Now for all the actual treasure you can find. Naturally, pieces of heart and heart containers return. It's pretty standard Zelda fare at this point. 4 pieces gives you an extra heart on your health bar, and a container for beating a boss does the exact same thing. You can do a massive trading side quest to get a better sword, and find special ore in Subrosia to get a better shield. You can find plant seeds and special soil patches to give you more goodies, and run into a witch named Maple who drops your treasure, as well as yours, and you get to race her to get better items. Most side quests will reward you with a seed or a ring. The rings give you different powers, and you can wear them to, decrease damage, or change Link into different characters. Okay, not all the rings are useful, but they are fun to find. You can upgrade the amount you can wear at one time, too, with, the amount of seeds and bombs you can hold. You can upgrade quite a bit. The coolest secret comes from the story. Twin Rova from Ocarina of Time actually shows up and keeps telling you how useless you are. Even after slaying General Onyx, his destruction of the seasons, however brief, lights some mysterious flame. What does this mean? Well, this is where the password links come in. If you don't own both Oracle of Seasons and Ages, then this means absolutely nothing. If you played Ages first, well, this all happens in this game instead, and all the, secrets that I'm talking about happen in the last game. When you beat one of the games, you can continue the overall story in the other game through a password system. Now, if you do have both games, this gets really interesting as you can now upgrade even more things. If you get passwords from Oracle of Ages, or whatever game you played second, you can get bomb chews, more space for seeds or bombs, and an extra heart container. You can even upgrade your sword and shield more and get the big Goron sword, which is a massive two-handed sword with a huge long reach. This is an interesting way to promote you to have two games, but I don't think it's important enough to diminish the quality of just having the one game. There's plenty of secrets and things to do in Oracle of Seasons without passwords from Oracle of Ages. Oracle of Seasons is a perfectly fine game. It isn't perfect by any means, and I have some major issues with the writing and some of the gameplay. However, everything mostly checks out and makes for a fun, portable Zelda game. This game is good. Nothing to rush out and buy, but I think you should try it at some point in time if you have the chance. Assuming adventure games are your thing, or if you're into Zelda but never played these before. A solid 7 out of 10. As stated before, the password system and the season changing mechanics are really creative, and I hope the ability to change the seasons for puzzle solving is revisited at some point in time. However, getting this game officially isn't all that easy. The only two places to get this game, as well as Oracle of Ages, is on the original Game Boy Color or the Virtual Console for the 3DS. Sadly, the 3DS Virtual Console may not be accessible after a while. I wouldn't blame people for pirating this and other Game Boy games if I'm going to be honest. Only if you don't have a 3DS or Game Boy, though. Don't pirate games that are new or ones that you can get on a console you already have. Please? Anyway, next week we are tackling Oracle of Ages. Sounds like Varan isn't the only threat on that front, but I'll deal with that when the time comes. Until then, hit that like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications since YouTube hates new YouTubers, and stay tuned for more reviews. Take care, my minions! Ah yes, now it's time to talk about the history of these games. This one will be a little bit interesting. Did you know? Oracle of Seasons started out as a proto-build of a remake of the original Zelda game. Yeah, that is why all but 2 of the boss fights and some of the dungeons are remade concepts from the original Zelda game. However, despite Link's Awakening being the perfect game engine for, feature such a remake, Nintendo shot down the idea. Okay, not really. There were some difficulties in development until suggestions of an original game, but I'd like to think another project had some relation here as well. BS Zelda, a Super Famicom Japanese exclusive game, exists. It is a lesser-known remake of the first Zelda game, but with the Link to the Past engine instead. They probably are completely unrelated, but I'll bring up the idea here anyway because, there's already a remake out there and hardly anyone outside of Japan has ever played it. Hell, I bet it was so obscure that Japan has hardly ever played it, since you need a special satellite add-on just to play the dang thing in Japan as well. I'd love for an official re-release and maybe some support in other countries, but for now, we have Oracle of Seasons. Except that isn't a remake either. Oops. No, eventually they developed Oracle of Seasons into its own game. Oracle of Ages also ended up coming out of this as well. There was supposed to be a third game as well, but that quietly got cancelled. Overall though, if you want my honest opinion, Oracle of Ages is far more creative. So before I ramble more and more about BS Zelda, which stands for Broadcast Satellite Zelda if you're wondering, or rant about other things, let's get into it. Let's do it. Let's take on Varan! Surprise, surprise, you play as Link this time around. Yeah, I know, it's not really a surprise. And after appearing in this mysterious place, you meet Impa. She's blue this time around and looking for Nayru. Nayru is the Oracle of Ages and Impa wants to protect her, but after finding the Oracle, Impa reveals she's possessed by Varan. Naturally, able to possess people, Varan kidnaps and possesses the body of Nayru and travels back in time to manipulate having a big, dark tower built. Link follows after and meets with the guardian Maku Tree from this country. After saving the Maku Tree from a threat in the past, Link starts finding essences. They help the Maku Tree focus and remember things, building up, the tree itself and giving slightly more purpose to the essences than Oracle of Seasons did. Link also ends up meeting Queen Ambi as well. She's a queen from the past that originally wanted to build a tower to find her lost lover, who's a salty old sailor. A side note here, her lost lover is the skeleton captain that has a larger role to play in Oracle of Seasons. Fun! Anyway, Ambi's favorite things are mystery seeds, but it is heavily noted that Varan hates them. I wonder why. Anyway, after a lot of travels and different situations and characters to meet, it becomes time to save Nayru as Queen Ambi has left her alone in the castle. Ralph, Nayru's childhood friend and possible lover, is there as well. He basically accuses Link of being lazy until the end of the game, blah blah blah. You end up saving Nayru before he ever does, and frees her from Varan's control. However, you all escape just as Queen Ambi returns and Varan escapes. Varan is still in the past and begins controlling Queen Ambi instead, continuing her Dark Tower quest. After Link gains the rest of the essences and powers up the tree, it is time. Using the Maku Tree's great power, Link storms the tower despite Ralph also somehow getting through the tower, which makes no bloody sense, but hey. See, Ralph is willing to break time itself to stop Varan, even if it means erasing himself from history. Can you guess who his ancestor is? Yep, it's Queen Ambi. However, Ralph isn't too great at combat and is nearly slain himself by Varan just in time for Link to come save his butt. After freeing Ambi from Varan's control, and with Varan having nobody else to possess, Link manages to see her true form and actually slay her. However, due to Varan's actions, a flame is lit and the resurrection of the Dark King is one step closer. Unless you played Oracle of Seasons first, that is. Yep, time to finish that plot thread. Once you've slain both Onyx and Varan using passwords, Twin Rova shows up and kidnaps Princess Zelda. As Link, you must defeat Twin Rova, and after killing them, they use their deaths as a sacrifice to bring Ganon from Link to the Past back to life. However, the sacrifice was supposed to be Zelda, so since that never happened, Ganon is a mindless monster. Means little though, since you destroy him in no time. Anyway, the day is saved and Link shoves off to the ocean with a boat. One thing I like about the writing here is that the essences are actually explained a little better. They are indeed using time to power the Maku Tree in this game. It is also cool that you rescue Nayru before you even have them all. The dialogue from the different characters shows and tells you how bad things are due to Varan causing trouble in the timeline, directly stealing Nayru's power. Compared to Onyx, who didn't control Din's power, he just kind of let them run wild, and led to a very overdone damsel in distress plot. The characters themselves are quirky and amusing, but they also react to the world around them more. The thieving lizard people on the distant islands, the Zoras hidden under the ocean, which are being poisoned by Varan's magic, by the way, and the village citizens, who some of which are literal stone now due to the timeline misplacement. A stark improvement over Oracle of Seasons in the writing department. But with the writing being better than Oracle of Seasons, naturally the charm is just on a similar quality. The sprite work is still really good and fantastic as ever. Queen Ambi looks unique in the game, and Ralph, well, he looks like a sprite that was reused from Link's Awakening now that I think about it. Nayru looks different though, and she has a distinctive feel from Din in the Zelda in-game. Unlike the previous game, which most of the boss fights were updated older foes, all the bosses here are original in design and concept. None of them look as cool as Onyx's dragon form, but everything still looks great. And yes, that includes Varan and her multiple forms too. Sad, but oh well. Not everything has to be a cool dragon. The music is also catchy and creative as well, working as well as Oracle of Seasons OST. Really, there isn't much I can add to it. I'm slightly more familiar with Seasons music, but everything still works really well here. Now, about that gameplay, though, something that is also short and sweet is the gameplay. You should all know the complaint I have here. Link's Awakening, as well as the Oracle games, all have the same issue. But swords, shields, items all take for slot A or B, with the A and B buttons due to limitations. This means you constantly have to switch items. It is an absolute pain. Moving on, we have the switch hook in this game. You basically shoot it at things and it will switch that item and your location. Works on enemies too. Nice. Eventually you upgrade it to be longer. You also get the returning power bracelet upgraded to a glove as well. This is just for large stone statues. It's no big deal, really. Outside of that, almost everything is a return item from Link's Awakening and or Oracle of Seasons. Outside the literal gun, of course. Unlike Seasons, which has a slingshot with seed ammo, Ages gives Link a shooter of sorts, which works slightly differently than the slingshot. The shooter is still a ranged weapon, but it can bounce seeds off of walls, allowing for some interesting puzzle-solving options. Seeds are actually used in this game a lot more, too. To recap, there are several different types of seeds in the Oracle games. Seeds that make fire, some that attract enemies, warping, speed up, and mystery seeds, which have different effects, and Varan is also allergic to. The shooter basically shoots said seeds and bounces them off the walls, but the game really does use the different seeds a lot compared to the Seasons game. Perhaps that's due to the level design being more puzzle-oriented. So the main difference of exploration in this game versus Oracle of Seasons is that instead of using different seasons, you find the Harp of Ages. See, there's a present timeline that, you're basically in, but you'll need to travel to the past timeline as well. That's where Varan ended up in. The past is 100-year difference, so the terrain does reflect that heavily, and doing things in the past can change the present. When first using the harp, you can only use specific warp spaces to move between time periods. Later on, you will be able to move between eras with relative ease. This makes time traveling tricky at points, and makes the overworld very interesting to solve at certain points with different things happening all over the place. One point is that you'll be lost in the Lost Woods fighting fairy magic. One point, your items all get stolen by lizard people and you have to find bridge builders. Eventually, you even have to upgrade to swim better. Yes, you actually have to find an item that allows you to swim better so you can explore the ocean floor. This opens up puzzles and exploration even more. The game is crazy for a Game Boy Color game, if I'm honest. The dungeons are incredibly tricky too. The puzzles are the name of the game here, and they will test your brain for sure, and this often includes the boss fights. Some of the bosses are straightforward, but most you're going to have to figure out how to use your items in unique ways. Some of these boss fights can be an absolute pain in the ass until you figure out, what you're trying to do. And some of the levels are over-reliant on swimming or shooting. These aren't terrible, but swimming after you are able to dive in water is exhausting, and the shooter can be awkward to line up. Also, the overworld is slightly harder to navigate, especially in mountain areas with the Gorons. Overall, this game is still really fun, but these smaller issues do kind of add up. I'll give credit to Varan here. Her fights are better paced and more fun to fight than General Onyx over in Seasons. Great stuff all around on that one. And over in the secrets department, to kind of prepare you for that final fight, everything's basically the same as it was in Oracle of Seasons. They're much more interesting to find due to the time traveling ability, but you know how it goes. Frankly, this is actually probably the most fun I've had in Zelda trying to time travel. It's done incredibly well in this game, and it makes everything kind of fun to find. Heart pieces to increase health, the trading quest sword upgrade sequence, all the upgrades to seed, ammo, and bombs, and people giving out strange passwords. Huh. Oh, that's probably because I beat Oracle of Seasons first. So, because I beat that game first, some of the NPCs spawn to give you passwords to tell people in Oracle of Seasons. If I go to Oracle of Seasons with the passwords, I can upgrade my sword, seed bombs, other things, more than normal. Then I'll get another password in Oracle of Seasons. Bringing that password to Furora in Oracle of Ages gives me the same upgrade in Oracle of Ages. Awesome! Furora is located inside the Great Maca Tree in both games, by the way. Also, since I beat Oracle of Seasons first, I get to have a boss fight with Twin Rova, the witches from Ocarina of Time. I also end up in a secret final boss fight, taking on Ganon once more. He's no slouch, but overall it is a fun boss fight. Passwords for the win, baby. Speaking of overall, it's pretty obvious that Oracle of Ages is slightly the better game on the two fronts. The only issues here are the same gameplay issues and some issues with the level design. I don't mind using items, but when they are somewhat awkward, and the challenge is often making them more awkward to deal with, it can kind of get annoying. Overall though, there is a lot of great content in this game. Most of the levels are awesome, gameplay is fun outside the limitations of Game Boy, the writing is great and brings a good Zelda story, and the secrets are really fun to deal with, thanks to the great time-traveling mechanics. Overall, Oracle of Ages gets an 8 out of 10, meaning the game is great. If you can only play one Oracle game, ignore my nostalgia and play Oracle of Ages. Next week, if everything goes smoothly, I'll finally be hitting and reviewing Link's Awakening. Meanwhile, hit the like, bell, and subscribe buttons for more content, and I'll see you all in the next video, my minions. Take care. Link's Awakening originally debuted as a Game Boy game, and one that I naturally missed out on growing up. Oh, I saw it everywhere for sure, but I never owned a Game Boy. Rather, I got into the thing during the time of the Game Boy Color. However, the re-release Link's Awakening DX, which had some extra bells and whistles, I also missed until the 3DS Virtual Console gained it. It was there that I finally ended up playing Link's Awakening DX, and I recall having a lot of fun with it, despite only doing one run of it. Had a written blog review of it, naturally. Like I said, I do recall enjoying it. It was, I was kind of looking forward to playing it again. However, there is a larger issue with the game, one that is also an Oracle of Seasons and Ages, the limitation of the Game Boy. Everything has to be mapped to one of two buttons. Nothing like having to make jumps and then trading back to get your sword on landing. This issue probably happened more with Link's Awakening than the Oracle games did. Shame too, since the rest of the game is ambitious as all hell. An 8-bit Game Boy game with some of the visual and gameplay inspired more from Link's 16-bit outing, Link to the Past? Did it work? Hell yeah! Despite the button mapping flaw, Link's Awakening is one, if not the most, popular handheld Zelda game of all time, outdone only by Link Between Worlds of any. Thankfully, I don't have to play 3 Game Boy games in a row. See, somewhat recently, in the last few years, Link's Awakening was remade for the Nintendo Switch. Yes, this game is popular enough to get re-released 3 different times. Since I've never played this version, I want to give it a try. Does the game fix the 2-button issue? Yes, of course. There's added features? Yes. Does this version have its own issues? Absolutely. So let's just drop right in like we're shipwrecked. We have a big-ass fish to wake up, so I say let's do it. Let's take on the Wind Fish! So the story of Link's Awakening is rather simple. Link is shipwrecked on a mysterious island. He is found and healed by Marin. Marin is a super sweet girl who sings and has a father by the name of Tarin. Tarin is a goofball who loves mushrooms. All the other characters in the game are somewhat one note, but simple isn't bad by any means. There's this owl that keeps showing up, however. He's basically a guide of some type for Link. The owl shows up in an effort to guide Link to waking the Windfish. There is a lot of evidence to support the owl and the Windfish are at least partially the same being, especially after the bombshell drops. See, the island, all the people, the monsters, everything in this world is a dream created by the Windfish. When he wakes up, the island is gone. Marin, Tarin, the talking animals from the animal village, the nightmares, and maybe even Link himself are going to disappear when the Windfish wakes up. This puts a bit of a foreboding shadow on the entire situation, doesn't it? The shadowy nightmares you're slaying? They're just trying to survive. They're still trying to take over and at the end of the day, and you need to slay them. They're the main reason the Windfish is basically in a coma. They still need to be stopped and, they're taking over the whole island. But it is still fairly sad that everyone is disappearing. Link, however, is actually real and happens to just be unconscious nearby, which is how he enters the world due to a shipwreck. And Link can wake the Windfish due to this. Sorry for ranting, it brings up a lot of different subjects and maybe even some emotions overall. This is a simple story, but it packs a hell of a punch. Overall, the one thing lacking is how simple the character writing is, possibly not leaving people attached to the characters of this world. That's the flux, if I'm honest. This story doesn't have much of an impact if the character writing doesn't hook you, and sadly it won't hook everyone. Still, the implications from the villains certainly helps, and the twist is fairly interesting regardless, so I think it works well to an overall degree, especially for a Game Boy game. And so do the graphics, although there's a bit of a debate about this version of the game. The original game has some charm and good music for the Game Boy, but what about here? Well, the music is amazing. It's been updated really well and sounds fantastic, so there's that. As for the graphics, well, a lot of people don't like them. I'm not sure as to why, personally. Maybe this is like a Wind Waker situation where they're just kind of too cute. I'm not sure, but the toy box or toy diorama style seems to resonate with me. It pays tribute to the original sprite work of the Game Boy version while still looking great and fun. I think that's the key word here. This style screams fun. It isn't built to look awesome or anything. It's fun and kind of like the original version. If you also want to talk fun, there's also a lot of Mario characters in this game. Goomba, Chain Chomps, and more. Hell, there's even an evil version of Kirby running around. Taran even looks like Mario and eats mushrooms and turns into a tanuki. Also, side note, at one point Link holds up Marin like an item. It's a very cute scene. All of these work well with the graphics, and the scenario looks amazing, which works great. However, the graphics and music aren't the only things upgraded. You see, the Switch has more buttons than the Game Boy. The issues of the Game Boy that followed in the Oracle games might have been fixed. And it certainly has. The power bracelets are context sensitive, meaning it works automatically when you're near something that can be picked up. Hooray! The sword is always out. The Pegasus boots also have a dedicated button as well. And so does the shield. You always have these items. Yes, you still have to trade for other items like the Rock's Feather for jumping, a shovel for digging goodies, and a hook shot for hooking objects and traveling over pits. None of the items are really all that new for Zelda standard, and nothing here is really unique outside of the Rock's Feather for jumping. However, the game refines their uses and makes them fun to play with for sure. Regardless, the game fixes one issue from Link to the Past. The sword reaches most of Link. Yep, a swipe from Link's sword swings pretty wide, covering his right side a lot better than Link to the Past had. He's still more open on that side, but it isn't a huge disadvantage this time around. This is awesome. I'm glad directly after Link to the Past, they solved that issue. And yes, this solvent was also in the Oracle games, obviously. I will admit, in this remake, it did take a second to get used to jumping, but overall, both games are super fun to play and mess around with. I also think the dungeons are fun, but there's an asterisk there. None of these are super tricky, mind you, but they're fun to play. But sadly, and this might be the biggest issue, nothing is challenging in this game at all, really. This is probably the easiest Zelda game ever, if I'm going to be honest. Luckily, this version contains a hard mode, but honestly, this was always going to be baby's first Zelda to me, leaving some of the experience a tad bit shallow. Some of the boss fights aren't even memorable, and I think I'll immediately forget them without a wiki open nearby. This isn't a good thing. The dungeons are even more so forgettable. If the dungeons are easy to forget, that means what? There's nothing here. I remember at least some of the dungeons from Link to the Past, but here I think one or two maybe stand out. The overworld does a better job, and the boss fights are okay, but the mid-boss fights are actually better this time around. They pose more of a threat than the big bosses, and are better designed personally too. Overall, while the dungeons and boss fights are fun, I don't think they're rewarding enough. Luckily, the final boss takes some inspiration from Link's nightmares, recreating parts of his fight with Proto-Ganondorf and Ganon himself from Link to the Past. This final fight is actually really good. Overworld, as previously mentioned, is also really good. The side maze, the mountains, the animal village, these are fun places to explore and discover, as well as figuring out how to progress. This less standard design at its finest, so to speak. It's just the dungeons that cause the problem. Luckily, there is a lot to do here for the Game Boy game. Pieces of heart containers are back once more to improve Link's health. Seashells are suddenly here, and they give off a few prizes, including a better sword. There's a trading sequence to get a boomerang. The boomerang was stupidly powerful in the original game, but while nerfed here, it's still incredibly useful. There are also a few minigames that you can play, like fishing and this claw game for Mario figurines. All of these have been upgraded in the Switch version. There's also a special dungeon in the Game Boy Color and Switch version, and the Switch version also has the Gravedigger appear. Dompe allows you to, more or less, make your own dungeons, which is kind of fun. I wish there was more to it, but it's fun to trade with friends here and there, so, you know, it kind of works, gives you something to do outside of the main adventure. Look, as simple as this game is, overall, Link's Awakening is great. It is a fun game designed to be portable and accessible to many different people. The downside is its dungeon designs are too safe, and the story may not hook everyone like it's supposed to. Also, the original Game Boy version had its hardware limitations. Oops. The upside is, writing is still very solid, dungeons, while shallow, are still fun, and the gameplay and side content is fun and definitely refined, and this game is also charming as hell. I could recommend this game for beginners of the Zelda series for sure, as well as plenty of other gamers, as long as you don't mind something more relaxing. Link's Awakening on the Switch gets an 8 out of 10, and the Game Boy game gets a 7 out of 10. There is, however, one last issue to talk about. Link's Awakening on the Switch is a bit of a slowdown issue. Fully updated, it isn't too noticeable, but it is a huge letdown regardless. Even with this, however, I still recommend the game. Anyway, that ends my Zelda marathon. This was fun, for sure. The next Zelda game I tackle will be the 3DS exclusive, Link Between Worlds. But for now, I have some other games I want to tackle. Until then, like, subscribe, comment, and hit the bell for notifications, and try out some of my other videos. I've reviewed a lot of Zelda, and even a lot of Mario at this point. Until next time, take care. To play this game, I didn't mind the idea of Luigi's Mansion 2 or Dark Moon being on the 3DS. I don't mind the remake of the original being on the 3DS either, other than the 3DS was practically dead by that point. The reason is because the original Luigi's Mansion was supposed to be 3D originally. So, yeah, go figure. The game started out as a tech demo for a 3D screen you could put over your TV. Something to make the GameCube 3D without the use of glasses. Naturally, something like that was super expensive though, so Nintendo had to scrap the idea. Also, Luigi's Mansion went from a tech demo to an actual game. This screen's technology did go into the 3DS development, however, so it makes sense that the sequel of the game, originally intended to be 3D, ends up being on a 3D console. However, it was everything else steering me away. Nothing on the trailers, promotional art, and even other YouTube reviewers were really making me want to go out and play this one. Not to say it wasn't going to, or that it was going to be bad or anything like that. It was on my to-do list for some time now. And that's why a few years back, I ended up playing the original for this channel. I've always loved the original game, and while the second game didn't pique my interest, the third game out more recently for the Switch sure as hell did. That being said, I feel like I need to complete the second game first, so here we are. It is time to review this one of the games that I have unfinished business with. So let's start looking into the least enjoyed Luigi's Mansion game, Luigi's Mansion: The Dark Moon. Let's do it! Let's take on King Boo! Round 2! I know it probably seems like spoilers since the game builds up to the mystery of who the villain is, but the game also gives this away in the loading screen among other places. Yes, this story is all over the place. It starts out with this gem called the Dark Moon hanging over this big dark valley. This place is home to friendly ghosts. Professor E. Gadd from the first game figured this would be the perfect place to study the paranormal. Makes sense. However, the Dark Moon is corrupted. Because of this, all the ghosts become evil, and E. Gadd decides since Luigi is a good ghost wrangler, he straight up kidnaps poor player 2 right from his house. The more the story goes on, the more Luigi has to find the pieces of the Dark Moon, save some toads, and suddenly out of nowhere, he also has to save Mario. Yes, Mario is shoehorned into this plot. He didn't come out of absolutely nowhere. The game shows King Boo has Mario the entire time, really. There's a little impact of the entire situation, though, and since the heroes only know towards the end of the game, it does a little to motivate the player as well. One thing at the end of the game that did motivate me more was King Boo went into a panic and sent out so many ghosts through a portal that he almost destroyed the entire world. This should have been the main focus of the game, not shoving Mario into a game needlessly, because nobody trusts Luigi to headline a game on his own. And here's the kicker, Luigi totally can headline the game. Yeah, while he's the silent protagonist, his scared personality and Egad's demeanor works fantastically. There are many fun exchanges between the two, even Egad being shocked that King Boo escaped his painting from the first game, despite the hushed mention that Egad sold the painting in a yard sale. His forgetfulness with the Toads and the color blindness possibility works well too, and the Toads reacting to Luigi gives them each of a personality. Speaking of the Toads, I love these little guys. They aren't as unique as, say, the Toads in Paper Mario, but they all have personality. I shot a Toad across the chasm to solve a puzzle for treasure, and he was so damn happy to help, he gave me a thumbs up. That's awesome. Luigi also looks great in this game, and if I'm honest, the boss fights look really cool themselves as well. And then there are the ghosts, the main minions, the main bad guys. Well, this is an issue. Look, I'm not saying the designs aren't good per se, but it doesn't take long to see all that the ghosts have to offer design-wise. This was an issue for the first Luigi's Mansion, but the ghosts there are more stylized in that game, along with the portrait ghosts breaking up the regular ghost battles. This game lacks the portrait ghosts, and all you have left is a few designs that get reused rather quickly outside of boss fights. There is a unique mini-boss or two, but they're far between. Sad too, since the developers tried break your notice of this by making the settings fantastic. Oh, and they use the settings too, making some ghosts dressed as mummies, use sunglasses, things like that that force you to change your tactics slightly, but this still doesn't help design-wise. Meanwhile, the music works well. I'd say that it is fantastic and it's amazing, but this isn't a soundtrack I'm going to be listening to a lot of due to the main tracks of each mansion being the exact same song. Yeah, literally the same song for each of the new mansions, but played differently enough to give you a slightly different feel. Like I said, it works, but it's not a great OST either. So the biggest issue I had with the gameplay was aiming upwards. There are multiple times of the game that it asks you to shoot objects out of your vacuum. Outside of sucking on the object while trying to use that to aim with the gyroscope in the 3DS by tilting my body, I couldn't find a way to actually aim. However, the word of the day is had. There is a button for it. Yep, a simple button. You sometimes use it when you can't get the gyroscope controls to work. Oops. Outside of that, there's no issues at all. There is a risk-reward system fighting ghosts. If you hold on to the ghost longer, you can get more money for each ghost. See, when you're sucking up a ghost, you charge a gauge. The higher the gauge, the more gold you get. It also boosts your pull, too, when you hit a certain button. But you may have to jump out of the way, which empties the gauge. See the problem there? When ghosts attack you, you have to jump to dodge, unless you're really good at pulling ghosts. Outside of that, ghost fighting is pretty much the same. You wait for a chance to blast your light at the ghost and suck it in with the vacuum. There's this new UV light type flashlight. This allows Luigi to find invisible objects, hidden treasure, or booze. This makes exploring fun for sure, but the gameplay does do pretty well here. So unfortunately, very similar to their designs, the ghosts really don't add much variety when it comes to the common enemies. There's a few things here like mummy ghosts or the ones with sunglasses, but it only adds a quick another step. There are a few mini-boss fights which, while not original in design, were pretty decent fights for sure. The main bosses... Look, some of these boss fights are really good. Some of them aren't that great. The first boss is a giant spider. Actually one of the better ones. You have to use fire, a great idea actually, and the entire boss is puzzle solving. Something you do often in the game. The second boss is a set of stairs. The most typical boss fight ever. Never a more video game feeling video game boss fight in the world. Then there was an enemy raid, which is generic, and an ice pit. The ice pit was unique and fun despite changing the gameplay up rapidly. Last three, there's Colossus, which is an okay boss fight. King Boo, who's a slow fight and kind of anticlimactic. And before King Boo, you have an Armored Knights. This fight was actually really fun and involved puzzle solving again, which is fantastic. I hope future Luigi's Mansion titles use more puzzle solving in their fights, as they're pretty awesome here. Outside of the ghost fighting, though, there is a ton of puzzle solving. There's mission structures for each different mansions, too. Okay, not all these places are technically mansions, but they are kind of called that. They're like worlds in a Mario game. Each world has their own gimmick. The first mansion has spiders. The second one has plants. The third has sand. The fourth has ice. And the last one combines kind of all of these elements together. It's kind of fun. I say kind of because the mission structure kind of hurts it. The start of the game is really bad. You get to open up a mission, you're kind of opening up the mansion a little bit, and bam! Egad drags you back. Cool. Neat. And then you get to, explore the rest of the mansion in the next mission. Often missions are built as filler, and that's very apologetic too. What's that? You have a new item to explore more of the mansion? Oh no! A ghost dog stole the item! Way to make another mission exploring the area I was literally just in. Why is every good idea plagued by a lackluster bad idea in this game? Come on now! Thankfully, during these missions, there is a big reason to explore the mansion. Money, treasure, it's kind of a big deal here. Regular money and gold actually builds up, and you can upgrade Luigi with these. There's only a certain amount of upgrades, and once you get them all, the money doesn't really do anything. Well, it can increase your rank on missions, but that's about it. Then there are the gems. These are shiny shapes that are hidden in each mansion. Find all the gems in a mansion and you get a 3D model of Luigi to look at. These are fun, but do little else. Last, there are the Boos. You can hunt a Boo in each mission outside of the boss fights. They're often hidden in invisible items, and you can find them using the UV light. Collect all the Boos in a mansion and you get a special speedrun mission or a time trial mission set in that same mansion. Neat! Last, while I don't play this for a review, there is a 2-player mode, so I guess if you can find people still playing Luigi's Mansion 2, with Luigi's Mansion 3 being a thing, go for it. Look, Luigi's Mansion 2 is not a bad game. It just barely scrapes past being okay as well. Luigi's Mansion 2 is a good game, or a 7 out of 10. Gameplay and finding secrets in the puzzle-heavy game is great. Everything else has some fantastic ideas and some terrible ideas. For example, the story is pretty much all over the place, but the character writing is really fun. The mansions look great, but common vacuum fodder is kind of bland. The music is good, but it's basically one song with several variations. The boss fights range from great to terrible. The levels are great, but the mission structure halts everything, making exploration kind of a pain here and there. Every high I experienced with this game, there was a low point that hit soon afterwards. The only thing consistent was the solid gameplay and the solving mini puzzles to find treasure. Overall, I enjoyed Luigi's second romp in a mansion, but there was a lot of low points in this game that I had to overcome to get there. I think this is why the game gets a bit of a negative reputation. It is one thing when the game is solid, but it's another when the game shows glimpses of greatness, only to suddenly turn around and disappoint the player. I'd still say more people will enjoy the game at the end of the day, but getting to that end of the day specifically might be a tough sell. Disappointment is sometimes seen as worse than an overall mediocre game, or even a bad game. At least those games often don't have such good ideas mixed with poor ones. Oh well. This is my review of Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. If you liked the review, then go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe, comment, hit the bell for more content. You know how it goes.
Just to let you know,
oh, and
if this
check the
or any of
playlist
the other
for more
videos sound
Luigi's
kind of
Mansion and Mario
weird,
reviews.
it's not my audio.
Until next
it's
time, my
me.
minions.
I've been slightly under the weather, so I apologize if that's the case for this video, or the next one, or any of the other ones. I'll probably have this reminder up in the next few videos, so there you go. Thank you, and please enjoy. So, Super Mario 64 is a very fun game. While I may claim its camera hasn't aged super well, it was one of, if not the first games with such a dynamic camera system, you know, that doesn't really matter. There's great music, fluid movements of Mario, the game will live on. However, you know what makes Mario games good besides great gameplay and good music? Awesome levels. Hell yeah. You read the title, you knew this was coming. So let's talk about the levels in the game. I'm going to be ranking every single stage in Super Mario 64 from my least favorite to my top favorite levels in the game, going over what I think works well and what doesn't. So let's do it. Let's take on Super Mario 64 in a top 15 levels list, which again is just a personalized list and only my opinion. Okay? Okay. Let's go! Number 15, Rainbow Ride. Let's go! This level is boring. I call it the hurry up and wait level due to the slow pacing of the magic carpet ride you have to use to get to parts of this level. One mistake can cause instant death due to the bottomless pits of the level, meaning more frustration when you die because again, when you come back, you have to just, hurry up and wait. I love it. Mix those two issues together and you have a slog of a level. And naturally, getting 100 coins on this level requires heavily on a small blue coin challenge too. This is a wall jumping thing, which sometimes wall jumping works and sometimes if you aren't aligned perfectly it can be annoying. Two of the stars are literally the same thing. Get to the big boat up above the level. One is slightly longer with a cannon shot included. Yay. However, some of the smaller platforming challenges are fun and I don't have really an issue with. The maze with the red coins is kinda fun too, I guess I'll admit that. Number 14, Tall Mountain. Let's go! Okay, so there's no magic carpet rides in this one, but 3 of the stars are just getting to the top of the damn mountain, with ever so slightly different ways to get the star. The secret slide is sure as hell fun, but you need this to get 100 coins. You have to do this part first, or else the 100 coins becomes very difficult to grab, when the star spawns anyway. The single hardest cannon shot of all time is in this level as well, and yeah, I burned quite a few lives trying to get to it. I still can't aim it as well to grab the star, no matter how many times I've done this challenge. Red coin challenge is okay, and the level goes pretty quickly, only slightly edged out Rainbow Ride due to not having any carpets in this level. That's not a good thing though. Number 13, Hazy Maze Cave. Let's go! So, the biggest issue with Hazy Maze Cave is that some of the rooms really look too similar. It makes navigation kinda more difficult than it should be. Also, there's a lot of repetition in this level. The maze itself has 2 stars that are slightly different exits. Ooh. Meanwhile, the bottom room with the big-ass lake in it has 2 stars that are slightly more different, but you have to use this room a 3rd time to get the metal cap. Basically, the switch is hidden in the big lake room, so yeah, to get the metal cap, you have to go through the lake a 3rd time just to get to the metal cap switch. At least that star's kind of unique. The 100 coins in this level can be a pain due to spare coin locations around the entire level and a large amount of locations that make the star difficult to grab if you get the 100 coin there. The red coin mission is also a slower one if you make a mistake, and not exactly fast if you don't make a mistake. Number 12, Dire Docks. Let's go! So, yeah, this is one of the 3 water worlds. It has some of the best music on the OST, which is a plus. The level itself is just 2 rooms. Some levels have less, sure, but these rooms are very standard in design too, with a lot of junk crammed in them. The level design feels really cramped, but there's a lot of swimming due to a long hallway connecting the said 2 rooms. Thankfully, the stars do have some variety when you're collecting them this time around, and the 100 coins isn't terrible due to how easy coin searching is due to the ordinary shapes of said rooms. That's a short one, but that's just how I feel about the level. Number 11, Wet Dry World. Let's go! Another water level, this one being slightly more involved. Hey, the water levels could have been at the bottom of this list, honestly, and nobody would have batted an eye. The open area has you changing water levels, which is not really all that fun. Reminds me of a less annoying water temple. One of the stars here is finding invisible points on a map that are hidden. No clear directions there. Another star is finding a secret village and going through a giant fence. Since the red coin challenge is also in this village, this star is slightly redundant. Also, getting the village has a massive hallway, which is slow to navigate since you're swimming, and Mario is kind of a slower swimmer. Overall, though, there are some solid star challenges here. Climbing to the top of the area, finding some moving platforms, and an elevator challenge. The 100 coins isn't terrible either due to plenty of coins to find in boxes and secret areas. The biggest issue here is that there's a lot of swimming, and the gimmick is kind of annoying. Number 10. Cool Mountain. Let's go! Ah yes, an ice level, and another mountain. However, starting at the top of this mountain does make the mountain a little more entertaining. Sliding down the mountain or entering the secret slide is fun. Then you have to do it again while racing. Well, that's most of the stars down already. Yeah, they're pretty similar, but racing does kind of add a bit more of a challenge than just regular sliding, so it kind of makes sense. That, and when you're initially going down the mountain originally without the secret slide, you're carrying a penguin down the mountain instead of racing, so there's that too. Red coins are different enough to get you off the normal terrain that you'll find here, and the last challenge is a hidden platform challenge with ice. The biggest issue here is going to be the 100 coins. Again, it either forces you to get the coins on the hidden slide first, or have an annoying star to grab. Issue is, the normal level also has a lot of sliding too, albeit not as dangerous. It's still kind of awkward, making the 100 coins the not greatest part of this level for sure. Number 9. Tick-Tock Clock. Let's go! The camera can be really annoying to manage in this level very specifically. Outside of that and the giant instant death pit in the middle of the stage, this level is actually fun, but can be very difficult. You can choose how fast the level is moving, and that helps you find a pace that you'll want in this level. Yes, you have to skill up the clock a lot, but there's a multitude of different paths to take in different areas with stars. Also, a lot of them are out-of-the-box paths you can take to get some of these stars, which is actually really cool. 100 coins is super difficult in this level, but super rewarding at the same time, and doesn't feel all that cheap if you die. Though, with how sparse coins are, dying while almost getting to the 100th coin can be a tad bit soul-crushing to say the least. Number 8. Jolly Roger Bay. Let's go! A water level I actually somewhat like. Yes, you still swim a lot, but it feels like things are closer and there aren't as many huge hallways in this level like there are in Dire Docks and Wet Dry World. A smaller world also really helps the 100 coin run make it a lot quicker than other levels, although it's a little easier as well. Each star has you doing something different enough task-wise to be fun. There's also a giant eel, which is designed to be scary as hell, which works well. And yes, one of the stars has you swimming right up behind the thing. The only issue I have is that when you come back to this level after getting the metal cap for probably the most least interesting star in the level. Most least interesting. That's a word I said. You know what? I'm leaving it in there. Also, I'm a sucker for pirate stuff, so I might be a tad bit biased for this level because, you know, there's treasure chests, a pirate ship, the, red coins are up on the pirate ship after you've lifted it out of the water. There's a lot of cool stuff involving pirates, so yeah, that one might just be on me. Number 7. Snowman's Land. Let's go! Scaling up an ice mountain. You're probably surprised to see this mountain is rather high on the list, especially since you have to wait for a slow-ass penguin to get to the top of the mountain, but hear me out. That penguin is only really seen for 1 star. After that, you don't have to scale up the mountain too high for any of the other ones, even the 100 coin run. Also, the mountain isn't that big. A fight between a big bully but on ice is a lot more fun than it probably should be. The igloo is fun to explore, needing a shell to surf up for red coins. That's never not going to be fun. Come on now. The ice maze right at the start of the game is also pretty fun too. And the least interesting star to get is just past the frozen lake. A place that you need to get to the red coins anyway, but that is what it is, I guess. Other than that, fantastic level. For a nice level anyway. Number 6. Womp's Fortress. Let's go! Just missing the top 5. Probably because Super Mario Galaxy 2 did the same thing, but better overall. No, seriously, there are 2 stars I'm not a fan of. The top of the tower star, after you just got up there to beat the boss, wasn't exactly interesting. The owl challenge is also a slower star, and I'm sure you know how I feel about those. The other stars are super fun though. 100 coins isn't too terrible here either. The Womp's boss fight is simple, but not terrible for an early game boss, and this level actually makes the cannon fun to use. The red coin challenge is actually a bit of a hunt here too, making it fun to search them out. Hey, not bad. Number 5, Bomb Battlefield. Let's go! First off, I love the music in this stage. I also love the dried riverbed adding for some charm to the stage. You know, a little bit of extra lore maybe here. The King Bomb battle is stupidly easy, even if it is just to prepare you for a boss fight with Bowser later on down the road. Outside of that issue though, reaching the secret island by using cannons, probably for the first time, a race with Koopa the Quick, and finding red coins. Oh, and facing your fears and getting really close to the chain shop is easily really fun. Using flying mechanics in a unique and fun way, other than, you know, you have to pinpoint accuracy, grab coins, that challenge is still rather fun because you don't die if you mess up a little bit, which it's really easy to mess up a little bit. A simple but fun 100 coin challenge makes this level start out really easy as well, but build and challenge. It's great! Oh, and one last note, while not needed for anything in the level, you can race around on a Koopa shell. That's always a plus for these kinds of levels. Number 4, Tiny Huge Island. Let's go! A challenging level for sure, but every challenge has a star that's unique to it. This is awesome. Fight a bunch of giant fire-breathing plants, the best race with Koopa the Quick, a challenging red coin challenge, and a fun and unique way to build to the 100 coins. There's really only 2 issues that I have with this one. The fight with the Wriggler is way too easy, and another challenge finding invisible points all over the map. Getting to the Wriggler by flooding his home is fun though, and the gimmick of switching between tiny and huge is just as much fun as it was in Super Mario Bros. 3. Yeah, it's a bit of nostalgia bias, but I still kind of like this one, I'm not gonna lie. Number 3, Big Boo's Haunt. Let's go! I love the atmosphere to this stage. It actually has some creepy factor to it, and that damn piano is such a jump scare for sure. It's an easy enemy to move around though. I also like how you fight the boss 3 different times here in this stage. One, he's just a tougher Boo, one on the merry-go-round, which makes things slightly more difficult, and one up on a very high and tight balcony, which makes things really tough because, again, it's a really tight location. You have to do things slightly differently. The red coins and 100 coins are scattered around pretty much everywhere, making you hunt, but not so challenging that they're annoying to do so. Hunting Boos, meanwhile, is also fun and works differently than any other enemy, making them more memorable than many of the enemies in this game. Even the 3rd time stomping out Big Boo, you still have to climb to the top of the house to get to the star, adding extra challenge. Dullest Star has you race to a spot with a particular power-up, only to defeat a giant eyeball. The other dullest one has you going through a library, dodging books and solving puzzle. It's still a really great level. Number 2, Lethal Lava Land. Let's go! This level is a bunch of platforms on lava. This may sound weird, but it works well with this game. This makes some of the challenges more challenging, but it isn't super punishing either for a mistake, as you have a chance to save yourself, just lose a bit of damage. Log rolling, a sliding puzzle with red coin challenge, 2 boss fights but in different locations, and once you beat all of this, you can surf on lava in a Koopa shell. Sure, the shell has to be unlocked, and it would make all these challenges and boss fights a joke, but that's still really, really fun. The last few stars are in the volcano itself in the center of the stage, bringing out the inner Indiana Jones and Mario. The dullest star is actually in the volcano, and it's waiting on an elevator with some minor platforming. Overall, while one of the stars is kinda slow, and the boss fights are kinda repetitive, surfing on a shell in this level makes up for all the shortcomings, and this ended up being the 2nd favorite on my list. And Sauron's top stage from Super Mario 64 is Shifting Sandland. Let's go. So, yeah, this is the best balance of challenge, fun, and unique stars. And, yeah, that's my opinion, but I think this level easily hits that requirement. First star, you steal a bird's power star. Well, he tries stealing your hat for the rest of the level. From exploring the pyramids inside and outside, the most unique boss fight in the game, and the use of flight in the level itself in a way that isn't just trying to get pinpoint accurate with a flight mechanic that isn't pinpoint accurate, the ability to shell surf, this level pretty much has it all. The only real issue in this level is the hidden points in the level where you have to hit for 1 star. It's my least favorite type of star. Still, even this is somewhat more telegraphed than many of the others like this, hitting platforms and some spaces along a stream of sand. It's telegraphed. You just follow the stream of sand. It's pretty simple. Even getting 100 coins is challenging, but not so much that it makes me despise doing it. Yes, there's a lot of insta-death in this level, but overall, skill helps you prevail. And even if you make a mistake, there are some areas where you can still save yourself. There's only a few areas where it's insta-death, and even then, you're not likely to make too many mistakes unless you're trying to speedrun the whole place. This level is awesome, and it is easily the best time I have coming into Super Mario 64. Overall, guys, I hope you've enjoyed me ranting and raving about what levels I love in Super Mario 64 and what levels I cannot absolutely stand. Although I did try to look in positives and negative points for each level. Regardless if you agree or disagree, feel free to comment down below on what your favorite levels are in the comment section. And please be respectful. Come on now. It's everyone's opinion. It doesn't really matter. There's no definitive list by any means. Also, feel free to like, subscribe, and comment, and hit the bell for more content of mine. I mostly do reviews, but this list was fun. Until next time, my minions, take care. Oh boy. Back in the day when I first tried to do YouTube, the first review I did was actually Super Mario Brothers. But in making videos I kept on my channel, my actual seasons, the first review I did that I was proud of was Super Mario 64. And while I'm still proud of it, I do not review games like I did when I first started the channel. I used to give more personal responses in a separate video and leave the hard-hitting reviews to the Take On series. This approach was dumb. 2 separate videos for an entire story, one of which was completely unscripted? Oh yeah, that worked. This is why I'm introducing the Sauron Takes On Rematch series. It is basically re-reviews on games I've already covered, but in my new format. I'm going to be doing the rematch series a lot less, I'm not going to lie. I'm also going to be explaining my history here just a little bit. When growing up, I originally had an NES, but most of my older memories were with the SNES. However, I remember when my cousin had an N64, and I first saw Super Mario 64. Moving around in 3D was such a weird experience that first time. Climbing trees and swimming in water was an intense experience when first playing in 3D. And between this and James Bond, I had my work cut out for me. This was also the first time I recall 100% beating a game. After getting an N64 of my own and getting a copy of Super Mario 64 that I no longer own that copy. Shame, really. Still, Super Mario 64 is one of the easiest N64 games to get a hold of in this day and age. Even now, being on the Switch for a large yearly fee. While I don't think 50 is much, I think without a larger library, adding on and better online support, it isn't worth it. It's not worth it. Maybe when they add GoldenEye, huh? Anyway, I'm rambling at this point now. This version I played and re-reviewing, it was on the Switch actually, but it's in the Super Mario 3D All-Stars pack. So, let's do it. Let's take on Princess Peach's castle! Time for a rematch! So the story begins and Mario gets a message from Princess Peach. For once it isn't an SOS, rather a simple invitation for cake. Sadly, when Mario arrives, Bowser has taken over the place. Oops. He took the power stars in the castle, which possibly power the place. However, because this isn't a FNAF game, the doors are all sealed shut without power. Oh wait, that does actually sound like a FNAF game. Huh. It is up to Mario to gain the power stars back and open up the castle, taking down Bowser once more and freeing the princess. This story is relatively simple, but the execution leaves a lot to be desired. The background on the Power Stars has been mostly learned through other games. Unfortunately, Super Mario Sunshine, Galaxy, and Odyssey paint an easier to follow picture on what the deal is with these things. There's also the hint that Bowser didn't realize how many Power Stars were actually in the castle, and ended up missing some. I guess the castle is even kicking his ass, right? Still, it isn't exactly clear what stars he's unaware of. Is it the secret stars? Well, those include stars from his levels. Is he seriously not savvy to his own levels and the stars within him? These are gained through red coins. Does that mean he's unaware of all the red coin stars? What about secret 100 coin stars? It's impossible to say. The writing is plenty fine to motivate players into beating the game, sure, but knowing more about the worlds you travel in would be cool too. The only one really talked about is Bob-omb Battlefield. King Bob-omb is evil, and the friendly pink explosives are trying to stop him, I guess. And there's a dried up river, which is kind of interesting. Everything else is just a few flavor texts here and there. A giant wall mad that people are using streets and walls? A wiggler mad because you punched a hole in his ceiling? Things like this. Again, things that work overall, but leave me feeling uninterested in the world around me when it comes to the events and lore. Now, keep in mind, that's only the writing of these places. When it comes to look-wise, these locales look great for the N64. I love the retro feel to this game, and the locals look amazing. Okay, maybe not amazing, but for the time, these graphics looked amazing and everything was interactive, which is awesome. The themes of the levels are interesting enough to make every level visually interesting, even if there isn't a whole lot of lore attached to each level. That being said, some of the objects are just 2D sprites, and the better your TV, the more dated they kinda look. But it was cool to see them not modeled everything for optimization. For its time, Super Mario 64 was a graphic marvel, and has a perfect nostalgia feeling. The music is fantastic as well. Bob-omb Battlefield theme as well as Dire Dire Docks, these tunes are amazing. And while the themes for the slides and Metal Mario are really fun. Some of the other themes are more atmospheric, but they work pretty well regardless, like Lethal Lava's land still enhances the level itself. Overall, this game is incredibly charming, including Oh, jeez, what did they do to Bowser? Bowser, you need to visit Dr. Mario or something. Okay, not everything looks great right out of the box, but it worked for the time. Well, at least the game also looks really good in motion. Seriously, this game plays amazingly. Honestly, I cannot describe how awesome this game is. The controls are super tight, and there isn't anything Mario isn't really capable of. Let me put it to you this way. The gameplay is so open, you can probably perform actions that the developers didn't intend for you to do. Yes, you can break level designs in this game, finding shortcuts to stars that make this game fun to speedrun. Mario even has moves that are literally useless. A breakdance-styled kick, a few punches. These moves aren't really as useful as jumping on foes. Mario still has them though, and the power-ups aren't anything to scoff at either. They are, however, fairly situational, and that could be an issue. Metal Mario is basically heavy and invincible to everything, which is fun but doesn't last long. There is an invisibility cap which lets you pass through certain barriers. Okay. The worst though is flying. Taking a page out of Sonic, the flying cap is momentum based. However, this admittedly isn't fun to control. It is super fun to fly around a stage. It is not super fun to control Mario to hit something very specific and very small like a particular coin. Mario can also gain a ton of momentum in the air, which has a tendency to swing the camera around like crazy too. However, I don't think this is a big deal. I mean, the camera I'll go back to, but the power-ups don't need to be super awesome thanks to Mario's movement capabilities. Mario can do a lot of things in this game, and this game adds everyone's favorite move, the long jump. It is a longer jump that can boost speed. You can also walk from a wall, immediately move backwards towards the wall, and jump really high. This is an awesome move too. Oh, I love the movements in this game. Now if the bloody camera could keep up. Yeah, here we go. The camera was ahead of its time back in the day, but man, it has aged. Look, there were times, even as a kid, that I felt it would be easier to beat some of these challenges in real life, not having to deal with the damn camera. The way they pulled it off is a free-roaming camera that was basically stuck to a moving object, in this case, Lakitu. However, what happens is that a lot of things actually hit Lakitu. Since the camera is physically attached to an actual object, when there's another object or fencing around, Lakitu will hit these objects. Lakitu isn't also as fast as Mario. Again, normally not super issue, but when Mario is flying, Lakitu often can't keep up, especially while Mario is trying to get small, tiny objects in the air. And yeah, I know, I'm complaining about getting small objects in the air when only about 3 or 4 stars have this kind of challenge. And only 2 or 3 of them have bottomless pit, so if you mess up, you die. Honestly, the levels in this game aren't that difficult, and realistically, there's little issue to any of the levels in general. There are a few stars that can be very difficult to get, but the main ones aren't super hard. There isn't too much in the main levels that are super difficult to get to. Don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean there aren't challenges, and there are a few regular stars I dislike. One of which is flying for small coins in Bob-omb Battlefield. Yeah, sure, there's not a, bottomless pit, so it's not that terribly difficult, but it can still be kind of annoying. I'll also throw up the cannon challenge in Tall Mountain, and Rambo Road entirely, and finding secrets, which are just invisible spots all over the map. But overall, you don't need to collect every star. Realistically, the ones you don't like, you can skip. They only need slightly over half the stars in the game, I think. This means you can collect stars at ease, skipping most of the ones you don't like. In fact, you can get enough stars to get the final Bowser fight before ever seeing Bowser a second time. Speaking of Bowser, he has 3 stages all on his own. These are fun challenges for sure, leading up to a fight with Bowser. However, the fight with Bowser isn't super thrilling. All 3 fights are similar, but thankfully different enough to stand out enough. The rest of the boss fights are hugely disappointing though. Chain Chomp is unique enough, but King Bob-omb? He's really super simple. No, I get it. Nintendo's first dive into 3D, they wanted players to know how to play grab ass with some of the boss fights. Still, way too simple. The Wiggler fight is just as bad, jumping on the bad guy. For how big he is, he's super weak Wiggler since jumping on him didn't bother them in Super Mario World. Overall, while the levels are pretty good, though regardless of the boss fights, swimming, jumping, exploring a brand new dimension, it's all relatively nice. So, if there are 70 stars that you need to get to actually beat the game, what about the other 50 stars? Overall, there's 120 stars in the game, and some of them are secret. There are ones hidden around the castle, and there's a bunch of 100 coin challenges. The ones hidden in the castle are either a hidden area or a red coin mission, most likely both. However, some of these are incredibly difficult to get. 2 of them are flying missions with coins! Hooray! This is difficult due to the controls, which makes them a pain. And there's bottomless pits in this one, so one mistake can lead to certain death. The ones in the Bowser levels are grating due to the red coins being off the normal beaten path, too. Meanwhile, the 100 coin challenges can be just as frustrating. You go to a course, collect 100 coins, and bam! A star. However, there are good things and bad things. Red coins are worth 2 regular coins. Blue coins are worth 5 coins, and yes, they're returning from Super Mario Bros. 3 with switches. However, sometimes you will almost always need to get these coins just to get up to 100 coins. And the star spawns right above Mario, so that can cause issues too. After getting all 120 coins, you end up opening up a cannon in the courtyard of the castle, the area that you start the game with. Using it, you can get onto the roof of the castle and meet up with Yoshi, who gives you 100 extra lives. This is fun. It's a cute little gift, but really, you've mostly explored the entire game at this point. It's not really all that useful. This can be useful to study game for speed runs, I suppose. This works and can be fun. It doesn't really do anything. At least it's better than the reward from Super Mario 64 DS. Naturally, bringing up the DS version, let's go over some of the differences here. This game has a lot of them, but I don't feel like doing a second video on this since I've already done that. First thing, the story is slightly altered. Mario, Luigi, and Wario of all people are invited to the castle, but they're all captured as well. Eventually, Yoshi comes in and saves the day, freeing the other characters and making them playable. Hooray! Yoshi can eat enemies, lay eggs, and shoot fire. None of this is particularly useful in Mario 64, but it's fun. Meanwhile, Mario can fly and inflate now? Yay? I know Mario inflates in Super Mario World, but that power-up is weird in that game and is just as weird here. It's only used for a certain amount of stars, however. Luigi can jump way better and break the game in half. As soon as you have Luigi, this game gets a lot easier. Luigi can also turn invisible. Wario is big and brawny, which doesn't do too much for the game. But he also turns metal and breaks these new black bricks. Wario is easily the most situational character. Anyway, with new abilities, naturally there are more stars in each level too. The game replaces a lot of the easier stars, or finding secret stars, with silver star challenges. This is actually a good thing for me. There is also a bunch of more mini levels added, and a few new boss fights like King Goomba, King Boo, and a new version of the Ice Bully. Last but not least, there are more rewards. Each character can catch colored rabbits to unlock a bunch of minigames, celebrating the touchscreen. This is one of the first DS games, and they had a lot of minigames, which is fun for sure. These minigames are pretty decent overall, but some of them are kind of dumb. The worst part, however, is the minigames you get for 100% completion. Since Yoshi's playable, he isn't on the roof, right? So you get all 150 power stars, and yes, there are 30 more power stars, and... oh, a rabbit. It unlocks a slot game that is slightly faster than a previous slot game you already have. Huh, neat. Also, the game controls like shit compared to the original. Using a touchscreen or a D-pad isn't as good as a joystick, and the 3DS helps, but isn't great. The best version is what you can get on the Wii U, but it still feels kind of off. Overall, though, I feel the DS version is easier than the original despite the awkward controls, and more stars. This version is great for beginners to the 3D collectathon platforming genre, which is awesome. Overall, Super Mario 64, while classic, hasn't aged as well as some other 3D platformers. However, the game is still good for being one of the first 3D open-world platformers. Yes, Super Mario 64 gets a 7 out of 10 for me. As for the DS version, it is also good, sitting at a 7 as well, but for different reasons. The original excels at gameplay and great level design with super charming music and graphics, for the time anyway, while suffering from writing and side content. The DS also suffers from the writing in the exact same way, while also adding to the side content, then immediately taking a hit in the gameplay department. I can see why fans of the original would hate the DS version though. The original's gameplay is so dang good. People 100% this game very often despite the flaws. Hell, there are some levels that I absolutely hate, and it would still blow past them for a 100% run just because controlling Mario is so damn good in the original. There's also even less reason to 100% the DS version, since the final minigame is one of the worst, which is kind of dumb. Oh well, I still say start with the DS version if you're a beginner to 3D platforms in general. However, the DS version is only playable on 3 different consoles, while the original is more readily available. Either way, while somewhat aged, Mario still brings a good time here in this game, and I do recommend trying it out if you have the chance. Either way, after this revisit, as well as a revisited Doki Doki Literature Club, I'll head into games that I have yet to review again. Maybe Mario's blue speedy rival? We'll see. Go ahead and like, comment, subscribe. If you enjoyed the review, hit the bell for more updates, and subscribe because rumor has it that that button actually does something. Until next time, my minions, take care. Doki Doki Literature Club is a very interesting experiment. Originally, it came out free, and while not a game, I did talk about it. I've been considering going over and re-reviewing some of my old games from my first season for a while now, if I'm honest. Why does Doki Doki get this special treatment? Well, first off, this isn't the only game I'm going to be reviewing and getting this special treatment. I decided to hit up Super Mario 64 as well before this video, but why rematch with Doki Doki? Well, mostly because there's a newer version of the game out fall 2021. Doki Doki Literature Club Plus is what it's called. So the question is, do I really want to play this updated version with more content in it? Oh, of course I do. I can't get enough of this crap. Look, when I first watched the game being played way back when, I had to play it for myself and talk about it. And then depression hit me pretty hard. Yep, playing this game triggered my depression like nothing else. My mental state hasn't been that low since middle school. So before I spoil the game rotten, I can say that if you have anxiety or depression,
I don't recommend this game. Not because it's bad, but because it could be harmful mentally. That being said, another reason to look into a re-review is because the game is now being sold for money. Plus does offer extra content, but after all these years, I think this approach works. See, when I was doing reviews my first few seasons, I wasn't reviewing games like I do now. Some of the games deserve a new video, I think, and this has happened to be one of them. Some I'll be combining into 2 previous videos, some into one. For now, Doki Doki I'll be hitting the main game and then going over the differences from the original as I go along. So it's time to take on the foe from almost 4 years ago. Let's take on Monika! Time for a rematch! So the original game of Doki Doki Literature Club starts out like a regular dating sim style interactive novel. You can begin hanging out with Natsuki, Yuri, or Sayuri. See, Sayuri is your best friend. She's an adorable goofball who has clumsy tendencies. She also joined the literature club for some reason and wants you to check it out. There you meet Yuri and Natsuki as well as Monika, though your character seems to know her as well. Anyway, your character likes cute girls. The club turns into a poetry reading slam and your character writes poetry to impress 3 out of 4 girls who all have their own unique personalities. Yuri's intense and kind of creepy but good-natured, and Natsuki is a tsundere, smaller girl. With Sayuri hitting the best friend trope, these girls don't seem too unique. Anyway, after reading some poetry and either befriending or pissing off the girls, eventually Sayuri, the happy-go-lucky girl, starts to spiral. See, Sayuri has pretty bad depression, covering it up with her best friend, with her clumsy, happy-like personality. More and more, her poetry reflects how bad things are getting. Regardless, you and the club work on setting up an event for the club during a special school festival, and you end up working on something with either Natsuki or Yuri. Sayuri gets jealous, and no matter what happens, you find a terrifying poem and find Sayuri's hanging body after a suicide. Now, suicide isn't something to be taken lightly, and as much as the game suddenly doesn't really know what to do about one of the girls suddenly being dead. Yeah, the game starts crashing and all the save data is deleted. In restarting the game, Sayuri is gone completely, leaving a garbled mess of picture in her place. Clearly the game demonstrates something is going on here, and that the game didn't intend for this to happen. Now you can repeat the days again, but only with Monika, Natsuki, and Yuri. You can try and either date Yuri or Natsuki, but eventually Yuri's obsessive traits take over, making her super aggressive and bringing out her negative traits. See, all the girls have negative traits, like Sayuri's depression. Natsuki is abused by her father, giving away to her aggressive nature and smaller stature with malnutrition. Yuri, on the other hand, has obsessive and compulsive issues, becoming obsessed with certain feelings quickly and explaining her jump into horror and her cutting. Yuri cuts herself possibly due to anxiety or some type of sexual thrill. It was never really made clear. All of this is getting worse and worse until Yuri confesses to you. No matter what you pick, Yuri ends up stabbing herself and killing herself due to her obsession with bleeding, I suppose. The game breaks again, leaving you in the classroom with her for quite a while. After speeding through several days of broken code and conversation, Natsuki comes in and breaks you out of the loop, but out of shock, vomits at the dead body and runs off. Monika enters next, deleting the body as well as Natsuki, revealing that she can manipulate code of the game. She actually did this to her friends, making their bad traits worse until death eventually happened. She eventually takes over the game, revealing that she isn't in love with your player character, rather you on the outside of the game itself. After completely shattering the fourth wall and trying to take you for herself, you eventually find the coding of the game and delete her like she did her friends. She restores the game, but then Sayuri kind of takes over, breaking the fourth wall. Oops. The game is deleted and the credits roll. So obviously the main draw of these games is either the writing or adult content. Since this isn't an adult game rather than a horror game, it's writing all over the damn place. I think the characters are familiar but unique enough to set themselves apart, and the horror elements aren't scary, but are very uncomfortable situations. Overall, the writing is brilliant. The concept is good and the characters work well with this type of game. You end up rooting for these characters, which leads to kind of a miserable time altogether. However, when I say miserable, that is kind of the point of the game. This game is supposed to be unsettling and uncomfortable as it is a horror game. Basically, it's that old adage of not all horror has to be scary after all. Part of what makes this is the visuals. Things like seeing Sayuri hanging herself or Yuri's dead body slowly decompose over the in-game weekend is absolutely dreadful. Meanwhile, most of the other visuals leading up to these events are glitched, cute, or very unsettling. Even the music reflects this by distorting the main tune in very different ways. Honestly, this all looks and sounds fantastic. Having the right amount of cutesy charm, mood whiplash, really gets you questioning things all the time in this game. Although calling this a video game is a bit of overhyping. This isn't a video game in the traditional sense. No matter what you do, you get roughly the same ending with some possible slightly different results. You barely interact with the game in question as well. More or less, the game is actually a visual novel with little interaction from the player. Oh, it does happen from time to time though, it's just limited. You write poems. And by write poems, I mean you click on words that you think one of the dokis might like. You also pick a few options here and there in the classroom. Yep, that's it. It's more or less trying to court one of the girls, playing into the dating sim part of the game pretends to be. Overall, nothing here outside of a secret or two. As such, there really aren't levels in the same sense as a regular video game either. The first part of the game has more to do with the poetry though. Yeah, you play the game like a dating sim, so which doki you hang out with in court depending on your word picks, and choices on certain events. For example, Natsuki and Yuri argue in class. Who do you pick to side with changes how Yuri, Natsuki, or even Sayuri looks at you later on. Later on, if you pick to help one of the girls, basically Natsuki or Yuri, setting up for the school festival, you can get closer to one of these girls. However, overall, this leads to Sayuri's downfall regardless. But it's not like you can pick Sayuri anyway. The second portion of the game is more or less you trying to do the same thing for Yuri or Natsuki, but Yuri eventually takes control regardless of the situation. This second part is just for you to experience how the game is going through the coding nightmare with Monika's tampering. Your choices affect even less this time around. Last and the most interactive is the third phase when Monika takes over the entire game. You can either listen to Monika talk forever, or go into the game's files and delete her to get the ending. Now, this is where things get a little interesting. See, originally this was a PC-only game, and you had to actually go into the real game files to accomplish this. To simulate this on console, whenever you click to exit the game option, you are basically sent to a mock desktop playable within the game. Yep, Doki Doki Literature Club Plus has a mock desktop instead. Here you can play the main game, go into the files, access emails for more lore, I guess, and hit up the side stories. Overall though, there is very little interaction on the overall game, but when you look into the desktop to unlock secrets and artwork, things get a little more interesting. The original Doki Doki Literature Club had a few hidden secrets around here. The main one was an alternate ending. None of the alternate endings are happy, just to let you know. If you save and go back and forth in the first section of the game trying to spend as much time with all four girls, Sayuri will thank you instead of going nuts at the end of the game and taking over. Monika still deletes the game, so it's more bittersweet over the original depressing ending. This also showcases all the old artwork the main artist Satchel made. Yes, I know their name. I follow them on Twitter. Their art section is awesome, so I'm definitely plugging them while I have a chance. Anyway, in Doki Doki Literature Club Plus, you actually unlock a gallery with all this artwork on display. So getting the best ending also allows you to look at the pictures whenever you want. Neat. You also unlock a place to view all the poetry from the different characters. Different poems unlock depending on who you write poetry for and choices you make. Awesome. In Plus, if you do certain tasks, you also unlock different artwork and concept art, which is fun and nice to see how far the game came. These tasks range from tasks like using the word horror in a poem, not using the skip option while hanging out with Yuri's dead body, to playing the game multiple times. If you unlock all the poems from the character, you also unlock a special poem from them in Plus. To do this, you have to go through the side stories though. The side stories are literally a bunch of feel-good stories from the side world where Monika didn't go crazy, and recounting how all the girls became friends. A nice palate cleanser from the main game for sure. The writing in these side stories works well, and the character's growth for all four characters. Sayuri is more open about her depression and dealing with it better. Monika has control issues. Yuri has social anxiety and some OCD tendencies. And Natsuki has shit friends. Honestly, these actually made me like Natsuki and Yuri more. Characters I wasn't the biggest fan of originally. Sayuri's still best girl for me overall, though. With all the possible secrets and unlocks in the new Plus version of the game, it makes me want to actually play more, bringing more interactivity for the player. Look, if I'm going to be honest, it is very difficult to give this game a score based on the fact that it's a visual novel game and they typically are more like choose-your-own-adventure books over other video games. Even then, though, there's little in the way of different endings. Still, as visual novels go, I think the concept and charm of this game gives this game more meaning. If I had to give the game a score, I'd probably go with an 8 out of 10. The game, for what it sets out to do, is great in my opinion. Do I think the Plus version is worth $15 more than the original? Not specifically, but I don't think $15 is a bad price for the overall entire package. I always felt that the original being free was an absolute steal anyway, so $15 is actually pretty fine for me. Hell, I'd pay $30 for the physical copy of the game because it came with extra goodies. Yep, I'm a nerd. Overall, I think Doki Doki Literature Club Plus is great. The writing, charm, secrets are fantastic. The only real issue is the limited interactivity and the levels limiting this more. However, these kinds of things are to be expected from a visual novel type game, so I'm cutting it slack for it. Still, the experience was fun to revisit. Worst case scenario, if you have a PC, you can still get the original for free. Missing the secret unlocks, the gallery, and all the improved visuals, but it is there. But this is all the time I have to gush about Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. And all the time I have for my rematch with Monika. If you liked the video, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell for live notifications, and click my profile for other reviews. Until next time, my minions, take care.
Sonic 2.
Made in America, of all things. Yeah, Sega of America had a lot of say in how things happened in the US for quite a while. This is why we know the bad guy is Dr. Robotnik and why Tails is more known as Tails instead of Miles Prower, a lame joke. Still, eventually Tails' name did become that. Yeah, Tails' real name is Miles Prower, and he's obsessed with mint candy. Meanwhile, like Tails, Dr. Eggman would have his real name become Ivo Robotnik, and Eggman as his nickname. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. I played Sonic 2 many times, similar to Sonic 1, but I don't have as many memories of this one. Yeah, I remember parts of the game, but I don't have a clear place where I kept giving up for the longest time, unlike the last game with Labyrinth Zone. Then again, I find the game to be more challenging than the first one. That would only be the final area, though. Here I am jumping ahead again, aren't I? Look, let's just say through the years I played this game plenty. Now let me rant for a bit. I've not only played this game, but a version with Knuckles as a playable character. Why isn't this included here? I'm playing the Steam version of this game for the record. The option to play as Knuckles should be pretty standard by now. It's not. See, back in the day, you could connect Sonic and Knuckles to other games. The point was to play the complete version of Sonic 3 called Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Yay! However, you could also connect this game to the original Sonic 2 and play as Knuckles in Sonic 2. Pretty self-explanatory now that I think about it. It wasn't the biggest deal ever since the game isn't really designed with him in mind, but still, it was there and it should be in most versions of the game. Sorry for ranting, but this is just dumb. I know the game was originally rushed, but do the ROMs have to be rushed to meet market too? No. Turns out they don't. Ugh. Sorry for ranting. I'd say let's get into it, shall we? Let's do it. Let's take on the Death Egg Robo! So, the story is basically the same as the first game. Oops. Dr. Eggman wants the Chaos Emeralds, now there's 7 of them, and he's kidnapping poor woodland critters for it. The main difference here is that Eggman has created his ultimate weapon, the Death Egg, a giant space station that would have someone looking for an exhaust port. Yeah, this time he needs all the Chaos Emeralds, not just 6, to power the massive Star Wars parody. Sonic cannot let that happen, naturally. The other new piece of writing would naturally be Miles per Hour, a joke on miles per hour if you couldn't catch that. That ended up being nicknamed and mostly known by the mint candy-obsessed Tails. Yeah, that's about how deep this writing is. It's more or less a more involved version of the first game. However, Sonic really hasn't met its writing style fully yet. I'm more willing to cut it some slack because of this, as the next few games flush more story elements out, so there's that. Luckily, the game is charming as all hell. Some of the sprites are reused from the original Sonic game, but for the most part, most of the enemies look pretty different. It's mostly Sonic and a few things like springs that look the same. Tails is new, and all the Eggman boss fights use different sprites, which is cool. The final boss fight looks great too, with a prototype of Metal Sonic of sorts, and the Death Egg Robo being a large Eggman mech. It's totally cool. The stages mostly share themes from the previous game, but better. The casino and water ruin levels look way better here, and sometimes these themes are more fleshed out too. There are a few new ones, however, and that's because this game has more levels to boot. The Chemical Plant Zone and Oil Ocean Zone look incredible, and both are fairly iconic. Then the music. This is easily one of my favorite Sonic OSTs out there. Right up there with Sonic CD's Japanese OST. My favorite track is the Chemical Plant Zone. I don't know why, but personally, I love it. This game just simply looks and sounds amazing, with a few assets reused despite the time crunch needed to finish this game in a year. Not bad, Sega. Not bad. So naturally, with all this news, something had to take a bit of a hit. Not to say that the gameplay is bad, but it's mostly unchanged. Maybe a bit of polish here and there, nothing too big. Got one new move though. Welcome the Spin Dash, one of Sonic's most iconic moves in the history of, well, Sonic games. You duck and press the jump button, revving Sonic up like a drag racer. This blasts Sonic off as soon as it's released. If you need a quick burst of speed, this is an awesome move to have in a pinch, and you can run through most foes as well. The only other thing is dash pads. You touch it and you fly forward. That's about it. Oh, Tails is also playable, but when you're playing as him alone, he's basically just Sonic. Oh yeah, he does fly, but only when playing with Sonic and Tails. When that happens, Tails is immortal and will fly off if you kill him in a bottomless pit, or if Sonic just goes too fast. However, you only control Sonic. You can get a second player to control Tails, but the camera follows Sonic, which is why Tails can be left in the dust or get lost. All in all, no sense in fixing what isn't broken, I suppose. The moves added to Sonic work really well with what's already established, and Tails brings the little brother co-op to the table. Not too bad. So, level design was my biggest gripe in the original Sonic game. Does this game fix that issue? Oh well, of course it does. Look, the biggest drawback to the first game is lack of speed-based platforming. Momentum is the best thing about Sonic, so having half the levels draw that out, yeah, obviously the other half doesn't, and that's the problem. But that problem isn't actually present here. Most, if not all, the levels have more momentum-based platforming, drawing out what Sonic is all about. Even with some of the themes reused, nothing is as slow as Marble Zone or Labyrinth Zone from the last game, which is awesome. The only real issue I have is the difficulty curve at Metropolis Zone. This zone alone is kind of cheap and brutal for young gamers. The enemies of the zone are infamous, hard to defeat, and have some notorious placements around the levels, making this area incredibly difficult. Outside of this level, the next couple of levels are challenging, but nothing like Metropolis Zone. The final boss is a bit tricky though too. I have no issues with challenging final fights, but the prototype Metal Sonic and the Death Egg Robo, fairly tough opponents, mostly because you have no rings. Honestly, this fight probably wouldn't be as tough if you could take a hit or two, so I don't even mind that difficulty either. It's literally just Metropolis Zone. But with everything else being so damn good, does it really matter? That being said, even in Metropolis Zone, if you can get 50 rings and you happen to have all these little trinkets called the Chaos Emeralds, you can breeze past nearly anything. I mean, good luck getting 50 rings in Metropolis Zone, right? Regardless, this game not only introduces us to 7 instead of 6 Chaos Emeralds, it also introduces us to Super Sonic for the first time. Super Sonic is nearly invincible, fast, and while he doesn't lose rings when getting hit by enemies, he does eat through them gradually in this form. This is an excellent reward for collecting the Chaos Emeralds, or learning the proper cheat code. The previous game barely gave you anything for the colorful little gems. The way to collect these is different too. Instead of having 50 rings at the end of the level, you need 50 rings at a checkpoint instead. This makes getting a chance to collect the Chaos Emeralds much easier. However, the new special stages, the half pipes, are pretty tough this time around. I ended up using a cheat code to get Supersonic this time around, so no shame. Props to anyone who doesn't need a cheat code though. Outside of that, there are plenty of hidden levels and rings and barriers in each level, normally having more in the upper pathways to reward players who are better for playing, and for rewarding general exploration. This makes exploration and replays very fun. Maybe you find a trove of rings to help collect another Chaos Emerald, or extra lives to help with the final battle. Awesome! And as a little excerpt here, while playing through this a couple of times, I actually kept ending up in different areas in Chemical Plant Zone. I didn't even know there were like multiple pathways in Chemical Plant Zone, at least not as many as I found, so it's actually really fun to explore, just saying. Overall, while not a perfect game, I would still say that Sonic 2 is a masterpiece. It is a much improved sequel in every way, with only a few lingering issues. One level and some repeat story elements, and that's about it. Yeah, that's the negative. The positives are huge, though. Gameplay is improved but unchanged from already near perfect example in the previous game. Almost all levels work with Sonic knowing exactly what people want are speed-based platforming, rather than the very generic platforming challenges that we had in the previous game. Story elements setting up how stories would be told in future Sonic games, for better or for worse. Music, the graphics rivaling the slightly more powerful SNES. This game is a straight 10 out of 10, with some smaller issues at worst. Again, a 10 out of 10 does not mean perfect. It simply meant that if you're going to like a 2D Sonic game, you'll probably know it with this game. Doesn't have to be your favorite game in the series, but this game is one, if not the peak of Sonic's 2D career without a doubt. Try the game out, who knows? If you're into speedrunning platformers, but somehow you've never played Sonic 2, give it a try. Also, if you played Sonic 1 and thought, it's okay, but never went past that, I implore you to do so. Just be really wary of Metropolis Zone. Just saying. Anyway, that's all the time I have for today. If you liked the review, feel free to thumb it up, or if you disagree with my score, commenting helps too. Just saying. Subscribe and bell for more content. Remember, the next time I touch Sonic should be somewhat soon with a review of Sonic 2, the 8-bit version. Until next time, my minions,
So, Kirby's
take
Dream
care.
Land 2, 3, and 64 all runs a sort of trilogy. I know it's been over a year since I last talked about Dreamland 2, but it has come back for this review. Only a little bit, though. Still, at least I knew about this game beforehand. I saw advertisements for it here and there, and I definitely wanted it, but I ended up way too busy with Donkey Kong Country 3 and the N64. Sadly, by the time Dreamland 3 did come out, I was already done with my SNES, traded, very tragically, for the newest Nintendo console by the time this game came out. Oops! All things considered, though, I eventually got to play this with the fantastic Kirby's Dream Collection in the Nintendo Wii. First impressions? It was okay. Like, if you took Dreamland 2, fixed some of the problems, and made some different issues, you know, that kind of okay. That being said, I did initially enjoy it more than Dreamland 2. If you recall, I disliked Dreamland 2. I thought at the end of the day the game is okay and has merit, but at the end of the day I still don't recommend it very highly. More like I'd tell people about it, maybe not fully recommend they avoid it. The game works in some places and does better in others, but it is unfortunately held back by a lot of issues. Now, Dreamland 3 is a lot like Dreamland 2, but slightly better from what I can recall. I don't seem to carry too many memories outside of some of the gameplay features. I guess it's time to dive back in and see what I forgot. Let's do it. Let's take on Zero! So the story begins and suddenly Dark Matter attacks again. This time, not content with some silly rainbow islands, Dark Matter takes over all of Popstar, corrupting the planet. Now it is up to Kirby and his animal buddies, both new and old, to defeat Dark Matter. He has possessed King Dedede again and plans on ruling Dreamland. Now, this story is pretty standard, which is possibly better than what happened in Kirby's Dreamland 2. At the same time, it's exactly the same as Dreamland 2. Not that repeating stories is uncommon in platformers, but it's uncommon in Kirby games, especially since this is the first time that happens in the previous 4 games. I mean, it still works, Dark Matter has certainly upped his game, but this doesn't stop this from being a retread of Dreamland 2, even down to the animal buddies and possessing King Dedede. However, there are plenty of differences with the game as well. First thing, the art style. I get that the Game Boy game is going to use most of the same assets from the original Dreamland. However, when it comes to getting put on a console, and late in the console's lifespan, this game looks fantastic. And, well, you can see the footage. This game looks like crayon drawing, and it is amazing. Like, honestly, it's really impressive all things considered, especially considering the lack of a special chip. Yeah, this crayon drawing thing was kind of done with Yoshi's Island, but they needed a Super FX chip back then for this. For here? Nope. Yeah, the colors are slightly more faded. Still looks great though, and the music is chipper as can be. Although I'm not gonna lie, I may be biased for my Kirby 64 experience. Yeah, a lot of these tunes were reused in the next game in the series, which to be fair isn't this game's fault, I played them out of order. Still, I think the OST works in some regards. Nothing I'd listen to outside of the game except for some remixes of tunes from other Kirby games. Yeah, some of this OST is borrowed as well. Either way, the music works and the graphics are amazing. This game looks and sounds pretty dang good, all things considered. So when it comes to the copy abilities, Kirby basically has the same exact copy abilities as he had in Dreamland 2. There's one new one, and despite how dumb it sounds, it's one of my favorite abilities. I honestly wish it would come back. Yes, the new ability is Broom. Kirby just sweeps away his enemies. This is the only new ability he gets from the jump from Dreamland 2 to Dreamland 3. All the other copy abilities are here though, and the animal buddies returning from Dreamland 2 have added several more buddies to their roster. Rick, returning from Dreamland 2, is pointless outside of that one time he wall jumps, but some levels are outright impossible with Rick. He's slow, pointless, and I don't even like his copy abilities if I'm going to be honest. Ku isn't nearly as fast or as powerful with his copy abilities, but even tuned down, Ku is still a very useful animal buddy, even in places he is at a disadvantage. Kine is much better, however. Land speed and abilities aren't such a sour note, making him less situational, and his abilities mostly make him like a gun, giving him range. Starting with the new guys, Nago is a cat that is just a better version of Rick. He has a nice double jump, faster, and his copy abilities are no slouch despite some of them being close range. Choo Choo is a slimy octopus who has a nice jumping ability and can climb on ceilings, which isn't as nice as flying, but she can do that with a broom anyway, so there you go. Lastly, Pitch can fly, is fast, and while his copying abilities are hard to control and somewhat situational, they are mostly the long-range variety. While his abilities aren't the best, he's faster and he can fly, just not as well as Ku. Combining abilities with animal buddies is part of the fun, and this is just entertaining and rewarding here. Unless you need Rick, sadly. Regardless of which animal buddy you have, though, this level design is the basic of basic. Seriously, this is some of the more forgettable levels in the entire series up to this point. I just played the game and I still can't remember most of these levels. Some are more memorable, of course, but even then, they're not anything special. The boss fights are a bit more up to snuff, however. Wispy Woods is so corrupt, he begins walking and shooting poison. There's this cool killer whale fight, a painter, which is the funnest fight in the game, in my opinion, and even the possessed King Dedede, who floats and opens his stomach like Pac-Man after his first phase. These boss encounters are great, even if some of the levels are really boring. Not bad exactly, just dull most of the time. However, luckily for the players, there is a side quest in every level. These side quests aren't as fun as they sound though, trust me. Each level has you doing specific quests in all the levels. The first level has you helping plants of some type while trying to not squash them. And then there's a level where you play a minigame. In every single world, that one specific level has you playing a minigame halfway through. And then there's one level where you find things in each world. This means you have to play every level in a specific way to get everything. This literally replaces the traditional puzzles of the game. If you want any depth from these levels, you have to go after the side quests in an effort to get the Heart Star from the character you're helping. Once again, some of these are really fun, and there's other Nintendo references like slaying Metroids for Samus or putting together Rob, as well as some Japanese exclusive characters. Still, this gets tedious very early on, and some of the levels, while not nearly as taxing as the Rainbow Shards, thank goodness, these puzzles can still be a lot of guesswork without some type of guide. Regardless, this is the only way you're going to fight the true final boss, Dark Matter. Yeah, after you defeat King Dedede, if you have all the heart stars, you purified the land enough to fight the final boss. After Kirby defeats Dark Matter, the real final boss appears. The creator of Dark Matter named Zero shows up, hence the boost in power Dark Matter had. This boss fight is terrifying for something as cute as Kirby, as the boss literally bleeds at you in a very gruesome manner. After you defeat the monster, you get the true ending. I will say that this boss fight is pretty dang good overall, though. Overall, Kirby's Dream Land 3 is a good game. The main issues is the level design is very forgettable, the story is easily forgettable, and the heart stars are tedious to collect. Nothing exactly bad in this game, but the lower parts of this game can be seen as very boring, and sometimes that's far worse. Still, what the game does well is pretty good. That's a 7 out of 10 if you're wondering. However, and this is the biggest issue, this is the Super NES. There's already another Kirby game on the Super Nintendo, released a year before this one, and is considered much better overall. Heck, I rated it better overall. This game isn't talked about much in the grand scheme of Kirby games, and this is most likely why. It's overshadowed by the Kirby game from the year before, Kirby Superstar if you're wondering. It's bound to happen. Superstar was directed by Kirby's creator, Sakurai, aka Mr. Smash Brothers himself. Still, this game isn't terrible by any means and could be worth a look. It isn't mind-blowing, no, I'm aware, but if you have the means, I'd try it out. It's still on the Switch Online service after all. But that's all the time I have for now. If you like the video, comment, like, subscribe, all that stuff. And until next time, my minions, take care. So, Super Mario Land series, it escaped me as a child, due to my parents not wanting me to have a Game Boy. I do have super early memories of Super Mario Land 2, though. Yeah, I thought it was a fever dream for a long while. Mario fighting a witch? Getting eaten by a turtle? In space? Fighting the 3 little pigs? Yeah, those pigs gave me shit as a kid, too, if I'm honest. Although I sucked at games early age, so what can you say? Never played the first one until much later. Actually, the first time playing it was due to my original review of the game. It's only afterwards that I realized that this game is as old as I am. Come to find out, the Game Boy came out in 1989, and that would be the year I was born, too. Nice. This would mean I also premiered the same year as Princess Daisy. I'm not the biggest fan of Daisy, if I'm going to be honest, but I haven't played many of the sports titles either, so maybe I'm missing something. Perhaps one day. Then there's the second game first introducing Wario. I think Wario and Daisy are far more popular than their respective debut games, if I'm going to be honest. But I'm ready to revisit these two games, so let's begin. I know the title is Takes on Wario, but I'm starting with Mario Land first, so let's do it. Let's take on Tatanga! So, Mario is here with a new princess and a new villain. Care to guess the plot? Princess Daisy is kidnapped by Tatanga, and Mario must go save. See, if you swap out the names with Peach and Bowser, it's exact same damn plot we've had for a long time now. I am forgiving of platformers for repetitive story beats. However, this is literally the same story, making Daisy no different than Princess Peach, and Tatanga, well, he has an alien ship, but plot-wise he's literally just Bowser. Why change up the main characters only for them to play such a similar roles? Well, I think I know the answer. To my knowledge, the ones who developed Metroid were put in charge of the first Game Boy Mario game here on the Game Boy. They didn't really want to work on Mario and would have preferred their own characters. Most likely, that's why they created these own characters. And they probably had a more original plot in mind, but the heads of Nintendo probably wanted something more traditional. Still, there is plenty that's not traditional in this game. Daisy may be a color swap of Princess Peach, but Tatanga has a new design entirely, and the setting is absolutely new. Yeah, the first world here, it's based on Egypt with pyramids and enemies that reflect this.
I mean, some are regular Koopas and Goombas, but there are unique enemies in this game too. For example, later on when you visit Easter Island-inspired level with the famous heads as enemies. I mean, seriously. The last area in the game has a Chinese version of a vampire bouncing around, which is a traditional thing. They bounce, they jump. Look it up. Despite Mario's sprite probably being the lowest quality it has ever been, and Daisy being right behind, I do actually like the way the rest of the game looks, as well as the aesthetics. However, when it comes to the sound quality of the Game Boy, yeah, shockingly, this OST doesn't have any type of problem, I guess. This soundtrack is actually kind of bumping for the system. In fact, this is my favorite OST out of all the Game Boy games I've played. In particular, the Cave theme, a tune I fell in love with due to Super Smash Bros. Brawl remix. I still love the original. I thought it was going to be crap. Turns out it's not crap. It's actually really good. The 1-1 music is bouncy and fun, using the Game Boy limitations to make a pretty decent beat. And 2-1's theme is nice and lighthearted. The only track I actively don't like is the bonus stage music. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but other than that, this OST is amazing for the Game Boy. Alas, while they have the soundtrack done up pretty well, the gameplay is another story. Mario feels heavy in this game. Maybe too much pasta. Man, I can relate. I love pasta. Regardless, Mario drops like a sack of potatoes compared to any other 2D entry into Mario's games. This makes jumping on platforms and enemies kind of awkward. You can get used to it, but it's a bit rough. How about power-ups? Well, you can get a version of the Fire Flower that instead of fire gives you a big-ass super ball. Yay. This ball bounces off of everything and can help collect coins, and will take out enemies if you can hit anything with it. This ball comes out fast. I have a tendency to miss many of my targets completely. It's hard to aim and get used to since it's so damn fast, and my shots do shoot over my enemies unless I'm really close, putting me in danger. To even get this power-up, you need a mushroom to get bigger, but I find jumping on enemies is just easier to work with at times. All this works, though? Yeah, at the end of the day, it isn't broken. It works, but it's awkward as hell. This isn't comfortable to control, just manageable. Luckily, you won't need to worry about this awkwardness too much. This level design is the definition of deja vu. There are so many times I swear I just passed a certain point, only to see the same damn setup. The levels don't one-to-one repeat, but man is it close sometimes. Outside of this issue, there's nothing wrong with the level design. There's nothing terrible, and there's nothing super taxing either. There are some fun set pieces to play on, like these rocks in the third area, and you get to play a submarine and fight the boss in like a shooter level. It's weird for a Mario game. This happens again in the final level too, where you fight two bosses, including the final boss Tatanga in his spaceship, while you're in an airplane. Pretty interesting take on the final boss. The other bosses have different tactics as well. Don't let the idea that they're just, jump behind the boss and hit the switch variety fool you. They actually fight a lot differently than Bowser, and differently from each other. None of this is overly complicated, however. Some enemies jump, some are faster, that kind of thing. Still, for a simple Mario experience, these changes work rather well. Speaking of small changes, there is a harder mode if you beat the game, and beat it a few more times and you can lock in level select, and a hard mode level select. Don't turn off the Game Boy though. Outside of that, there are pipes that lead to secret treasures and extra lives. That's about it. Hey, it may not be much, but I didn't expect much either. Simple as the name of the game. Super Mario Land is good. The music and level themes are great, the secrets are good as the original Mario Brothers, and the level design is bland but original in the best spots. The writing is literally the same story for Mario, and the gameplay is super awkward. Workable for sure, but awkward to get a hold of properly. 7 out of 10. Alright, so that's one down, let's get on to the next one. Let's do it. Let's take on Wario! So this game starts by making Mario Land more interesting. Turns out Tatanga was hired by some ass named Wario to distract Mario. While Mario was saving Princess Daisy, Wario flipped the M on Mario's home, a big-ass castle, and turning it into a W, which makes it evil, I suppose. Something about Japanese culture. Wario then hides the coin-like keys to the castle with the minions he hired alongside Tatanga. First off, Mario's rich. Second off, Wario has minions. Interesting. This makes even the first game more interesting, and the first time Mario isn't trying to save a princess. All in the name of straying further away from Mario himself. Keep in mind, the next game in the series stars Wario. Mario Land 3 is a Wario Land pilot of sorts, so yeah, that's probably why this game is so weird. Maybe Mario's just in a different world entirely, or a new timeline here. Either way, due to the weird nature of the game, there are a lot of unique enemies and characters. This isn't that they're super original or interesting in design, they just really aren't Mario. But that's what makes this so charming overall. The music is fantastic, Star Maze is just a great track, and the overworld theme is pretty dang great too. Mario Land 1 aces this as my favorite Game Boy OST, but this is pretty close up there. This and Pokemon are hard to place, but they're pretty high. Yes, this soundtrack reuses a main beat, but overall the tunes are different enough to be familiar but stand on their own. Besides, some of the beats like Wario's Castle are completely original. I will give credit, with more levels there are certainly more tracks in this OST. A lot of unique level themes too. I mean, Mario Zone? It's a big-ass Mario toy. You also get eaten by a turtle and end up in a submarine. There's a big-ass pumpkin area, a giant house, a tree, space. You go to the moon before Mario Odyssey's a thing. I mean, how cool is that? The aesthetics here are wild. So when it comes to the gameplay this time around, Mario isn't a rock. Yep, he's actually pretty floaty. I don't mind this, however, as Mario is a lot bigger. Yeah, I didn't mention this before, but Mario's sprite has been upgraded and looks more like Mario Bros. 3. But this makes him way bigger, taking up more screen to compensate. As such, Mario gets more airtime in an effort to help not make the levels demand much here. Mario's fireballs also work like normal. They even give him a feather on his head too, that way you can kind of tell when it's Fire Mario. That's nice. This allows you to just be able to look and see that it's Fire Mario. Lastly, Mario gets bunny ears as a power-up as well. Something new? Well, no. They are more or less something that allows Mario to float slower when falling. It's like the Tanuki suit, but without all the other cool powers. They help in this game as long as you can click the button fast enough to keep Mario in the air. Don't worry if that sounds completely taxing though. The bunny ears are completely optional outside of some secrets, so if you can't press the button fast enough to get Mario to glide, don't worry. These levels may be weird, but they aren't too stressful. You will sometimes swim in sap in the air and bounce while you're in a whale's insides, but there's nothing super dangerous. They have ants. Pigs that shoot like cannons? No? Well, I tried. Even the bosses aren't much of a threat. They're all the dodge a simple attack and jump on them 3 times kind. It was purposely made this way because you can pick the levels in any order in the big-ass overworld. But to be fair, all the bosses do attack slightly differently. Then, suddenly the game hates you. Once you find all the 6 golden coins, you open up the final level and, beware, you're going to run into one of the biggest difficulty spikes in gaming history. Wario's Castle is hard. Okay, it isn't super bad, but there are even beginner traps here. What the hell? No checkpoints either. Lovely. You have to beat the level and 3 phases for a boss fight all in one shot. Wario isn't too bad, but this is still very rough and demanding. And the level itself can be brutal if you aren't aware of the sudden challenge. Damn. Also, I missed them all here because I knew where they were, but there's floor traps. Yeah, you can press a floor button and suddenly you can't get through without taking a hit. Nice. Nice. Very nice. Luckily, there's plenty of things to do away from Wario's Castle. Almost every zone has a secret level or 2 hidden away in it. These levels range from shortcuts to places with extra lives. Actually, lives are pretty easy to get overall. There are slots that Mario can use because he hoards his coins in this game. Instead of, using 100 of them to get an extra life, you can save up to 999. Killing enemies in this game actually nets you extra lives. Isn't that crazy? And there's plenty to find in the levels themselves. Same with the power-ups and coins too. You can even net more lives and power-ups in bonus games by completing a level by hitting the bell above the goal door. Haha, more lives! More lives! They were really trying to prepare you for that final level run, I see. Overall, Super Mario Land 2 is a damn fine Game Boy game. Outside of one difficulty spike, the game does what it wants really well. The levels are weird, the OST is great, and the game is fun overall to play for as short and easy as it is. Overall, a masterpiece, a 10 out of 10. If there was one Game Boy platform to play from the Game Boy, make it this one unless you really need to see Kirby's first ever game. Not that Kirby's Dream Land is bad by any means. It's just that if you're going to pick one, pick this one. Just saying. Either way, with one good game and one masterpiece, Mario was really doing well on the Game Boy before being replaced by Wario. One day I'll have to visit the Wario Land series, huh? Still, it was fun re-looking at these games and talking about their music and aesthetics, something I really didn't talk about last time at all, while looking into these games for this channel. Overall, I had a lot of fun. These needed to be re-looked at, and in fact, if I recall correctly, I think both scores actually increased. Nice! That's all the time I have for this video, though. The next game I'm looking forward to is Final Fantasy VI, the review, almost 2 years in the making. Oh my gosh. Hopefully that will actually be the next video, because that's going to be a beast of a review. We'll see.
Hey
like,
guys,
subscribe,
just a warning.
comment for
I'm
more
glad you
content,
tuned
hit
in,
the bell
but
to see
I'm
the
gonna be
massive
spoiling
next
this
review.
wide
hopefully.
open.
And I'll see you later,
since
my
there's a
minions.
remake
Take
of
care.
Final Fantasy VI now available on Steam as the Pixel Remaster, I'm just warning you right now, there is a big, huge spoiler warning this time around. But, again, thanks for trying to tune in anyway.
Voice quality as well, but there will also be no music from Final Fantasy VI either. Unfortunately, I'll have to feature music from something else, like Super Mario or something like that. Because, Square Enix is really bad about their music copyright, so...
Final Fantasy was always a series that I was very curious about. I'm not the biggest fan of turn-based JRPGs, so my knowledge of JRPGs are limited at best. Sure, I've played Pokemon and Paper Mario, but those are super simple and strictly for beginners. Hardcore turn-based RPGs are not something I typically enjoy. Still, I've always known about Final Fantasy. I knew the game is called that due to financial issues Square was having at the time, thinking Final Fantasy I was going to be their last game. I know about the merger with their rivals Enix and now being called Square Enix. I know Final Fantasy 2, 3, and 5 didn't release in the West for a very long time. If you're wondering, they ended up changing some of the names of Final Fantasy games here in the States due to that one. Yeah, about that. Look, I know today's game is called Final Fantasy 3 here in the States. The Super Nintendo Mini even calls it that. But I know it more as Final Fantasy VI. While this is the first Final Fantasy game I was exposed to as a kid, I never really grew up with it. Only saw it in an issue of Nintendo Power that one time. I didn't even remember it was a Final Fantasy game until looking up concept art into my Let's Play. Yeah, I was already well into my Let's Play before I realized that, oh yeah, I've seen this game before. But it is my first exposure to the series. Not the first Final Fantasy game I've played, but yeah. Probably even the reason I played this over all the other Final Fantasy games, if I'm being honest, is because I subconsciously realized that that's the same game. But yeah, I know about Final Fantasy. I just rarely ever played the games. Hell, I never played this one until I had the Super Nintendo Mini. But I've heard plenty about Kefka, Terra, and the adventures these games have. So in an effort to expand my horizons, I started Let's Playing longer games, including JRPGs. And here we are. I played through Final Fantasy VI, I beat the entire game, and now this is my first of possibly many Final Fantasy games that I've actually beat. That being said, this isn't my first time playing Final Fantasy. Like I said earlier, I played Final Fantasy X and the Dirge of Cerberus, as well as Final Fantasy IV a bit. I just never really beat them. And honestly, by the time this review goes up, the far more accessible Pixel Remaster version is definitely out. I'd recommend that over the SNES original. I mean, they probably fixed certain bugs and made the game more approachable than this version. I had a hard time figuring things out for sure in this game. Yeah, you may have watched some of my Let's Play and thought, oh, well, this is going to be a negative review. Well, shockingly no. This is actually going to be a positive review. Once I figured things out, this ended up being a very positive experience, so there's that. With that all out of the way, I'm here to say, we have a clown, and we're taking him down. Let's do it. Let's take on Kefka! And thus the story begins. This story actually starts out with 3 soldiers in mech suits invading a town.
They slay some monsters and enter a mine to fight a big-ass snail. After slaying the snail, a monster in ice called an Esper frees the one female from their group and kills the normal-looking soldiers in the group. The girl, named Terra, was brainwashed by the Empire and is now falling down a hole. Oh, okay. A nearby thief named Locke comes to her rescue, and off they go. Meeting up with a nearby king named Edgar in a town called Figaro, Terra is then told that the Empire that brainwashed her are a bunch of assholes. Speaking of which, Kefka, a military leader of the Empire, shows up, and certain that Terra's in the castle, Figaro, lights the place on fire. No ice spells with this guy, I guess. The castle, being technologically advanced, however, buries itself to smite the fire, and the trio take off on a bunch of big-ass birds called chocobos to South Figaro. After visiting the city, the trio head through the mountains and find King Edgar's long-lost twin brother, Sabin. He is a martial artist. Anyway, he joins up with the team, and they all find the leader of the rebellion against the evil Empire. However, the Empire is quick on the heels of our heroes. Locke was sent by himself to stall the Empire at South Figaro, while the others leave off on a raft and fight Ultros, a purple octopus monster. Sabin is thrown off the raft when Ultros gets a little too fresh with Terra. This is where the story splits into three different choices. Terra, Edgar, and Bannon, the leader of the rebellion, have a short walk to the village nearby where Terra first met the Esper. Nice. Locke meets back up with the story after stalling the Empire long enough, and basically is looking to escape a blockade around South Figaro. While doing so, Locke finds a young girl by the name of Celeste in a prison cell. Celeste, like Terra, can do magic. Turns out, like Kefka, she was created to be the leader of the Empire. Locke jailbreaks her, and off they go, stopping to destroy a tank along the way. Last, we meet up with Sabin, and oh boy, Sabin! He goes on an adventure. Washed up on the beach of another country, Sabin hires a ninja named Shadow, or didn't, Shadow is entirely optional at this point, and finds an Empire camp. This camp is basically sitting outside a place called Castle Doma. Kefka is there wanting to poison the entire place, but General Leo, another leader in the Empire, has honor. However, General Leo is mysteriously called away, and Kefka tries to poison Doma's water supply, while Sabin tries stopping him. Despite Sabin's intervention, Kefka poisons the entire water supply. This is where we end up meeting Cyan, a samurai working for the King of Doma. He notices something off with the water and finds the king. By the time he does, however, everyone is dying, and the king, Cyan's best friend, dies in Cyan's arms. Cyan then suddenly remembers that he has a family and has to go and find his wife and child, who are already dead. Soon the entire castle of Doma is dead and gone, excluding Cyan. Cyan goes a little crazy with rage and storms the enemy camp, slaughtering a bunch of mech suits and soldiers until Sabin comes in and saves Cyan before, well, Cyan can tire out. The group heads south into the woods to suplex a train, but find out it's a ghost train. The train gives up on taking the group, but when the train does stop, oh jeez. The train drops the group off only to pick up the souls from the dead from Doma, leaving a tearful goodbye from Cyan's family. Wow. Jeez Louise. After Shadow leaving and jumping into a waterfall, the team end up in another country. Here they meet Gao, a wild child. After recruiting him with some meat, they find his treasure. This treasure is a diving helmet fitting 3 people somehow, allowing the group to get off the country, and after a dock or two, they regroup with everyone else. After some back and forth, Cyan nearly murdering Celeste and Terra, the group head out to save the Esper from the Empire. The group fight Kefka, defeating him, and have Terra talk to the Esper, only for her to transform and yeet the hell out of the plot. The group decide to go find Terra, and this is where we run into some optional backstory for certain characters. Is Edgar and Sabin in your party? Well, if they are, you can visit Castle Figaro and learn some things about their past. You can also take Locke and find out he's a total creeper! Ha ha ha! Anyone ever think of Bond from 7 Deadly Sins when looking into Locke? White hair, thief, has the corpse of his dead girlfriend just lying around. He's trying to revive her. Yeah, that sounds like Bond. Anyway, after rehiring Shadow again, the group eventually invade a criminal town and eventually find Terra, who's in a magical coma. The old man watching over her tells the group they should find a particular Esper in the Empire's factory. Only way to get into enemy territory, though, is through airship.
In the nearby town, there is a gambler by the name of Setzer who owns an airship and who wants to sweep away his love, an opera singer who, luck would have it, looks just like Celeste. Celeste sings, the team beats Ultros again, and Setzer kidnaps Celeste. Then Celeste lets the group onto the ship, and Setzer decides that he loves Celeste even more than his opera singer, and also loses a coin flip. He flies them to the factory, and the group infiltrate the place and find all sorts of Espers who change into Magicite to add their power to the heroes. Now the heroes gotta flee an angry Kefka. Celeste sacrifices herself after the group meet her old caretaker, Sid, and the group get away for the time being, managing to bring all the Espers with them. One of the Espers happens to be Terra's father, and he explains what happens in Terra's past. Terra is half human, half Esper, and the Empire invaded the Esper home and captured Terra and her father, killing Terra's human mother. Terra wakes up accepting herself now and joins back up with the crew, eager to talk to more Espers in their homeland. The group bust into the dungeon and find a big-ass gate to the Esper world, but in opening the gate, the Espers fly out and attack a lot of people. The Empire issues a truce right away. The leader of the Empire, Gestal, talks to their group negotiating Kefka in prison and a possible truce with the freed Espers. The group agrees and takes off with General Leo, the honorable sort person. Leo talks to Terra about love not always being romantic and, talks about things happening, basically apologizing. Oh, Shadow's here too. He works for the Empire now. Huh. Anyway, they find a village and locals don't want to talk to any of our heroes until a fire happens and the group save a young girl by the name of Realm. Now people suddenly want to talk. Strago, the adopted grandfather of Realm, joins the crew and helps them find the cave where the Espers are held up in. After a battle with Ultros and Realm joins the group, and the Espers are found. However, Kefka shows up, kills all the Espers, turning them into Magicite, and even murders General Leo. Damn. The team grieve while Kefka and Gestal bring some sort of flying island around. The island in question has the Warring Triads on it. Oh boy, here we go. The Warring Triads are powerful deity-like beings who are fighting and stalemated so damn hard they all turn to stone. Oops. Because of this magic and the Espers came to being in the world. The Empire's main goal is to use the Warring Triads to basically take over all of magic. The team wipe out an entire airship fleet and Ultros again just to get to the island, finding an injured and betrayed Shadow. The team continue on to the island and find the Triad. Gestal tries convincing Celeste to join them. However, she stabs Kefka instead. Kefka gets angry and starts using his magic power to move the Triad out of alignment. Gestal tries reeling Kefka in, but Kefka basically pushes him off the island, killing him. Shadow tries stalling the Triad to give the team time to escape. Shadow dies tragically unless you decide to wait for him, and the team try to escape, but the airship is blown apart and the team is lost. Yep, Kefka takes over the world. The villain won. 1 year later, Celeste wakes up on an island with Sid. After taking care of him, or having him die on her, and trying to commit suicide, eventually Celeste leaves the island. She finds Edgar and Setzer and gains a new airship, and the world just opens up for you from there. You get to choose who you find and who you don't. Sabin is helping with a burning building, Gao is in the wilds again, Terra adopted an entire town of children, Cyan has taken over love letter duty for a dead boyfriend. Realm is helping deal with a demonic painting, Strago went nuts and joined a cult, Shadow is saved from a behemoth and then found in a fighting tournament, Locke is reviving his dead girlfriend, and while some of these guys need help, they're all optional. This is probably the best and the worst thing about the game's writing. Seeing Cyan finally get over his loved ones from a dream world while fighting a demon for him, seeing dreams that Shadow has, explaining his past, all optional. You pick the story from here on out, and it's a shame too. Terra's story, for example, is completely optional at this point, as she learns the meaning of love. Really, really beautiful writing. After you collect whatever characters you want and finishing the stories you want, you storm Kefka's big-ass tower, which seems like it's made from just a lot of junk lying around nearby. After a few boss fights, the Warring Triads are slain and Kefka is dead. The gang escapes in an amusing team-up fashion. As the gang leaves, Terra is told by her father that while magic is fading, Terra can stay in this world if she truly loves something. And in the end, she turns human because she loves her kids. Everyone rebuilds while peace begins to return. What a lovely ending. The writing in this game is fantastic overall, but there are a few minor flaws. Character writing is important, but since almost everything in the final area is optional, the other characters often don't interact with each other. Not like the game has unique dialogue depending on which character you bring to the party. It's a bit of a shame, actually. Also, some closures are super optional. What was super optional mean? It means that after recruiting somebody like Cyan again, you still have another side quest to do before seeing his story come to a close. This can be seen as a sour spot in the writing, and it is. Also, some of the characters don't even come close to being as important as others. Their arcs are great though, overall. And while there are some flaws, overall, there is a lot of writing in this game. I don't think these flaws are too awfully bad in the grand scheme of things. However, almost all of these flaws are in the second half of the game, making that part of the game, the World of Ruin, a bit of a slog if these issues bug you. So now that we've cleared the writing of this freaking game, let's talk about the music. First thing to learn, Final Fantasy has some fantastic music tracks. I listen to tracks in Final Fantasy even if I've never played the games, and this game is clearly no exception. Honestly, I bought a few Pixel remasters just for access to the soundtracks alone. They are that damn good. Not that the games aren't worth it in the end. Still, I love how serene Terra's theme is when you're looking for her in the overworld. The Phantom Forest is a great track to make the player unnerved while still not being overly spooky. And of course, I can't get away with talking about, the music of Final Fantasy without bringing up Dancing Mad, the track playing when you fight Kefka for the final time. Such foreboding and epic music for a final encounter. Decisive Battle is a fantastic boss track in its own right, and the regular battle theme is fantastic as well, although it doesn't necessarily top the battle theme of Final Fantasy IV for me. Yeah, the second battle theme for that game, oh my gosh. As for the looks of this game, I love the opening cutscene, the battle animations, the sprite work, all of it. Being a later re-release on the Super Nintendo, this game looks amazing. Still, it looks better than Final Fantasy IV, and I hear Final Fantasy V, which is impressive. Some of the characters have unique animations, which is even also more impressive, considering, all these characters that you get to play as. Meanwhile, the monsters look amazing as well. This isn't the first time designing monsters, but Tetsuya Nomura certainly works wonders with sprites and the art around this game. He also helped design Shadow and Setzer. Odd one of those hasn't cropped up in Kingdom Hearts as a character. He is the creator of Kingdom Hearts, in case you were wondering. Kefka's final form is also just amazing. The Behemoth looks great in the game. Ultros looks insane despite how goofy his personality is. But Ultima Weapon boss fight, oh my gosh, this thing is just such peak monster design. Of course, that's just my opinion, but he looks really imposing overall. Terra's dad, as well as some of the other espers and summonings, look fantastic too. Man, I can't get over how good this game really looks. And I played the damn Super Nintendo version. Look, all the main characters look great, their overall animations look fantastic, and they look even better in the Pixel remaster too. Overall, Final Fantasy VI is charming as all hell. Now, when it comes to the gameplay, this game has a ton of options for you to work with. Each character has unique skills and fighting styles, making them all interesting to try out. Terra is a magic user who can transform into an Esper, boosting her power. Celeste can absorb magic to heal herself as long as she has a sword. Shadow throws things like weapons and items at foes. Edgar has technology, doing a lot of physical damage. And Sabin uses fighting game combos to do powerful moves. Gao and Strago learn moves from their enemies. Realm can paint enemies using their moves. Locke can steal items from said enemies. Cyan has sword combos he charges up. Setzer gambles, doing small healing or a powerful attack and hit all enemies. Mog dances, using spells from different areas. Umaro beats on foes, and Gogo mimics other characters. Whew! Most of this is pointless, however. Once you start getting Magicite in the game, most of these abilities don't amount to anything, especially if you don't want to use them. Take Gao or Mog, for example. Once you use their special attacks, they are uncontrollable for the rest of the match. They may be helpful, or not. Also, learning the special spells for Gao and Strago from enemies? I found magic to be easier to teach, making them, at best, backup mages with Magicite. See, you give the character a piece of magicite. They can now summon an Esper attached to it, but they can also, given time, learn spells from said Espers. You can learn some incredibly powerful spells, and while not everyone has magical energy tanks that Terra, Celeste, or even Realm have, anyone can be a mage. Everyone, excluding the 2 secret characters Umaro and Gogo, yeah, they can't be mages. Given, if time, Gogo could literally copy a powerful spell, shooting out a slightly less powerful Fire 3 or even Ultima. Meanwhile, Umaro is just kind of there. You give him some armor and relics, but he just attacks whenever he wants to, doing massive physical damage. Some people find Umaro pretty useless, while others have found use for him. Hell, I had him so bulked up he was hitting absurdly hard. Even killed Kefka for me. Overall, magic can break the game, but the game can be played and beaten with unique abilities, limiting magic if need be. Like I said, you have a ton of options. Either way, the game can be played however you choose. If you don't have magic, you can deal with most things regardless outside of a pesky enemy type or two. And there are definitely a few enemy types that gave me hell. Particularly ninja star throwing like monsters in Kefka's tower. Everything else I found manageable at the very least. Sure, Ultima Weapon was tough, but I felt he was still a fair boss fight. Zozo was tough and aggressive, but not the worst thing ever. Nothing was too terrible with a proper setup. Overall, I liked the dungeons and how unique they were due to story integration. Sometimes random encounters can be slightly aggressive, but there were always ways around that. I never found out how to do this until the end of the game, but you have warp stones if a fight is too tough, or just learn the spell warp. You can warp out of a dungeon as well if you need to, go grind more somewhere else. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty to deal with outside of combat. Locke trying to get out of South Figaro was confusing, finding Edgar on the World of Ruin, and figuring out where Terra went before finding Zozo was a tad bit rough. Don't get me wrong, I was talking to NPCs, but these things still ended up confusing overall. Not impossible to figure out, just slightly confusing. Overall, with some awesome but tough boss encounters, and dungeons that look and feel unique with different enemy types keeping you on your toes, these levels are mostly great though. Alright, I brought them up a time or two, so let's talk about the optional characters. Mog, Umaro, and Gogo are the ones that are entirely optional. Mog you can get in the World of Light. He's one of the Mughals who helped Terra and Locke at the start of the game. After getting Mog in the World of Ruin, you can go to an optional dungeon and fight Umaro as a boss encounter. If Mog is in the party when you defeat Umaro, Umaro will end up joining up with the team. Meanwhile, Gogo, you have to get eaten by a specific enemy to find him in a mini dungeon. It's kind of weird. I used a guide to find Gogo because outside of pure accident, how else are you going to find him? Getting eaten isn't talked about by a lot of people in Final Fantasy VI. Outside of that, all the characters are optional in the World of Ruin outside of Celeste, Setzer, and Edgar. Also in the World of Ruin are powerful late-game spells and Magicite. Ragnarok is in Narshi. If you have Locke, you can find someone in the town and he gives you the Magicite, which can teach you Ultima, a powerful spell. Or he can turn it into a powerful sword, which you can upgrade in an arena fight. You can get Shadow here too after saving him. You'll also get Holy Magic, or this version Pearl Magic, by returning to Castle Doma and getting Magicite there. You can even slay 8 powerful dragons and get access to Meteor, a powerful spell that might just be more dangerous than Ultima. The nice thing about Ultima and Meteorite also is that they hit every enemy on the field, not just one, making them very devastating. They also ignore most magical defenses and whatnot, so that's pretty cool too. There are also a ton of special dungeons I didn't even hit on. And if you have the Game Boy Advance version, there's even more special dungeons and boss fights. Look, there is a ton to do in this game. I didn't get to all of it. If you like the main adventure, there's plenty to keep you coming back. Or hell, plenty of side quests that overall can help with your fight with Kefka. Speaking of overall, Final Fantasy VI is a tiny bit flawed in most of my categories here, but overall I do think it's a masterpiece. I'm no JRPG expert though. I think the game is fantastic, amazing, and even incredible. Yes, the open-ended nature of the game leads to flaws in gameplay and writing. I think though that most will go back to experience these stories in the writing, and will at the very least experiment with what abilities they like with each character. The game is huge and everything is open-ended, so go nuts. Play how you want. With that, I think I've gushed about this game long enough. If you like JRPGs, play this game. It's rough if it's your first JRPG, however, but with some experience, you can get through it. I did, and I got frustrated a lot in my original run. I kept giving it a chance, however, and so should you. 10 out of 10. If you liked the video, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell for live notifications, and please check out some of my other reviews. Until next time, my minions, take care. And the next Final Fantasy game I hit up, which it's going to be a while, will probably be Final Fantasy VII, but I might visit Kingdom Hearts before that ever happens. Again, all of these will be Let's Plays first, however, so check out my Let's Play side of things too. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Also, sorry I'm kind of under the weather if my voice sounds a little raspy. The seasons are changing.
A game I'm highly familiar with compared to Kirby's Dream Land 2 or 3. I played a lot of Kirby 64 back in the day, and I regret none of it, excluding one tiny piece of gemstone. Oh yes, the one that requires knowledge of Kirby's Dream Land 3. See, there's a stone cutter ability that allows you to form stone animal buddies from the previous games. It's their only appearance in this game, so naturally, I didn't know that Rick could wall jump. This is the only way to get this particular shard. I hate it. Of course, now I know all of this naturally because I played Rick in Kirby's Dream Land 3, but still, there are very few places to even have a chance to learn this for yourself in this game. Regardless, outside of this gatekeeping me from 100% completion, I still remember this game fondly. Combining copy abilities to make new ones was fun. I also didn't really understand at the time that the story tied into Dreamland 2 or 3 either, but it didn't hurt my overall enjoyment regardless. Yeah, this is the last of the Dark Matter trilogy, and the director of this game would vanish without a trace after this. Nah, just kidding. He worked on Nightmare and Dreamland too. Anyway, wrapping up this trilogy is the last time we are talking about Dark Matter, to some extent anyway. And this is the first time we're taking on a soul. Yeah. Later Kirby games would have soul forms of defeated enemies that are stronger and more powerful. And this game kind of does that first. Doesn't call it a soul form though. Regardless, let's get into one of my childhood N64 games. Let's do this. Let's take on Zero 2. So the story begins, and instead of Popstar, we see another world that's shaped like a heart. It's full of fairies and a big-ass power crystal. Huh, cute. Instead of Neo Cortex from Crash Bandicoot, Dark Matter suddenly attacks the planet. A small fairy is placed on the crystal, and it's shot out of the planet, only to be chased in space. The crystal is naturally attacked by some Dark Matter pieces, and shattered as a piece lands and Popstar onto Kirby. Yep, right on his head. The fairy with the small piece lands next to him. Kirby tries to cheer the fairy up and combines their two pieces, but the fairy points into space, seeing all the shards flying off around the galaxy. Kirby offers to help and the two head out. They eventually pick up some allies, a Waddle Dee who may become the basis for Bandana Dee now that I think about it. They also pick up a Painter Girl who may or may not be the boss fight from Dreamland 3, and King Dedede after fighting all of them as Dark Matter possessed them to fight Kirby. The group soon head out into the galaxy. The crew finds a technology pyramid, a cave planet, and even a frozen Earth with big-ass shopping malls all over the place. Eventually, the Kirby Brigade manages to break into the fairy's planet and manage to fight some form of Dark Matter, which looks like a jumbled up version of Zero using Kirby's elements to fight. They kill it, and the fairies thank the crew, and if they completed the big power crystal, it'll purify the Fairy Queen. The team head out for one last battle. Turns out the soul form, as I call it, or the ghost of Zero, has returned from the grave to do all of this, as Zero 2 apparently. Kirby ends up forming some type of crystal gun, which is, to my knowledge, the first time Kirby actually uses a gun, becoming a straight gangsta. After a lengthy shooter fight, Zero 2 is destroyed, finishing Dark Matter for good. Except no it doesn't, but you know, whatever. The heroes are honored like Star Wars, and the day is saved. The story is more in-depth than the last few Dark Matter stories, but it's still pretty simple overall. Either way, I think it's vastly superior to the last few stories in the Dark Matter trilogy. Given, I felt they were fine regardless, but this makes this game more memorable and gives you more of a reason to want to defeat Dark Matter. He's not just attacking Popstar, he's attacking everything this time around. There's even a part where to get into the fairy castle at the end, the team have to dive into a secret underground entrance. That's a nice attention to detail for sure. This isn't the only location to do something like this either, as one of the locations you fight in a mall, and then in a toy factory afterwards, giving off a very sterile, but still somewhat Christmassy feel. Like, you know, it isn't just specifically Christmas, just rampant consumerism. A lot of the planets are based on normal things, like ice or desert, but they don't always follow that design, and I appreciate it. Desert world? Sure, but you have a massive pyramid to explore that's very high-tech. This is awesome. It also happens in Dreamland 3. Yeah, not all of this is super original to this game. It follows a few ideas from Dreamland 3, but what it does borrow, it expands upon and makes them more memorable. Some of the music is also borrowed from Dreamland 3 as well, but there is plenty of tracks new to this game. Quiet Forest is one of my favorites. This theme is super peaceful and serene. The boss theme is pretty good as well. Super energetic and has you super focused. Not bad. Mountain Stream theme also makes me think of the original Dreamland game, and I appreciate that. The best track, though, besides, Quiet Forest, is the battle with Zero 2. It is eerie at first, and Zero is this creepy abomination, starting the trend for the series. The music eventually evolves into an epic, energetic boss track that makes you feel hopeful and want to succeed. It's a great track, conveys a lot of emotions. Sorry, absolutely love the music here. And believe it or not, I was kind of wrong in my previous Kirby video. This music isn't actually from Kirby's Dream Land 3. Well, not counting the boss theme anyway. It's probably how I made the mistake. The music is similar sounding though, but I do like both soundtracks. I didn't realize the soundtrack was that original, so that's my bad. Regardless, I still like both soundtracks and they work well for Kirby. Anyway, I had to fix my mistake there. Let's talk about this game's look. This game looks very, very pretty, for the N64 anyway. It still looks like an N64 game, of course. Yeah, the graphics are still 64 bits, but with Kirby, that kind of works. Kirby's face is incredibly expressive as well, along with the other characters. There are also cutscenes with cute interactions between Kirby and his friends, and I like how they act in some levels as well, like King Dedede throwing Kirby into the next room. Also, Kirby doesn't grab any of the crystal pieces. Ribbon comes out and grabs them instead. Where was she hiding at? I'm not sure, but yeah, that's what happens. Waddle Dee is also adorable, and Adeline is always proud of her painting. Last but not least, this is a 2.5D game. There are 3D environments with plenty of little interesting tidbits, and a cameo from an enemy from Dreamland 3. Awesome! I could write forever on how charming this game actually is. This is a big game for Kirby, and with Kirby charm is a big part of the game, and this game nails it. Another big aspect of Kirby games is naturally the gameplay. Kirby can't just fly over everything in this game, sadly. His floating has limits, which is kind of interesting to note. Kirby also changed his copy abilities. He only has 7 at first glance, R.I.P. Parasol and Broom, but that isn't the end of his abilities. Instead of having new ones, Kirby has a few old ones. I think he has a new one in Bomb, but that's beside the point. However, he can combine all these abilities with another ability. For example, if you combine Blade with Blade, you get a bigger blade that shoots out of Kirby's face. Yeah! Combine Blade with Burning, though, and you get a two-handed fire sword. Hell yes! You can get all sorts of combinations from good to bad. An electric flying rock that devastates nearly everything? Yes. A crappy exploding snowman? Sure. Exploding ninja stars? Hell yes. Lightsaber? Oh please. Volcano head? Awesome. A refrigerator? How about a slow-moving, exploding Gordo? Yeah. You okay, Kirby? Actually, the fridge isn't too bad. It does hurt opponents with the food items, and is a fantastic method of healing. And the Gordo isn't terrible, it's just really, really slow. Overall, there isn't an ability you can't use, just some are less useful than others. and some are really slower compared to others. Still, this gives you a lot of freedom to experiment and pick your favorites, then tell people why it's Flame Sword. Ah, but we aren't done there. While Adeline is just a support character and paints you power-ups and clues, King Dedede and Waddle Dee are partially playable. Waddle Dee is a vehicle section of the game. He has sleds, minecarts, and other things getting you by. Some of which are just slow-moving platforms that you can jump around, that's fine. Nothing too cool, you jump, that's about it. King Dedede is fully playable though in certain sections with his hammer. He breaks walls and, enemies. And while he doesn't float due to Kirby being on his back, he's still really fun to play here. Overall, Kirby 64 is a treat to play, with how explorative the copy abilities are this time around, with Kirby's allies breaking up levels in unique ways. Now given not every level lets you use King Dedede or Waddle Dee, they're kind of like part of the level really. They play certain sections, but it adds some nice pieces to play with on some of the levels. Even when you're playing as just Kirby though, the settings and scenes are very creative. Each level has you doing unique things. Some levels to note are King Dedede's castle, which has you going up a round circular room with a lot of enemies. The sand ruins, which, fill up with actual sand and you gotta kind of maneuver around certain platforms. The mall, which just has you climbing stairs, but you're still fighting enemies all the way through. And even the neat little cliffside, which has you climbing cliffs with flying enemies nearby. There's a lot of memorable levels this time around. Sure, there are sometimes straight hallways with enemies, but there are a huge variety of enemies making things more interesting this time around, and the hallways aren't too awfully long. They never overstay their welcome, which is a nice contrast to the last few Kirby games I've reviewed. Outside of Superstar and Ultra, of course. Hell, the boss fights have improved as well. The painter from Dreamland 3 and King Dedede were simply mid-bosses this time around. Wispy Wood returns as you slay his, children? Oh, man. He is piss easy, however, and the whale from Dreamland 3 is back, but slightly altered from his previous boss fight. Outside of this, the bosses are all original. These prism-like creatures are difficult to dodge and even hit sometimes, and this lava monster is an awesome fight. He starts out in the back room and attacks from a distance, but after doing some serious damage, he bursts out into his Phase 2, where he chases Kirby, attacking directly. Actually, all the world bosses have 2 phases. This makes things interesting for sure. Take this cool robot. You have to attack his hands as he swipes at you, then doing enough damage, he decides to reference Heavy Lobster. This fight is easily my favorite in the game and one of the best fights in the series, in my opinion. So far anyway. I haven't played every Kirby game in the series, obviously. The bosses are also hard to hit with a lot of the copy abilities too, making them more challenging. Hell, the normal final boss, Miracle Matter, you can't use copy abilities to hurt it very well. He takes forms from all the different copy abilities, and only that particular copy ability hurts him. For example, when he's using a rock-based attack, only rock copy abilities will hurt him. Or the rocks that he spawns, which you can, suck up and spit back out at him. An excellent boss fight making you think on your feet. And referencing, Kirby's Dream Land again. And the bosses make it harder to just spam copy abilities most of the time, which adds a bit more challenge. Now hang on there, because there is one final boss to talk about. This is the secret final boss, which is also an undead form of Zero from Dreamland 3, called Zero 2. I call it Zero Soul personally, my own headcanon I suppose. Anyway, this monster is fought with Kirby holding a crystal gun. Yes, Kirby canonically holds a gun here, I mentioned it earlier. It doesn't look like a typical gun, however. Either way, this game suddenly turns into a shooting game like Sin and Punishment. Either way, this final fight, despite the sudden shift in gameplay style, is awesome. As long as you keep moving and shooting, it isn't too hard, though it does run a little long. Now, getting to this point is a bit of a different story. See, there are fewer levels in Kirby 64 than there were in Kirby's Dream Land 3. To deal with this, the developers decided to put 3 collectibles in each level. Crystal pieces, huh? And you all thought Kirby landing on a beach was the only time he could relate to Crash Bandicoot, but here he is, collecting gems, just saying. Sadly, the Tornado copy ability isn't here. Damn. Oh well.
The gems are often hidden in pretty easy to find places, usually just right out of sight. If you're having difficulty finding one, the level select screen does show you in which order the gems are encountered. This is fantastic. If the middle gem isn't filled in, then that's the gem you're looking for. It's going to be after the first gem, but located before the game's third gem location. That's awesome. Now for the bullshit. A lot, and I mean a majority of the gems are hidden within or behind colored walls or structures. These are the biggest pain in the ass. See something oddly colored yellow and brown? It needs the big ass electric rock to break. Mini bosses give you a gem in a yellow and green cage? You have to have the lightsaber. If you aren't aware you will need these combinations, this means you will most likely have to replay the entire stage. If the stage doesn't have the combination of enemies you need, well, you're gonna have to go to another stage and then come back. Oh joy! At least you can exit a stage and keep your copy abilities. Trying to get the actual final boss takes away the experimentation that makes this game fun. I love the fire sword, but I need fire arrows to break open the floor here. I love bomb ninja stars, but I need to have the dynamite power up, which is slower than all hell, in this cave to get the gem at the end. And there's no combinations in this level, so you have to come back for it. These aren't taxing puzzles to solve. They're just annoying and padding. The final boss is worth it in the end, and the good ending is cute as Kirby is kissed, much to his surprise. But still, the padding it takes to get there isn't the greatest. Look, Kirby 64 is a lot of fun. Sure, it's still simple, but mastering the game does take some time. Overall, this game is amazing. A solid 9 out of 10. Don't get me wrong, it isn't for everyone, and there are small little issues around the game like combining powers being slightly clunky and not all combinations being all that great. I think the biggest issue for me is collecting the jewel shards and getting the true final boss, which in and of itself wouldn't be super bad if it wasn't for needing specific copy abilities, or having the copy abilities more readily available, rather than needing to scour the level or other levels just to get that specific combinations and then go back to the original level. This is a far less natural way to flush out the game time, and more of an artificial one. I get it, shorter than Dreamland 3 makes it seem like a bad thing, but it isn't overall. Again, a room here and there where you can pick up all the needed power-ups would have been fine. Oh well, it keeps the game from being the best Kirby game of all time, that's for sure. Not that it could compete with Kirby Superstar Ultra, but still, it could have certainly gave it competition. Oh well, at least there are only one major issue. Hey, that's all the time I have for this review, though. And with that, I'm done with Kirby Collection on the Wii! Haha, nice! Hopefully this game gets on the Nintendo Switch, huh? Just saying. Anyway, if you liked the video, like, subscribe, comment, bell icon, in the next season at some point in time, I'll be tackling only one Kirby game. And it's going to be one that I've never played, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Although, next review, I'll be hitting up another platformer in the form of Sonic 2. But, you know, the 8-bit version. Anyway, see you there. Bye-bye. Also, I apologize. My throat is dry for this one. Changing of the seasons and all that.
I apologize. This
really
video
messes
took
with
me a
me.
while.
So I
I
apologize.
meant to get this
if
out
I
a
sound
long ass
really
time
wrong.
ago, but never really had the will to play this game after a certain level gave me shit. I ended up ROM hacking the game after that just to give me some added leverage, and eventually that did help, and I managed to beat this one. There have also been problems recording since they're doing construction on my street. So that hasn't helped any. Because, yeah, naturally I have to deal with noise problems at the same time. So let's once again dip into the life and times of the Master System and the Game Gear. Sega's 8-bit consoles didn't really leave too much of an impact here in the US. The Master System itself is almost entirely unknown here. It came out in a gaming market not only repaired, but also dominated by the NES. Luckily for Sega, Europe had no market crash and wasn't completely dominated, making the market a lot more profitable. The Master System thrived in Europe, and Sega's mascot was pretty popular there. I know you're thinking Sonic, but no, Sonic ended up replacing Alex Kidd. Alex Kidd was a mascot highly inspired by Sun Wukong. You know, the Monkey King. It's weird how Alex is inspired by the same character as Goku, considering Alex's replacement has a form inspired by Goku. Haha! Goku's just all over Sega's history, isn't he? Anyway, Alex was the title platforming mascot, but even when the Sega Genesis came out, the Master System ended up with Sonic love in Europe as well. I played the first game reviewing it, but it didn't really like it too much. I enjoyed the Game Gear version more. Ah yes, it's time to talk about the Eater of Batteries. The Game Gear is a bit more well known here in the United States compared to the Master System, as the Game Gear did a little better here. Still, it got wiped out by the Game Boy though. The Game Boy was a cheaper option overall and used less batteries, so it saved money in the long run too. But the Game Gear certainly was ahead of its time. This is why it was more expensive given, but still a backlight as well as actual color was really great, but the tech was just too new, hence why it needed more money. It also needed more batteries in general, 6 AA's compared to the Game Boy's 2. Still, it didn't stop it from having Sonic games all over the damn place. Hell, it probably had more Sonic games than the Genesis or the Mega Drive if you're in Europe. After Sonic hit the Master System a few months later, he showed up here on the Game Gear. Because of this, the Game Gear had a tad bit more polish, making it my preferred and more recommended version of the first Sonic game in 8-bit. That shit didn't happen here though. Sonic 2 released the same time on the Master System and the Game Gear, and since it was developed mostly with the Master System in mind, that version is easily better. At least, I think that's what happened, is the screen crunch on the Game Gear version is notoriously bad, making the game far more difficult. Most people don't recommend the handheld version, and I didn't play it much. Screen crunch like crazy, and there's a lot of crap trying to kill you from off-screen. Nah, I stuck with the Master System version this time around, and since this is a mission to rescue Tails, instead of calling this Round 2 with Dr. Eggman, or Round 2.5 or whatever, I named it for Tails. So, enough research from Sega's older consoles, and finding out that Aladdin on the Master System is an auto-runner, that's kind of weird. Let's do this. Let's take on Tails! Or rather, Tails' rescue mission. But that doesn't roll off the tongue as well as just take on Tails. I'd rather have people I'm fighting the poor fox. Still, thanks to the Game Gear, this won't be the last time. Regardless, Tails has been captured by Dr. Eggman, and the ransom is the 7 Chaos Emeralds. 6 Chaos Emeralds, sorry. There's only 6 in here, but I ended up writing 7 instead. I guess that's a force of habit. If you don't get them, the game just kind of ends, by the way. If Adventure 2 is anything to go by, Tails was probably shot. Or maybe this bad ending created the universe that the Tails doll comes from. Oh boy. If you do happen to nab all 5 emeralds available, I accidentally wrote down 6 again, the 6th emerald is just kind of given to you at the end of the game, allowing you to access the true final boss and to rescue Tails. That being said, if Sonic is working for Dr. Eggman, then why are all these boss fights about? Isn't Sonic helping the good doctor? Why fight him? Hell, Eggman even saved Sonic before the first boss, saving him from lava, only to drop it into a boss fight, and all the boss fights aren't Eggman. That's kind of weird. They're all robots based on animals. Maybe the animals of this island had enough of Eggman's shit and are trying to stop Sonic from giving him the Chaos Emeralds? Nah, that can't be right either. Maybe Eggman is trying to convert Sonic to his side? Like, hey, I know I was holding your friend ransom, but look at all these asshole animals. But then, after slaying one of these animal robots, you do tear open a UFO holding a ton of small animals, and these UFOs look just like Dr. Eggman. Nope, no idea. Tails being in pre-level pictures doesn't necessarily clear things any better either. Dang, they really didn't know what to do here, did they? Look, at the end of the day, I'm well aware that the manual states that Dr. Eggman created these master robots, which aren't totally ripping off Dr. Wily, right? Yeah, okay. And I'm aware that the only reason Sonic needs the emeralds is to reach the place Tails is at for some unexplained reason. I'm just wondering why all this trouble, especially knowing that Sonic was literally saved by Dr. Eggman in the first level. None of this really makes sense. The story is original, but ultimately not written well.
To no shock of Sonic fans, though, the music isn't too bad. The Master System and the Game Gear didn't have the best sound quality ever, but they did okay with these tracks for sure. Underground Zone is a tune that I'm very familiar with due to how many times I've actually played this game on different collections on the GameCube. It isn't a bad track, does the job well, and I don't hate it despite how many times I've heard it, so that's probably a good thing, I'm just saying. None of the soundtrack is exactly bad, but there is indeed a couple low points here and there. Particularly the Crystal Egg Zone is not fun to listen to because it's more or less a bit more high-pitched. It's really loud at the start of the track. It's not terrible once it gets going, but that first couple of seconds is kind of ear-grating. Also, the boss track is different between versions. I don't mind either or, but I feel the Game Gear version is slightly better overall. As for the way the game looks, it looks great both versions and doesn't have a lot of graphical differences this time around. Honestly, while it is off-putting to see Sonic in 8 bits, I think this design works well for the blue blur overall, and Tails looks great. Most of the enemy design is fine, often reusing artwork from the Genesis Sonic games, but some enemies are original here as well. The bosses are all unique though. Some of them are a little hard to tell what animal they're supposed to be, but overall I like the designs of these master robots. I think Eggman in this final fight looks a bit lackluster, but the levels all look really cool for 8-bit graphics. Yeah, this game looks and sounds pretty damn good, other than the start of Crystal Egg Zone. Haha! And yes, the game plays fine as well, with some few issues here and there. The biggest issue is building momentum at a standstill. Sonic's default speed seems overly slow. Also, you have knockback. Oh, yay! Now, all of this was in Sonic 1 8-bit as well, but it wasn't as apparent as it is in this game. Now, that is, of course, more of an issue with level design, but I figured I'd bring it up here anyway. Outside of these smaller issues, the game plays fine. Sonic has loops, which is a new addition, runs fast and goes faster when rolling into a ball while going downhill. Yeah, he also moves slower in water, so I'm glad that returned. Sonic also has some level gimmick moves like hopping on water, using this stupid-ass hang glider, and floating in bubbles while underwater. None of these are great, but work fine once you get used to them, with the hang glider being the obvious awkward one. Even this I got used to in time, however. I wouldn't say I mastered the hang glider to any actual use, but I managed to get it after a while. Now for some improvements from the 8-bit Sonic 1. Loops, as I mentioned earlier, are back, and that's actually really nice. Sonic actually drops rings this time around, which is kind of nice because you can collect them, saving your ass a couple of times. It saved my ass a few times anyway. The Master System version also doesn't have Sonic an inch away from the screen. Yeah, that one's a big one. Sonic was super close to the screen's edge in the Master System version in Sonic 1, which is why I didn't really like it all that much. But here, he's far more centered. That's more like it. Given the screen crunch in the Game Gear sucks, but overall, I don't think Sonic 2 on the 8-bit consoles controls badly at all, despite the smaller issues. After all, it is the level design that makes these issues a lot more noticeable. Let's start with the positives, though. All these levels are unique. Yeah, that's probably the best part, that these levels aren't just copies from Sonic 2, although the same was mostly true for the previous game as well. Yeah, outside of the level gimmicks being a bit of a pain, most of the levels are perfectly fine to play. The boss fights are all of a similar caliber as well. Sucks you don't get any rings for those, though. Yeah, none of the boss fights give you rings, making them all roughly as challenging as the final boss fights in the Genesis games. Damn. You also have a level to get through. Yay! No rings in the entire level, and while the levels are often shorter than the standard ones, the Act 3 levels can still be pretty tough just because you don't get any rings. You cannot screw up once or you die. In particular, Green Hills Zone Act 3. I hate it! It is almost nothing but spiked floors with a few small springs to land on and some safe platforms here and there. You miss a spring or a platform and you die, which isn't hard to do since Sonic goes so far into the air you can't fully make out where you're landing. The boss fight isn't a slouch either, since all of these have unique patterns and aren't typical Eggman boss fights. This means you may die quickly while trying to learn how to fight the damn boss. Take
this seal robot. My first time fighting this damn thing was horrid. I had no clue what to do. Turns out you have to hit the ball on its nose while it's inflating. Once you know this and get the timing down, this boss is a cakewalk. But until then, you die a lot. Yay! Trial and error! Yay! There are a few of these kinds of sections all throughout the game. This area in Scrambled Egg Zone, where you have to use a pipe to correctly navigate moving platforms, or you die because you get stuck in this game of trial and error, and more or less until you get the timing down. There's a bed of spikes, you can't escape it, you just sit there until you die. Yay. This bubble area in Aqua Lake Zone sucks too. Most of the bubble floating areas aren't too bad, but the final one is super long. You mess up and you have to slowly fall all the way back down. Not only are you low on air getting back down here, but due to the knockback, you can collide with an enemy or a trap along the way down that you can't avoid. If you got hit twice, you're dead. As if that section isn't slow enough, especially for a Sonic level. And can I say, Aqua Lake Zone? Redundant name, huh? What next? Air Sky Zone? No, that was Sky High Zone, my bad. Okay, jokes aside. There is some rough terrain, and the last few levels, due to all the wacky tube nonsense, creates a lot of trial and error. Also, the final fight with Eggman? You navigate a tube! Yay. Sauron takes on tubes. That probably would have worked, huh? Dang, tubes suck. Not really, though. Not the biggest fan of the final boss, but I suppose it's not the worst thing ever. Honestly, you most likely will never see this fight if you played the Game Gear version anyway. You most likely won't even see this final boss or fight in the Master System version either. The final level and fight, which the final level is stupidly easy by the way, you won't see them until you gain all 6 Chaos Emeralds. 5 of them are hidden in Act 2 of the first 5 levels, and the 6th one you get by destroying the Silver Sonic-like robot in the 6th level. However, unless you have a guide or really dedicated, you may not actually find these. If you don't have them, the game ends just suddenly after the Silver Sonic boss fight. Getting them requires you to go out of your way to hit the top sections of each level. These made many Act 2 levels less than fun compared to their Act 1 levels. When playing normally, they aren't bad. But man, some of these Chaos Emeralds are one-and-done situations. You either get it, or you burn off a life. This is another reason I decided to pirate instead of, actually playing the legit version, because save states made this more manageable. Still annoying, but manageable. The first 2 levels have the hardest 2 Chaos Emeralds. Getting the emerald in the first level has some mine carts that I ended up ignoring just so I could roll into a ball trying to build up speed, but even then, these are still incredibly picky jumps. The second level with an emerald has you bouncing off clouds, but like Green Hills, you gain so much height, it's nearly impossible for you to not miss your mark. You have to bounce off specific clouds, but thankfully, unlike the first level, this emerald isn't a one-chance kind of deal. The only other emerald like that is a tube in Aqua Lake, but once you know where it's at, it's pretty easy to get. Everything else you can retry at least once you know where the emerald actually is. Obviously, the first emerald is the hardest one to get, with the emeralds getting kind of easier and easier to get once you know their general location. But that's just bizarre design. Since the normal game doesn't save though, this makes the jumps in the first level super frustrating. But then it does get easier as it goes along. Look, this game is weird and kind of exhausting to even talk about. It seems like every good idea they have, there is a bad or poorly executed idea to drag the game back down. The story's kind of crap even for a simple platformer, but the music and graphics are really good for the console. The gameplay is really solid, but then there's issues with collectibles in the levels themselves. Not enough to make the subjects horrible, but for every good point there seems to be a bad. There is slightly more love in this game, making it somewhat worthwhile in the end, but this game is just okay. Better than mediocre, but not by much. Sitting at roughly a 6 out of 10, this Sonic game is skippable, if you didn't feel like playing it, that is. Just play the Master System version if you are going to play it, though. The Game Gear screen crunch doesn't work with the level design, bumping the game down to just meh due to the difficulty. Maybe even not great.
That would be 5 out of 10 or 4 out of 10, depending on how negative you are. But that's all the time I have for this review. Next time we see Sonic, it'll be one of 2 reviews. Either I'll be a double header with Sonic Chaos and Sonic Labyrinth for the Game Gear, or one large Sonic 3 and Knuckles review. Either way, that's for next season. If you like the video, please like, subscribe, or comment. That all helps out. And the bell button gives you live updates on my work, like other reviews and my Let's Play videos. Until next time, my minions, take care. In the background, the noise and the audio, because it's hot in the room and I'm not going to turn it off. Furthermore, I apologize that this is the only video you're getting in May. I got a trip to take, so I've been kind of focused on that and not focused on gaming. I'm going to resume content later on, but for now, unfortunately, this is all we get. So I finally came in and finished off Spider-Man. The DLC of Spider-Man was something I didn't complete, figuring I should probably finish Final Fantasy VI first when it comes to the whole Let's Play situation. However, that took almost another year to do so. Whoops. Anyway, I'm back again, finishing things with Spider-Man for now. Time to work over the DLC, which I was kind of worried about. Things I was seeing were kind of off-putting. Hammerhead was a robot cyborg? Since when does that happen? Why is this all weird? Well, it was time to play it and find out. However, as you guys know, I transferred my file work from the PlayStation 4 to the PlayStation 5 on my save file. Ended up missing. Oops. Now I'm doing this all from square one. Well, naturally, this DLC is built for Spider-Man, who isn't at level 5, but that's the earliest you can challenge the DLC, and that's what I ended up doing. If you watched my Let's Play, you know I had a rough go at this, but I did beat the DLC and finally saw Hammerhead as a robot. My thoughts? Well, I see what happened here. See, while he has a lead in the family of the Magia every so often, Hammerhead isn't really well known for being a criminal mastermind or even a criminal leader, normally running the muscle of the operation. However, the person he runs the muscle for very often and is normally a leader of the Magia would end up being an older guy by the name of Silvermane. Know what else he's known for? Silvermane is on the older side and looking for eternal youth. He eventually gets this by, get this, turning himself into a cyborg. Yeah, sound familiar? Oh boy. So for some reason, instead of using both Silvermane as well as Hammerhead, they decided to merge both characters into one version of Hammerhead, which is odd. It could have worked, but it kind of ended up not working here, and I'll explain that. But for now, let's just break things down. I review DLC slightly differently and a bit more casual, but regardless, let's do this. Let's take on Hammerhead! Chapter 1 begins. So, Spider-Man is investigating a possible art robbery. Turns out, without Wilson Fisk being the kingpin, people want to fill that role and take over New York. The original crime syndicate, Magia, is having an eternal gang war with different families fighting among themselves. This art robbery is part of it. Hammerhead wants the painting that isn't worth very much, but Black Cat is also there, and unlike Hammerhead's goons, Black Cat actually steals the damn thing. However, she breaks it, stealing a hard drive hidden in the painting. She takes off as Spider-Man chases after her. After a lot of foreplay, Spidey learns why she's here. She's working for Hammerhead because he has her son. This is also possibly Spidey's kid as well. So now Spidey ends up helping Black Cat steal these hard drives. Each head of the Magia families has one of these, and stealing all 5 of them will lead Hammerhead to a huge money stash all the families helped build. While Spidey and Cat steal these hard drives, Spidey finds the location of Hammerhead's secret vault. Spidey and Cat go to find her kid. Surprise, there is no kid, and Black Cat steals the last hard drive from Hammerhead's vault and takes off. Spidey goes to save her from a bomb, but it goes off and it makes it look like she died. That's the first chapter. Second one starts with Spidey working with Yuri to stop Hammerhead. After a huge battle, Hammerhead kills a few cops. He flees and Spidey promises Yuri that he'll take Hammerhead out. He finds out that Hammerhead is trying to kidnap all the other Magia heads. Spidey tries stopping this, but sadly Hammerhead gets away and Yuri isn't happy and slightly unhinged. Eventually, Spidey finds them. Hammerhead, who has been stealing Sable Tech, brings all the heads to the Magia family to drown them in cement. Spidey stops this and fights Hammerhead. Hammerhead has turned himself into a robot of sorts, obsessed with bringing the Magia into the new age. He is promptly defeated. Yuri then shows up and then tries and kills him. She shoots him in the head, and while everyone thinks he's dead, he's revived and manages to escape because we have one more chapter to go. Chapter 3 starts with Silver Sable pissed about Hammerhead stealing her gear due to a civil war in her own country. She fights Spider-Man and eventually they work together. After a while, Spidey and Sable find out Hammerhead's head plate is made of a very specific metal that is heat vulnerable. Yeah, no killing, right? Yeah. Sable straps a heat laser cannon to her personal plane, and while Spider-Man holds the even more mech'd out Hammerhead, Sable shoots him in the head. Spidey wallops him because somehow making his skull super hot doesn't fry his brain, instantly killing him, and soon Hammerhead is defeated. If that chapter seemed very short, I shortened it a lot. Originally, Sable didn't trust Spidey and is captured by Hammerhead while Spidey's almost killed. However, Black Cat is revealed to be alive. She saves Spidey. Then he has to go and save Silver Sable because Hammerhead wants more tech from her brain. Yeah. This story isn't great. Hammerhead becomes obsessed with becoming a robot because that's the new age of things, I guess. It's weird since they took a character known for living in the past, and now he wants to live in the future. It's kind of dumb. If only Silvermane were here instead! Haha! That would have worked well. Instead, we have a Hammerhead whose motivations make little sense, and a poor excuse for a big-ass robot fight. At least Yuri, Sable, and Black Cat have good writing. They make sense, at the very least. Also, I hate Hammerhead's design in this game. Yeah. His first robotic look is okay, but man, his second form, that's a decent looking robot with Hammerhead's regular ass head smacked into the damn thing. It looks so uncanny. I think Sable's jet looks fine, Hammerhead as a human looks great, Black Cat looks fantastic, and I don't mind Hammerhead in the first fight with some of the gear, but outside of that and some Sable's gear that aren't large amounts of new models to my knowledge, there really isn't much new here when it comes to the modeling. There isn't much new to the gameplay either, so let's move on. So let's talk about some of the missions that we get here. A large amount of the levels are combat variety. There are often a large amount of foes and you are to deal with them. Want to know the issue? Remember over a year ago I had an issue with Spider Sense? Yeah, Spidey's ultimate counter move not working if there were too many foes to deal with? Yeah? That was originally only a problem in base side missions, which were literally big-ass combat challenges. Well, this issue now happens on some of the regular missions here. Not all of these are combat missions, of course, and when they aren't, some of these are really fun. There's a chase scene with Black Cat. That was kind of cool. You have to use the Spidey bot to spy in the bar with no name. A boss fight with Silver Sable and the final fight with Hammerhead were all good. Yeah, things like that. However, you fight a lot. Outside of Hammerhead's base, outside the museum, outside a theater, on a big-ass building, during the first fight with Hammerhead. You know, a lot. The pacing of these is kind of out of sorts, too. There isn't even a boss fight in the first chapter. No fight with regular Hammerhead or Black Cat at all. Then the second chapter has a shit ton of combat, including a Hammerhead boss fight that is not only confusing, but has a ton of regular enemies to go right along with it. Seriously, these guys are horridly distracting because Spider-Man often doesn't really know who to target first. I'm trying to take on Hammerhead, and all of a sudden the goon that happens to be right behind me is Spider-Man's target. Why? Last, there are 2 boss fights in the third chapter. One with Silver Sable, which was actually really good, and the final fight with Hammerhead, which, yeah, there's some regular thugs here too, and yeah, they can be a bit distracting, but they're not as many, and the space is more open, leading you to be able to focus on Hammerhead a lot easier. Lastly, there are a ton of new side quests to deal with, but they're almost all enemy bases,
Crimes and screwball tasks. Yeah, that's not the greatest. I get it, though. These are the hardest ones to get the required tokens for a complete all the costumes and upgrades in the vanilla game. See, tokens help increase Spider-Man and get costumes. There are bonus tokens for Crimes, Bases, and Taskmaster's games. Well, now you have more chances to get these tokens instead of having to do the sometimes kind of annoying side quests in the side quest kind of thing. But you swap Taskmaster with Screwball. Of course, Screwball is horribly annoying, so there's certainly a downgrade there, but it helps regardless. I may not like these, but I get why they're included. So there are 2 new things to do, however, and they are pretty fun. Chapter 1 has you tracking down stolen art by Black Cat's father, and you investigate murders in Chapter 3. Solving the murders isn't as engaging as, say, when doing the same thing as Batman. You're actually mostly looking for nearby audio tapes, rather than solving anything. Still, the side quest brings some added world building, and murder solving brings a close to Yuri's story, started in Chapter 2, so that's totally cool. Naturally, doing all the side quests in the chapter unlocks some new threads, as does completing certain story missions. Like this one that Kotaku mislabels as being from a toy, but is actually from a Sinister Six storyline involving Deathlock. Neat. Seriously, these new costumes are awesome and have great references to them, so I enjoy getting them for sure. If I sound like I'm trying to be overly negative, I promise I'm not. There were some fun moments that this DLC had, including some secret costumes, some levels, and stuff like that. But honestly, there's a lot of problems here. This DLC is okay. I recommend it, sure, but I can't recommend it for the full retail price of $25. That is a bit much for this. Now, I'm absolutely sure that there was a lot of work put into this, but overall, this DLC has fun moments and repetitive moments. Also, I really don't like Chapter 2. No new side quests, mostly combat of large waves of enemies, styled missions, and probably the least engaging boss fight in the entire game. Chapter 3 was much better, and while yes, there were large waves as well here, there's more variety in Chapter 3, and Silver Sable was helping you out with the larger waves of enemies. The boss fight with Sable and the final fight with Hammerhead, while not the greatest boss fight ever, was at least more entertaining than his first encounter. There were also a lot more variety with Chapter 1 as well, and side quests in Chapter 1 and 3 that weren't just base missions of the regular crimes. And Screwball replacing Taskmaster is just awful. I get it. She's supposed to be annoying, but she plays the trope too well and becomes an example rather than a parody. The writing is a bit sloppy too. I don't understand why they use Hammerhead instead of Hammerhead and Silvermane. Did they not have enough budget? Did they run out of time making character models? That would explain how dumb Hammerhead looks in his final battle. Maybe they didn't think Silvermane was DLC seller? I don't know. I really wanted to enjoy this DLC more, especially with the asking price, but I'd recommend this closer to $15 rather than $25. That's just me though. Although you could just wait until you transfer over to the PlayStation 5, just saying. DLC's free then, if you don't already have it anyway. That's all the time I have for this DLC review. Like I said, I recommend it, but if you haven't bought it already, get it at a discount price, or wait until the PlayStation 5. Eventually, you probably get a PlayStation 5, right? Yeah? No? Maybe? I don't know. But, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell. Really helps out my channel. And if you like this, there's a full game review also on my channel. Zelda.
Until next time,
What happened to Link Between Worlds?
Shut up. No, seriously, my copy has just kind of vanished. Either it accidentally fell someplace and was thrown away, or is buried someplace. After it fell, of course. Either way, I'm going to have to replace it. Until that happens, I decided to skip ahead a little and deal with Ganon one more time. Now, the original Legend of Zelda is an interesting case. I own a copy of the original, but I played this on the Wii U, so I had access to save states. I'll explain why in a bit. However, my first experience with this was actually on the Nintendo GameCube. While it didn't have the Virtual Console, there was a Zelda collection with several Zelda games on it that released for the console. The 2 NES games and the 2 N64 games in one package. And while I had experience with OOT and Majora's Mask, I was rather new to the NES games at the time. I never got very far in the original Zelda. I didn't really try to beat it either, as the game was just hard. 3 dungeons in, and this game suddenly became a beast. Yeah, this game kicked my ass so hard in the 3rd dungeon, I rarely tried beating it. I got to the 3rd dungeon, got destroyed, and that was it. Regardless, this isn't the first time I heard about this game. I had some bed sheets on my Mario bed sheets, one side was Mario, the other side was Zelda. I had that when I was growing up. I had an old Nintendo Power talking about it as well once, but I thought Zelda was a girl's game by then. So naive. However, this game's history shouldn't be ignored. What Legend of Zelda did to the adventure genre is incredible, and while the game aged like fruit dropped behind the dryer, this game brought a lot to the table back in the day. But please notice, I did say back in the day. This game is incredibly rough, and while I'm going to try and be nice, this may end up being a bit more of a negative review overall. So let's get this show on the road. Let's do it. Let's take on Ganon! Round 2. Ironic, since this is actually the first time Ganon appeared in the series. So here's the story. Ganon, a pig wizard that isn't fighting a monkey on a go-kart, has returned and Zelda has been captured. He also has a piece of the Triforce, particularly the Triforce of Power. It's up to you to gather up the other Triforce that Zelda broke into pieces and defeat Ganon. Yeah, there's only 2 here. I guess Dual Force doesn't roll off the tongue though. Don't worry, the next game mentions the 3rd piece, the Triforce of Courage. Anyway, that's the story. Ganon took over the entire country of Hyrule, and Link needs to find some older people. He finds them, some shopkeepers, and manages to slay Ganon with their help. You are in control of the story for better or worse. Look, believe it or not, I don't mind this story. This is indeed the first Zelda game and has the most basic, bare-bones story in the entire series. But being the first, they wanted to keep things simple, probably a lot like Mario. When it comes to NES games, oftentimes I'm kind of looking for how charming the game is compared to the story, and there's a certain nostalgia to these graphics. While it may not be as detailed as Link to the Past, I can still tell what things are supposed to be. I can tell Manhandle is a plant, I can tell Goma is a big-ass spider monster. Overall, I think the graphics work well. Music is great too. That opening theme is just as familiar as ever, and even if this isn't your first Zelda game, it still works well for an opening to a grand adventure. Naturally, I also like the overworld theme, and while I didn't grow up with this until my teens, the dungeon theme fills me with nostalgia as well. Yeah, those are the only themes. Oh, and Ganon's Lair has its own theme, which is tense and dramatic. The sound effects of the gaining items and secrets is certainly familiar. Most of these have been redone and reused over the years, but it's still nice to hear them here. If it isn't broke, don't fix it, right? Still works well overall, and that's great. Okay, let's get into some of the shit here. This gameplay has not aged well at all, and that's part of the reason this game is very rough to play. First thing, Link doesn't swing his sword, he stabs it outright. This guy only thrusts forward, and while you can move around to kind of swing, it isn't very reliable. For the most part, he's frozen when he thrusts, so, yeah, good luck with that. This means you have to be directly facing your opponent, and since Link's sword isn't exactly long, you better get cozy with the enemies, which can deal touch damage. I'm certain you can use other weapons though, right? Sure, mostly. The boomerangs can stun most foes. Once upgraded, it can move across the entire screen. It can even go through objects. Realistically, if you have full health, your sword can also be a long-range weapon as well. It's awesome. You get a bow, which you can buy arrows for that aren't normal items. You lose rupees with every use. Unfortunately, I kind of need that money though, so it's powerful, but it kind of hinders it a little bit. Bombs aren't super powerful, but they hurt numerous foes at once, as well as open secret walls for doors. They are useful, but your ammo for these is incredibly limited. The wizard staff is neat, shoots magic, and eventually can be upgraded to shoot fire as well. This weapon is awesome and was my go-to after acquiring it. You can also get some upgrades to mobility, like a ladder to move across bodies of water. You can also get a raft, but it only is needed for a health upgrade and a dungeon. You can also buy and find defensive rings to increase your defense, and of course you can increase your attack power as well by upgrading your sword. These go a long way, helping you survive a lot of the bullshit this game expects you to deal with in the upcoming trials to save Zelda. Oh boy, let's talk about Wizrobes and Darknuts. These enemies are often complained about by many Zelda players when encountered, and I never got why. Well, until playing this game, that is. Darknuts are basically tanks. These things are powerful, hit hard, and while I don't get much trouble from the orange-looking ones, the blues, oh, the blue ones. Even with a fully upgraded sword, they take at least 2 hits to slay. And until you have the red ring at the end of the game, they take a heart when they touch you, at the very, very least. Oh, and there's this little time to recover from a hit from an enemy. Since you don't get much time to recover between damage output, yeah, these things can dogpile you, and the game's idea of a challenge is to put 6 of these assholes in a room. Sometimes they can be paired up with other hard-hitting enemies, or enemies that take your sword for a while. They look like little disco balls, I guess. Darknuts are immune to everything but swords or bombs. Bombs take more time and can be difficult to place as Darknuts move randomly and never stop moving, only being predictable when they're chasing you. And last but not least on the Darknut Roundtable, Darknuts can only be harmed from your sword from the side or the back. Link may be faster than these guys, but getting behind them is an absolute pain because you cannot predict their movements very well, and Link is really slow when it comes to his sword fighting. Wizrobes are terrible too. They are about the same as only swords and bombs can harm them, but you can attack them from all 4 sides. That's good, right? Well, they can hit you at a distance though, and the blue ones naturally hit like trains. This, as well as some statues, make some rooms and dungeons almost bullet hells. Yay! There is an insane amount of this shit this game expects you to dodge, and Link doesn't move very well in this game. He either moves up, down, left, or right. I also swear turning in this game is a bit tricky, as there's a slight delay. I got used to it, but it's something to worry about. This game also isn't very generous on giving you fairies or hearts. Hearts are nice, and fairies give you more health, but are rarer. Now, for healing on demand, you need to buy potions. But once you know how to buy them, it's not too bad. Still though, this difficulty with the hard-to-face enemies is relentless. It begins roughly around the 3rd dungeon, and dungeons 5, 6, and 8 are the toughest dungeons ever. Yes, even compared to Dungeon 9, the final dungeon, which is challenging but not terrible overall if you know where to go. Even the boss fights aren't too taxing. Now, that isn't a bad thing since eventually they just kind of start showing up in many of the dungeons. Yeah, there's dungeons with a crap ton of boss fights. There are rooms with Manhandla, Digdogger, and 3 Dodonagos just milling around. Though they aren't super difficult, they can damage Link very considerably. If you die, you start at the dungeon entrance with 3 hearts no matter what, even if you normally have 12 or higher. This means grinding out hearts. Oh, joy! I love grinding in a game. I have found that while enemies in dungeons are indeed supposed to drop hearts, it seems rarer in the dungeons themselves, so oftentimes I end up going back to the overworld. Speaking of the overworld, even finding some of these dungeons is a test of patience and blind luck. They aren't impossible, but trickier than they need to be. Surviving the overworld isn't too bad, but let's look at Dungeon 7 for example. It's hidden underneath this lake that needs the flute, and Dungeon 8's just sitting under a tree. The tree kinda sticks out, mind you, and is near the first part of the game, so you could end up finding this dungeon before even ending up in the first proper dungeon. The overworld also has shops that you'll need. You can buy blue candle as well as meat that you'll eventually need in one of the dungeons and never again. There are expensive though, so be sure you're constantly grinding rupees. You may need them for some of the gear in this game as well. The blue ring for much needed defense boost, bomb upgrades that are just randomly in dungeons, and a better shield cost a lot of money. Luckily, potions are ironically cheap. To get potions, you'll need the letter, which isn't too hard to locate. It's out in the open, in a cave somewhere, and some heart containers are too. Most are very well hidden though. There are plenty of secret rupee stashes and heart containers hidden in mundane scenery. A random tree along a wall of trees, or part of a wall that looks no different than the rest of the freaking wall. There are shops hidden like this too, for the record, that offer discount prices, and even some older ladies selling potions are hidden like this. So, bomb and burn everything? Nope. Some places make you pay for the bush or wall you just destroyed. Lovely. You can't possibly know which ones are traps or even just gambling games. You don't know, at least not on your first playthrough, unless you have a map at the very least. Sadly, the in-game map is just a gray block, so yeah. You also gain sword upgrades oddly too. The old man tells you that you have to master the blade, but in reality you need more health upgraded before you can upgrade your sword. This is confusing and makes building your arsenal and health a bit of a mess, but you need health to help survive and also in order to get better swords too. You should also find the power bracelet hidden under a living statue near the graveyard. It's a useful item. It's just kind of there. You wouldn't know which statue. The statue's not just like out in the middle of nowhere. It's with a bunch of other statues for no particular reason. But it helps move blocks to find warps to travel across the overworld a lot easier. And the warp whistle can take you to dungeons that you cleared out. These tricks help you for sure, but finding some of these are an absolute nightmare unless you actually have a map from online. Look, I totally respect the legacy that the original Legend of Zelda has on gaming as a whole. Every open world game owes thanks to this, either directly or indirectly. Skyrim? You bet. Assassin's Creed? Oh yeah. Final Fantasy? Probably. Still, the original game hasn't aged very well. Without outside help, this game won't hold up to modern standards. So that's not good. I recommend people play this for the legacy alone, but if you don't care about that, then this game will seem like a meh game. However, I say without outside help. With some maps of the overworld and maybe the last few dungeons, this turns into a reasonable game to play, and maybe a save state feature to help with the health grind. With these added benefits, the game goes from a meh to a good. That'd be a 5 out of 10 to a 7 out of 10 for those who really like numbers. There's also a decent amount of charm here, and a lot of the trappings in this game are negated by replete playthroughs and memorization. It's a rough start for sure, but people who know this game well often love it, and even do challenges like no sword runs. It is new players that will have the roughest time, but I'm sure with a helpful map or two, you can still overcome. But that's all the time I have to talk about the original Legend of Zelda. If you liked the video, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell icon, and hopefully soon, I'll also have a review of the other NES
During my
game
last Sonic review,
also
I
happens to
didn't
be
know
here.
I'd be doing another one
Until
this
then, my
season,
minions,
nor did
take
I really
care.
know what to do with Sonic Chaos. You know, it's known as Sonic and Tails in some circles. Just saying. Sonic Chaos is another 8-bit Sonic game for both the Game Gear as well as the Sega Master System. This wouldn't be the last game on both consoles that belong to Sega, but the other game is Sonic Blast, and that only saw a release on the Master System in Brazil. Anyway, Sonic Chaos is a game that I actually own for the Game Gear. The only Game Gear game I directly own outside of X-Men, although my Game Gear doesn't work, so you won't be seeing footage of it here. Regardless, this game also works on the Master System too, and for this review I ended up playing both versions. Why? They are both considered very similar in quality. Unless stated otherwise, I'd assume whatever I'm saying works in context for both games. There are a few version differences, but nothing too awfully different this time around. Regardless, after playing both versions, I felt there was enough to at least discuss on its own merits. At least as a bonus review to make up for me missing most of May. Now, what to call this review? I know Dr. Eggman's the villain again this time around, and Tails isn't in need of rescue. Well, I suppose the biggest thing here is the Chaos Emeralds, both in gameplay and with the story, as we'll see later on. So, let's do it. Let's take on the Chaos Emeralds! So, first things first, there's actually only 6 Chaos Emeralds in this game. I'm not exactly sure why they retconned this since the last game. This is after Sonic 2, after all. Regardless, I should probably change my thumbnail. A little bit of crappy Photoshop here, and there we go. Perfect. Anyway, Dr. Eggman steals one of the Chaos Emeralds from South Island, the home of Sonic and Tails. Without it, the other 5 Chaos Emeralds scatter. Because of this, South Island begins sinking into the ocean. This game doesn't outright state it, but the bad ending, I guess, has everyone dies. Oops. Does that sound familiar, though? I wonder if there's a mix-up since Sonic 3 was being worked on around this time, mixing Angel Island with South Island. And for those of you who don't know, Sonic 3 introduces Angel Island, a floating island in the sky that sinks when not powered by the Master Emerald.
Oh, and Tails can't get the Chaos Emeralds. Oh, gee, thanks for the rescue, Tails. But you half-assed it. I guess that's why you're a sidekick. Nah, Tails always gets a good ending, actually. But still, he can't get the emeralds, which is kind of a confusing choice. Regardless, Sonic has to stop Eggman, even if South Island wasn't sinking. You see, Dr. Eggman is using the Chaos Emerald he stole for weapon manufacturing. In particular, a big laser or possibly a nuclear bomb. Wait, oh shit, Eggman isn't messing around this time, is he? His last robot a Metal Gear? Quick, call Snake! Snake! Seriously though, this may be a jab at Americans? I'm just saying, since Dr. Eggman is based on a famous American president in World War II... a bit of a touchy subject there. Oh well. Regardless, this does retcon a few things that we know from the Sonic series at this point, as well as being a quick, muddled reason to fight Dr. Eggman again. Now, that being said, I am more than willing to work with this game's story if the game looks fantastic for both systems. And it totally does. The sprite quality has improved a lot, hasn't it? Yeah, Sonic and Tails both look a lot more like their 16-bit versions, which is awesome. And the menus and levels are super colorful. Honestly, this is probably the best looking game from the 8-bit series so far. However, due to this, the level themes aren't exactly super clear. I guess they're all the locations of South Island, including a mecha version of Green Hills, which is kinda interesting for sure. Regardless, they do look good. They actually kind of remind me of an 8-bit version of something from Sonic CD, which I suppose works. Also, the badniks look pretty great too, on the rare chance that you actually see one. One even shows back up from Sonic Mania. That's kind of cool. Well, it's a boss fight if I'm going to be blatantly obvious. Yeah, the boss fights look perfectly great. This is also the biggest set of differences between the versions from what I've seen. Obviously, the Game Gear with a smaller screen is going to look quite a bit different. However, while the sprite quality naturally dips, it's still good enough to stand on its own. But the stage screens are a bit different. Same colors, but different designs, oddly enough. Also, the title screen and character selection screen is different as well. And both look great. The music is slightly different for some zones and wildly different from other ones. Also, Mecha Green Hills theme is just a remix of Green Hills from 8-bit Sonic 2. I guess that place was mechanized. Neat. I was wondering why that track sounded so familiar playing through the game. Gigalopolis, I think that's how you pronounce it, it also has a different track in each version. While I like both, the Game Gear version sounds better to me. Some of these tracks are no different though. Electric Egg has a fantastic track that plays in Acts 1 and Act 2, which is totally awesome. Acts 3 music is great as well, but it's basically the intro track, which is very odd. The final boss music isn't super thrilling though, sounds more obnoxious to me, but the main boss theme is pretty good. Overall, this game has a fantastic presentation on both consoles. So, Sonic plays basically how you would expect him to. He is fast, has access to his spin dash, and what is basically the super peel out. I never used this move. I forgot Sonic had it, so I kind of just used the spin dash all over the place. It's called the strike dash here, but yeah, it's a super peel out from Sonic CD. There is a lot of Sonic CD in this game, isn't there? It did come out the same year, a few months before this game. Might explain some of the artistic choices. Anyway, everything seems in order here. The spin dash works like intended, and I'd imagine the strike dash does too. So let's talk about Tails. This is actually the first time Tails is playable in a single-player setting, shockingly enough. You could play as him in co-op in Sonic 2 on the Genesis, given he played just like Sonic and couldn't fly without being off-screen, so that sucked. However, Tails can totally fly here. It's clunky as all hell, but he can do it. You have to more or less stand perfectly still to activate it, breaking the pace of the game, which, yeah, it's pretty fierce, but overall it still works fine. And for the record, if you're wondering why all the Tails footage is on the Game Gear screen while all the Sonic footage is on the Master System screen, yeah, that's how I did it. I did my Tails run on the Game Gear, and I did my Sonic run on the Master System. I'm not sure why I didn't write this in the script, but I'm adding it here now. I can say that because of some of the levels that have some crap bottom routes, Tails was incredibly helpful. Close to a large bed of spikes or bottomless pits, it pays to take the upper routes. It isn't too difficult to get past these routes as Sonic given, but Tails makes this even easier. Actually, easier is the name of the game here. There are some challenges, but I found it really easy to max out on continues and lives throughout the game. And since the game showers you with rings, oh boy. There aren't too many enemies either, and the boss fights are pretty pathetic, barring the 3 final boss fights in the game. I will say that the Master Subversion system is slightly tougher on the boss fights, which is interesting, but outside of the extra attack here or spikes there, it isn't too different. Regardless, the fights are interesting. First thing, you can now have rings for these fights. Yeah, the last couple of 8-bit games, you had no ring for every boss fight in the game. This game gives you rings on even the final boss, so it eases up on that a lot. And these bosses can be a bit tricky to dodge overall, but still, I'd have to say things are pretty easy overall, considering the last couple of games. Look at me devastate the final boss here. He has another form, but he isn't too tricky. He basically tries to run you over after the fight with his Metal Gear. It's a one-hit KO, regardless of your ring count, but it's a one-hit KO for him too, so there you go. Proper timing and he's out of there. As for the levels proper though, there isn't much to comment on. Most of these levels have gimmicks, but they're all things you've seen before for sure. So that just leaves the Chaos Emeralds. There's only one source of challenge in this game, and it's trying to collect all 5. Wait, only 5? Hang on, there. Okay, there are actually 6, but you only collect the final one after defeating Dr. Eggman with the other 5 emeralds. How do you get these emeralds? Simple. Collect 100 coins of Sonic and you warp to a special stage. These aren't too difficult, but getting to the emerald at times requires trial and error. However, if you think you can just go back into the level and try again at getting 100 rings, well, you'd be wrong on that assumption. Once you enter the special stage with the emerald or run out of time, you immediately finish the level or act you're on. You still get a decent amount of tries, mind you, and even if you have to replay the game, it shouldn't take you too long to get a run with all 5 emeralds. This nets you the best ending, which is really just implied, as the only difference in game is having a neat emerald texture around the credits. Ooh. The special stages themselves are all different. One you have rocket boots, one you're racing on foot or with boots, some you have to climb with some spring shoes. It's very creative, but still there's some navigation and picky time limits. These do present a decent challenge, at least far more than the rest of the game. Still, since this game is incredibly easy, especially for a 2D Sonic game, I'd recommend finding those emeralds anyway, just for the added challenge. Be warned though, the last emerald is a pain in the ass to get, as it's just really fast tube navigation, and it's a pain even when you know where you're going. Look, I don't mind easier games by any means, and if you aren't familiar with Sonic, this may be the best way to start out with his series, at least the 2D games. Regardless, this is fun, if not a very short game. Overall, the game is good. If you ignore the writing and don't mind how bland the level setup is, you will most likely enjoy this. The levels and boss fights are passable with some fun instances, and the music is decent, the look of the game is great, and the gameplay is fun, and, Chaos Emeralds. They are fun to find and collect, bringing some challenge to the game, although Tails, again, can't collect them, making his run stupidly easy regardless. Sonic Chaos is still worth checking out. Just beware of the lack of difficulty. I give it a 7 out of 10, which is good overall, but shallow level design may turn some people off. But that's all the time I have to talk about Sonic Chaos. If you like the video, please leave a like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell. Really, anything helps my channel out at this point. I'm still not ready to tackle Sonic CD yet, and this will indeed be the last Sonic review this season. Until next time, my minions,
Does this mean
take care.
Bad?
Well, no, not necessarily. But it is disliked due to what this game has spawned. See, this is the start of the new Super Mario Bros. Series. Basically 4 games that are associated with the word new that are also Super Mario games. I don't mind the naming right offhand. I mean, every 2D Mario game is associated with the title Super Mario Bros. Even Super Mario World, which is just Super Mario Bros. 4 in Japan. Anyway, the issue is mostly due to a lot of the thematic and art style choices that make all 4 games incredibly similar to one another. It gets a little dull when looking at the games together. However, separately, these games aren't considered bad games, and it's just unfortunate that the games are all so similar. Still, I'd rather do separate reviews. Why? Simple to talk about how the games are different. A lot of reviewers lump most of these, if not all the games together in one video. I'm going to be taking things a little slower. Shame though, there was actually a lot of hype for this game when it came out. This game is more or less Super Mario Bros. 5 released on the DS. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of the touchscreen of the DS, but this game promised more to be a classic platformer, only using touch controls for item management. I enjoyed the idea and I picked up the game when it came out. A lot of people did. One of the best sellers on the console, which is why 3 more games came from it. I beat it, liked it, put it down, but never really replayed it until this review. Reason? I don't recall. So let's go find out. This is the first appearance of a fan favorite form of Bowser, so let's do it. Let's take on Dry Bowser! So starting out, some thunderclouds form while Mario and Peach are walking. The thunderclouds attack Princess Peach's castle off in the distance. While Mario wonders what to do, Bowser Jr. interrupts their walk out of nowhere and kidnaps the princess. What about the thunderclouds? An entirely optional boss fight! Haha! Anyway, you chase down Bowser Jr. through the entire game as he runs to different towers. After kicking his ass in a few towers, you chase him to the boss fight. I could have called this Sauron Takes on Bowser Jr., but it is the main boss fights where things get just a tiny bit interesting. See, the first boss fight is Bowser himself. You fight him by getting behind him and flicking a switch and dipping him in lava like Anakin Skywalker. This time, however, Bowser gruesomely dies and turns into a skeleton. Oops. Bowser Jr. doesn't seem too concerned as he continues to run towards the end of the game. It's at the end of the game where you square up again against Bowser himself. This time as a big-ass magic-wielding skeleton, more or less a Dry Bones, and it's a form known as Dry Bowser. You drop him in a bottomless pit and continue to the second section of the final world, where Bowser Jr. does some magic and revives Bowser, but even bigger. After fighting Bowser and Bowser Jr. teamed up one last time, Mario saves Princess Peach. Okay. So what we have here is a few ideas. There should have been more focus on either Bowser Jr. using his own minions, or Dry Bowser. Bowser Jr. is just there as he's constantly running through each stage. You have the Lakitu that hits Princess Peach's castle for some reason with lightning, and then Dry Bowser. There's a lot of what I guess you'd call lore here, but the game feels disjointed due to this. However, there's a number of simple and original ideas here too. Yeah, it should have focused on one of them and flushed them out more, but I'll give some added credit to, basically due to how charming this whole game is. Yeah, I actually really like the idea that you can see Bowser Jr. running through each world on your first playthrough through the map screen. I like how he's dragging Princess Peach. The animation is silly, but overall fun. I love Dry Bowser's design. He looks so fearsome, and it's indeed a fan favorite. It's cool to see a Lakitu boss fight who is obviously the one attacking Princess Peach's castle. The realization of this is fun, and small details like this are nice. Actually, all the boss fights look pretty decent. Peter Piranha even shows up, and he looks pretty good in this game. The DS wasn't the greatest when it came to 3D games or models, but at the proper aspect ratio, the mix of 3D and 2D sprites actually looks pretty decent. Now, blown up, well, no, it looks ugly as hell. But that's not the way you're technically supposed to see this game. The level themes are pretty basic though, almost one-to-one the same as the themes used in Super Mario Bros. 3, excluding the big world. Instead, they have a poisonous jungle world instead. Yeah. Overall, this theming gets boring later on, but since this was the first 2D Mario game in a long time, I can forgive it for now. Also, not the biggest fan of things reused. The music isn't for the most part, but a lot of the sound effects, I think some of the 3D models are all reused and borrowed from Mario 64 DS. Don't believe me? You can play all the unlockable touchscreen minigames here from Mario 64 DS, except you don't have to unlock them here, you just kind of have them. Neat. Anyway, there's a lot of reused, but the music is rather new. The overworld theme is an absolute treat, and even has the enemies singing and dancing to it. While this may mess up a bit of timing with jumping on enemies, it goes in an element of strategy too. And seeing the enemies dance and sing along is obviously charming as hell. For the record, they do this with every tune. The underground theme has been remixed to include them, and it isn't too bad, but this is essentially the same underground theme that you've been dealing with since the original Super Mario Bros. It's been remixed to death, and I hate to say it, there are better remixes out there. The athletic theme isn't too bad, and the water theme is actually really relaxing. The only other tracks I like, though, are the lava level theme and the credits. The lava theme reminds me of Paper Mario, and the credits remind me of WarioWare for some baffling reason, even though I've never really played the WarioWare games. Regardless, the rest of the music is passable, but nothing remarkable. In fact, none of the music is remotely iconic compared to the previous Mario games. Again, it's not bad, but when matched with the 2.5D graphics, makes this game stand out a lot less comparatively. And yeah, if you didn't think I was going to criticize the gameplay, you're wrong. Mario feels so heavy in this game. He is actually somewhat difficult to get used to. You can still move him in midair, that wasn't removed or anything like that, but he is sluggish when doing so, making things a lot trickier than many of the games before this. Now, that doesn't make the game super challenging, it's just something difficult to deal with, especially if you played any of the other classic Mario games. The only time this is actually frustrating is when Mario is swimming. He carries his momentum a lot while swimming, but stopping or even building speed back up? Yeah, this is the chunkiest Mario in any platformer I've played. Might want to lay off the ravioli there, plumber boy. But what about the power-ups? Well, there isn't much here, to be honest. The Mushroom and Fire Flower return as helpful as they were in previous Mario games. Then there's the new shit. There is the Mega Mushroom allowing you to be Mario-Zilla, smashing and bashing anything in sight for a limited time. Fun, but limited, especially in some levels. The Mini Mushroom weakens Mario to where even stomping on enemies is impossible, instead needing a ground pound. Oh, I forgot about that. Mario has most of his moveset from Mario 64. He can ground pound as well as wall jump. Yeah. This does open up a lot for 2D games, so I'm glad they're back. Anyway, the Mini Mushroom allows you to run on water and go through small pipes. Still, it's more like a power down more than anything. Last, we have Shell Mario. This is fun, but so damn unruly, I always die with this thing on. Mario can swim better, making it great underwater. However, on land, you can duck to block projectiles, but running turns you into a freaking Koopa shell. On paper, it sounds cool, but once you're flying by in a turtle shell, you're probably going to die when bottomless pits enter into the fray. Ugh. Look, offensively, this is awesome because, like a Koopa shell being thrown, this more or less kills everything in front of you. However, when you jump, it becomes a problem, and getting out of the shell is very awkward. By the time I'm out of the shell, I've already fell and died. Oops. Anytime you add bottomless pits with this power-up, the fun becomes less practical. Still fun, I suppose, but yeah. Overall, while the design works, it has a lot of problems with it. With Mario gaining weight since his last 2D game and the power-ups being fun but not very practical, there are some problems here for sure. So the level design here is going to be kind of interesting. First thing, the levels, while themed to certain areas, aren't always held down by that theme. For example, there is indeed some levels based on sand in the second world, particularly the final palace. But some places in the desert area have caves, some have cactus enemies, and this one, it's a level based on moving blocks. Yeah, I suppose it's a callback to the desert level from Mario Bros. 3, but it isn't the same either. They just kind of have this level. This could be in any area, but it happens to be in the desert level. Okay. A lot of levels are like this, though. There's a level in the sky that has a giant flying wiggler that you just ride on. The Poison Jungle has Plessy show back up, but a lot of levels are very gimmicked inspired, which waters down the impact of certain levels too. The levels don't build on anything excluding a few challenges, unlike many other 2D Mario games, which build on certain enemies and concepts eventually. They aren't bad, some of the levels are legit fun and challenging, while some are annoying, so it's hit and miss for sure. As for the boss fights, I actually like these. They're way better than the boss fights in any other 2D Mario game, including Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World. Seriously, you can fight Petey Piranha, who has a creative boss fight here, and a giant Goomba, which is more fun than it probably should be. A Pokey Mummy, who's really fun as well. Dry Bowser is a different spin on the typical Mario Brothers boss fight. And Bowser Jr. more or less replaces Boom Boom style enemies, but it works better. He acts like Boom Boom, running at Mario a lot, but eventually starts throwing Koopa shells that you have to throw back for added challenge. Unless you're Fire Mario, of course. Overall, while there are a few levels that stink or are kind of boring, the callbacks to previous games are fun, most of the levels are entertaining, the boss fights are good too. Also, while you go after flagpoles like Super Mario Bros. 1, there's plenty of references to other games, like these moving blocks straight out of Super Mario World. Awesome! So, believe it or not, there are actually some secret worlds to play in. If you beat the Mummy Pokey or Petey Piranha as Mini Mario, you end up going to a different, more challenging world. If you want to play them all, there's a save feature, so no worries. You can always go back to previous levels to do this again. Still, it isn't too bad with Petey, but Pokey Mummy is kind of a pain in the ass to fight as Mini Mario. The only advantage with the Pokey Mummy is that you can get a mini mushroom in his palace. In Petey's palace, you can get one there, but it's a bit more difficult. There are these item boxes that shuffle through certain items, so you can get one through one of these, but it's still a pain in the ass if you make a mistake. Remember, Mini Mario can only take one hit, making the fights far more challenging, and only a ground pound works. You can't just jump on the enemies, you actually have to do a ground pound, which slows your progress down ever so slightly. Next, you can get star coins. There's 3 in every level, and some are easy to get, while some are challenging and some are utter bullshit. However, only rarely do you need to pay to get into levels. Most of the time, you use these to pay to get into mushroom houses for Atom items. Nice. Overall, after replaying this game, it's kind of hit and miss in a lot of categories. While I complain, I do think some of these things work overall, but only because this happens to be Mario. What's worse, if I was to compare this game with any other 2D Mario game before it, I'd say the only game this one beats out is probably the first one and maybe Lost Levels. That being said, I don't think the game is necessarily bad either. Most of the levels are pretty good, the secrets are only required to help you, rather than to, use to progress like certain other Mario games. The charm works somewhat well despite how much is reused, and while the story is kind of there, it does particularly work with how simple Mario is supposed to be. I'd say my biggest actual issue is the gameplay with how heavy Mario is, and the parts of the story that make no sense aren't just flushed out. Overall, I do think as much as I am harsh on this game, it's still a good game at the end of the day, and I can still recommend checking it out. It's just a bit better as my overall Mario experience started out with far better 2D Mario games like 2, 3, and World. Still, a 7 out of 10 isn't bad. The game hasn't aged well, but overall there's still some fun concepts and things here. This is easily the most creative game in the new lineup, just to let you guys know. But that's all the time I have to talk about New Super Mario Bros., I suppose. I probably should head back to Zelda 2. Oh, lovely. If you liked the video, please like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell for quick updates, and the next time I'll be reviewing Zelda 2. Oh, shit, I kinda died. Whoops.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You died?
Ah, the head of Cerberus, my old arch nemesis. I thought you couldn't come after me anymore.
Oh, I technically can't, but my sister can.
Sister? Cerberus is female?
Why do people always think I'm a guy?
Ha! I am here to be your torturer now and the game over. The game over? Is that what we're calling it?
Well, gamers drag themselves up hell all the time. The game overs are always bad.
Enough! I have a game for you to play, Sauron. It is a favorite, a Mario game. I just have to find it. Is it over here? How about here? Oh no, I can't find it. Yeah, I get it. Mario is missing. Well, if you insist, good luck. Oh, damn it. Alright. I suppose I walked into that one. But yeah, Mario is Missing is the title of the game in which you play as Luigi. What are you doing? I'm reviewing the game. How evil! Spreading the terror of this horrid game. I love it. Yeah, anyway, you play as Luigi. The only other time he headlined a game as the main character was a small Game & Watch type game. Still, this was originally a computer game, not a Super Nintendo game, but eventually it did get reworked into the NES and SNES. I'll mostly be focused on the SNES version as the one most people know, and the one that I sadly played as a rental. What a shit weekend. I couldn't even figure out how to play the game, and this rental didn't come with a manual, so I was kind of just stuck slaughtering Koopas for no reason. Hell, part of me thought this was an honest fever dream. At least until I saw another YouTuber talking about this damn game. Seriously though, now that I know how to play the game, I'm better about actually reading things. I guess I'm ready to finally beat this game. Not to say this is a tough game, just annoying. It's been a long while, but like I said, this is the Super Nintendo version that I know. So let's focus on that. Let's do it. Let's take on Luigi! You know what, that title's fine. People can think I'm beating the crap out of Luigi. He probably deserves it after this game. He's actually a bit of an asshole here. Mario suddenly falls through a hole in the ground and Luigi sarcastically retorts about how Mario is kinda late to the party. Suddenly, Mario falls into another hole and into the castle, and Luigi mentions finding Mario like he does this every damn day and is getting annoying. So, what are the brothers doing? Well, besides Mario teleporting, Luigi and Yoshi were waiting Mario to show up to stop Bowser in our world. Yeah, somehow Bowser's in our world and he's buying every hairdryer in the world to melt Antarctica in an effort to team up with the true enemy, global warming. Jeez. Seriously though, Bowser's just doing this for no particular reason. What's worse is how he's getting the money for this. He isn't technically stealing the money or the hairdryers. No. He's stealing pieces of landmarks to ransom them off and get money that way. I guess it's just another way for him to be an added asshat about this whole thing. What's really stupid is that Luigi gets the artifacts back and actually gets a reward for giving them back perfectly fine. So, Bowser, what the hell was the holdup? Was Bowser looking for more money? Seriously, his Koopas could have just been bringing that stuff back already, authenticating it, and getting money for all this. After Luigi collects a small fortune, oddly all in American dollars, despite returning things in places like Japan and Russia, Luigi finds Mario after flipping a switch. Bowser shows up briefly, but Luigi flips the switch again, and Bowser suddenly shot out of a cannon into the nearby ice. Oops. Guess Bowser isn't getting that beachfront property anytime soon. Why is the switch so powerful? How did Luigi know to pull the thing again to defeat Bowser? Why did Bowser knowingly land on the entrance to his own damn cannon? No one cares. This story makes some of the DIC cartoons look like masterpieces in writing. This story is all over the place and just reeks of trying to be kid-friendly but not actually understanding what works in a Mario storyline. As little as there is in many Mario storylines. But at least the game looks good though, right? Luigi, Mario, and Yoshi are ripped right out of Super Mario World, along with the Koopas and the Pokies. The Koopas that have artifacts die with some interesting animations. Bowser looks okay, I suppose, and all the cities have unique backdrops. Maps look decent too. The shops that Luigi passes look different city to city, but when you're in the same city for a while, which will happen, you find something out. These shops repeat more than the background of a Flintstones cartoon. Oops. Yeah, don't get me wrong, they made different shops and houses for each city, but they didn't make a very large amount of them. The only thing that looks slightly different in each city would be the information kiosks you pass by, but they look the same in each city, with an NES sprite of Princess Daisy of all things. I guess at the time she wasn't being used a whole lot, so she really needed the money. Weird to see an NES sprite here. Also, not to point home, but the borrowed Koopa sprites are all just the red Koopa. This means the enemies look all the damn same. They're boring. There are boss fights of sorts with 3 of the Koopalings, but other than their head, they all look the same too. How lazy. Then there's the music. Most of the tracks is the same tune borrowed from Super Mario World, but slightly remixed to sound more like the country of origin. I think there's only one track that differs in the cities, and even the castle theme is reused and slightly remixed from the previous game. That's kind of lame. At first, this game seemed like it looked and sounded pretty good, but overall, it was repetitious and very, very disappointing. So the gameplay is somehow both simple and very complicated all at the same damn time.
First thing, Luigi walks in to the castle and you can enter the city through these doors. After that, you have a lot of Koopas. You can jump on them, but walking, they are actually faster than you. And if you run, you're faster than them, making them very awkward to actually jump on. You only need to find 3 specific Koopas, but they don't look any different than any of the other Koopas, but they die differently? Yeah. Once they die in very spectacular fashion, I suppose, they leave behind a handkerchief to hide fingerprints, I guess. You can pick it up by jumping on it while on top of it. Yeah, that makes sense. So what's in this hanky? Well, it's an artifact. Oftentimes it's an artifact way too big for Luigi to actually carry, much less be hidden in a tiny little handkerchief, but hey, video game logic. You can take the item to the information kiosk. What's that? Oh, you can find the information kiosks on the map. Yeah, you can activate a mini-map with a button push, sure. However, you will eventually need the big map on the overly cumbersome pause screen. Select the map and bam, information overload. To switch streets you're on, you have to find a connecting street and either press up or down. But make sure you're on the sidewalk. I guess it's the middle of the road for the NES version. Huh. Anyway, you find a kiosk and select the option to return the artifact. Oops, wrong kiosk. Switch items or find the proper kiosk and return the object. Time for a history quiz on the subject at hand. Mess up and you'll have to come back later. I guess Daisy goes on a union break or something. Anyway, after answering the questions ranging from easy to guess to hard as shit to remember the actual info. Oh, you need to look up some answers? Well, the kiosk lets you read a newspaper with information on the landmarks. What's that? The answer you're looking for isn't there? Well, shit. Looks like you can either guess until you get it right, or find one of the citizens walking around. You can't miss them, they're ugly as sin and repeat like the music. Even talking to them is incredibly challenging for no reason. But you can ask them questions on objects. Not sure they have the answers though. No, I wasn't about to ask every citizen in hopes that I could find one of the answers I needed. I'd rather just guess my way through and, wait between wrong answers. It was still quicker this way. Now that you've returned all the artifacts, it's time to leave the city. For some reason, a pokey enemy blocks your way. Why a random cactus enemy? Not sure. If only there was, in the Mario series, if only the Mario series had another plant-like enemy that was heavily associated with pipes that could block the way just like this. Nothing? Too bad. You do have to figure out which city you're in, but the backgrounds, music, and newspapers on all the missing artifacts do actually help with that. The citizens do as well, but they're more vague from what I could tell. I really only had to ask once, thankfully. Anyway, you access the globometer thing to direct Yoshi from Antarctica to whatever city you were at. Hope you know which continent, though. To my knowledge, the game isn't friendly with which country these cities are actually in. So if you don't know Paris is in Europe, or where Europe even is on the map, you may have some issues. Now that isn't an issue for me, but for a kid trying to actually learn this crap, it would be nice if the game actually taught you something. Now that Yoshi is underneath Luigi, Luigi runs a lot faster. He can also leave the city if need be. There's no fanfare when Yoshi finds the right city though, so oops. That means, if you do put Yoshi in the correct city, you still have to exit out of the entire menu screen, which is 2 screens that you have to exit out of, by the way, just to see if you actually have Yoshi. This is absolutely annoying. No fanfare or nothing to at least let you know Yoshi's where he needs to be. This would have helped. But no, naturally the menu is already overly cumbersome. Let's make it more annoying. Overall, the controls are shit. Luckily, this game isn't asking much with them, however. And if you're thinking that these levels are going to get way harder as you progress, no. They're all basically the same damn level. The most these are going to get is some of these cities are huge. This means a lot of back and forth through the map screen and back. Again, having to back out of the map screen and then the menus as well, because that's efficient. Outside of that, the questions don't exactly get harder as you progress. In fact, some of them get easier. In fact, difficulty is incredibly sporadic. Oh joy. Some of these answers are stupidly easy to figure out, and some are incredibly annoying and difficult.
And it's typically the harder questions that don't have the answers that are easy to find. This game loves questions with dates, and honestly, while I'm okay with guessing dates normally, some of these questions have years that are pretty close to one another. These questions I've always found a pain in the ass, even in school. I don't fully remember if something happens in 1905 or 1906. How is this even teaching me? This is more memorization rather than learning, if you ask me. That being said, this is the quickest way to beat a level. I figured out which city I'm in to summon Yoshi as quick as possible, because Yoshi doubles your speed. I go through and slaughter every Koopa I can find until I have the 3 missing landmark artifacts. I hit a kiosk, bringing up the item they need, and pushing my way through the quiz. If I mess up, I'll walk away for a bit, maybe read up on it quickly. If I need to, I'll just guess my way through the questions and hope they're easy, but that doesn't always work. However, despite this, I only managed a time bonus once. Yeah, there are time bonuses for each city on how fast you complete it. Not like you can look up your scores afterwards, so I'm not sure why bother giving these. Look, the idea that I was trying to speed up run this game means I was just trying to get through each level as fast as possible. I still didn't have fun doing this. Every level is basically the same, and that sucks. Then there are the boss fights with 3 Koopalings. These are all the same too. The Koopalings can't hurt you, there's no health in this game after all. You just jump on them and yeah, they move fast as hell and you awkwardly try and match up with them. Eventually you murder them, I guess, and continue on. Lemmy Koopa is ironically the final boss here, as Bowser's defeated through a cutscene. Oops. And now to talk about the secrets and side quests. There are none! Oops! You have points and that's all you get for beating a city in returning all the artifacts. Yay? You can't look up your high scores, so that doesn't really do anything for me. Even if you could look up your high scores, I'm not showing this to my friends. Come on! So, how do you define a game like this? I mean, legally I can probably get away with calling this a school quiz that's somewhat open book with video game elements. There's nothing here for gamers, and honestly, kids trying to learn, I wouldn't say they're learning much either. This game is so dull. I'd rather have a test on paper. At least with a test on paper, I can finish that a lot faster. Here's the thing, nobody actually has to do any of this, unless I become an elementary teacher later on and force my kids to play this garbage. The story sucks. The gameplay is annoying and awkward. The levels are bland and unoriginal. There really isn't anything to keep your interest outside the main missions. The best thing is the music and the look of the game, and if I'm honest, even that kind of sucks, with reused sprites and reused music that repeats unapologetically. The only reason this game has any merit or any amount of fame or infamy is simply because this is technically a Mario game. This is the first console game to feature Luigi as the main playable character, and maybe this is why Luigi needed several more console generations before headlining another game. This game isn't super bad or anything like that. It isn't a buggy mess. The game is just dull. It is boring in every possible way. I didn't like it as a kid. I still dislike it today. Overall, this game is just the worst. I'm giving this a single point. That's it. A 1 out of 10. This game is painfully boring with hardly any joy here. I cannot recommend this game even if you want your kid to learn geography on any level. This game isn't broken or bad. It's just so boring. My opinion, boring is far worse than bad. So yeah, this game belongs in the game over, the hell of gamers itself. And the worst part is somewhere in the game over, I'm sure, the sequel Mario is missing is somewhere around here too. That's right, there's a sequel to this damn game, Mario's Time Machine. Blah. I am not touching that this time around. I'm gonna go back to my regular reviews, but why am I still stuck in the game over? I have some reviews before I have to finish Season 5, or at least some that I'd like to do. Mario Odyssey, Doom Eternal, No More Heroes 3. Oh, Zelda 2, right. I gotta finish this hell abomination. Yeah, unfortunately, Zelda 2 has always been a bit of a rough spot for me, but I'll deal with that in the next review.
Take care, guys. And if you like the video, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell icon. It helps my channel grow. I'll see you next time as I finally crawl my way out of the game over and defeat Zelda 2. Take care. Alright, let's get this out of the way now. I don't like this game. I don't care to play this game. And while there are aspects of the game I do readily enjoy, the game itself is not something that I like. No, I did not play the original NES version. Yes, I played the Wii U version. I was not about to get warped back to the start of the game every single time I died. The only times I allowed that were with level ups and after I made some progress at the very least. Yeah, I use save states in the game a lot, in dungeons and especially at boss fights, just to ease up with the amount of time that I had to spend here. I played the Wii U version for the record. Overall though, while not enjoying my time, I can say that it isn't because the game had a genre switch. Yeah, this game really isn't a top-down adventure game anymore. No, that's now a side-scrolling action-adventure game, removing almost all the puzzle elements and focusing more on combat overall. Hell, the top-down sections are only when Link travels the overworld now, and while you'll see enemies here, touching one sends you to a side-scrolling section. This feels more like an action RPG, and, well, yeah, that's actually the best way to sum up the change. An action RPG with level grinding, but somehow this is Zelda. Maybe this should have been a spin-off rather than a true sequel? Just saying? Not sure. Either way, this game was vastly different than the original Legend of Zelda. I get why this happened, though. Back before the NES was a thing, gaming was just so simple that sequels were never really all that common. And Nintendo didn't really know how to handle this. After all, the original sequel to Super Mario Bros. Was just a harder take on Super Mario Bros., which the Zelda developers probably thought was dumb. That's why they went overkill in the opposite direction and made this game so vastly different and it barely feels like a Zelda game at all. But to be fair, there are some firsts here that translate to other Zelda games. Villages with actual people are here, spells are here. Yeah, you actually have a magic gauge for one, that's interesting. And Link's moves from Smash Bros. Are taught to Link in this game. Overall, it's indeed an important game to the timeline, and I respect it for that. But that doesn't change the idea that this game is one of the most difficult NES games of all time. Before I start ranting on that one, though, let's get this review started up. Let's do it. Let's take on Shadow Link! You know the text scroll that explains the story? This is great! Zelda's been put under a sleeping spell, and Link needs the rest of the Triforce, more or less the Triforce of Courage, to save her. You have 6 crystals, you need to put them in 6 temples, and then collect the Triforce piece in the last temple. Simple, right? I actually like this version of the story. However, if you look into things and find the real story, you know, digging for more context, perhaps, this actually made the story kinda worse. First off, this game takes place 6 years after the original Legend of Zelda. This Link is the same one from the original game, and he's now 16. This means he was 10 during the original game, huh? That makes Ocarina of Time a little confusing, doesn't it? Anyway, Link wakes up in a strange mark on his hand that looks like the Triforce, but with a 3rd piece. Talking to Impa, the wise woman, she explains that there's a second Princess Zelda, and that this particular Zelda is in a coma thanks to her brother. Here we go, folks. Her brother attacked her wanting the secrets to the Triforce alongside an evil wizard. And the evil wizard got mad and actually attacked Zelda with a spell. The wizard got Zelda into a coma, but I guess there was a backlash effect and the wizard died. Zelda's brother felt guilty and deemed every princess would be named Zelda going forward. Meanwhile, Link is here to help the older Zelda and reunite the entire Triforce. But to do so, he has to solve the former king's puzzle. Link is given a letter from the king from long ago, but only the future king of Hyrule can read it, which is ironic since the king's son couldn't, I guess. He still is, became the king of Hyrule some 100 years back, even after nearly killing his sister. I suppose the first Zelda, apparently. Yeah, it isn't very clear, but oh well. Despite actual kings of Hyrule not being able to read this letter, I suppose, Link sure as hell can, and basically heads out to bring about an era with 2 Princess Zeldas. This story is all sorts of wacky. Seriously, I think the NES text crawl is far better and far more simple compared to the actual story, so ouch.
Luckily, this game looks great. The enemies and even Link looks fantastic. The villagers look good, the backdrops and temples look fantastic. Yeah, I love the way this game looks. Link's sprite is pretty detailed overall, and the only real issue is how small his sword is, which kind of affects the gameplay as well. Still, I like Link's look here. I also like how the baddies look in the game. They're very well designed sprites, especially for 8-bit, and the boss fights look pretty great too. They don't animate well though, not as well as Link anyway, but overall, the look of the game is fantastic. The music is pretty damn good too. Hit sound effects and music are all pretty top notch here. While I like many of the tracks, the best one is the dungeon track. I have more nostalgia to the Melee version, I'm not gonna lie. That's where I first heard it. Didn't get to try this game until after I already had a GameCube. Still, I can appreciate how well this game looks on the NES, and compared to the original Legend of Zelda, I feel that's a testament to the way this game actually looks, and, moves, and fluid animation. Back to the music, the opening theme is actually really good. The overworld is a remix, but it's different enough to stand out, and being in towns is chipper and joyous due to being a bit more safe. The battle music is built to pump you up for the fights, and it works really well. And as stated before, the dungeon theme is really damn good. The boss theme is pretty good too. Yeah, I love the music of this game, as well as the sprite quality. Easily my favorite part about this game, and it's arguably the best part about this game, except there is a pretty staunch contender. So, this Link is pretty versatile, not counting his weapons and items. In fact, let's start there. Almost every item Link finds in the dungeon helps him only in the overworld. I think the candle, which lights dark caves on the side-scrolling aspect, and the key that opens all doors are the only ones that aren't overworld exclusive. All the other items are overworld items, like this raft, for example, for this one particular section, or the boots that lets you walk on water in this other particular section. Maybe the flute that removes this one monster? Yay? No, Link uses more dynamic sword skills as well as straight-up spells that are his main source of travel and attacking when he's in his 2D sections. For the first time ever in the series, we have a magic meter and spells. This is the first for the series, and there's plenty of spells to go along with this. You can cast Shield to add to your defense, or Jump to increase your jumping abilities. Try Fireball for some long-range hitting attacks that are needed to kill very specific enemies. This last one's only an American version exclusive, though. I suppose they felt the spell wasn't as useful as some of the others. It's true, the enemies I'd like to use this on are immune to the damn thing, so yeah, they made some enemies only hittable with this fire spell? I don't get it. Anyway, you have a healing and a screen nuke eventually too, and while magic costs are high on those last two spells, they're still useful attacks if you can manage them. You can only use a spell once in a room, so you need to transition to the screen to get spells like Shield and Fairy, Fairy being a spell that turns Link into a really small fairy, to actually stop. Eventually, Link learns the downward and upward thrust, moves that people mostly know from Smash Brothers that started in this game. The upward thrust wasn't as useful, but the downward thrust is amazing. With this, you can bounce on foes and either kill them or sometimes skip the harder to defeat ones. This is an awesome move for Link to have, and I appreciate it far more in Smash Brothers now for sure. Either way, I love the gameplay here, excluding one simple thing. The level up system. Yeah, there are RPG mechanics in the game. You kill enough shit and you level up. Seems simple. Well, sadly, there are also lives here. If you lose all your lives, you game over. You keep whatever level you gained, but you lose all your experience, which could be a massive amount, given how much you may actually need. The first few levels are okay, but the last ones take a buttload of experience. This can be a bit crushing if you burn through all 3 of your lives after all of that level grinding and didn't quite achieve the level that you were looking for. Oops. And yes, with level design like this, you will most likely burn through all 3 lives before you can really consider how many points you have left to level up. Now let's talk about dying for a minute. You will die a lot in this game. Check this out. The weakest version of this enemy is a beast when you first encounter him. You are supposed to play some weird version of Happy Slaps. He can swing his sword from top or bottom. He can also move his shield up or down. However, the shield and the sword don't move in unison, but yours sure as hell do. If you duck, your top is exposed. If you stand, your bottom is exposed. You can only attack and guard at the same spot, meaning that playing things slow and safe is incredibly difficult. You are bound to be hit, and these things hit hard. The only way to really defeat this thing effectively is a jump slash, which to be fair is so effective that it becomes Link's strongest attack later on. However, here it feels more like an honest exploit. You know, like it works, but it wasn't really intended to work that well. After all, there are some places where the hallway is just too damn small to use this attack anyway. Then you actually have to happy slap this piece of crap. I find getting aggressive is the best option. Sure, you take hits, but I take a lot less than when I'm trying to play it safe, so I guess it works. Still, taking hits in this game isn't a good thing, and this enemy shows up in the first dungeon several times. Oops. Naturally, they only grow in strength, and one even has throwing knives, which is fantastic. These aren't even the worst enemies half the time, which is just great. These levels are brutal. Hell, the entire game is brutal. But so what? Yeah, things hit hard, but that isn't the worst thing. You can just heal up, right? The healing spell takes a lot of juice. Normally, you can only do this once, maybe twice on a full magic bar, which is fine, but it isn't a full heal either. Either way, there are times I feel you cannot avoid taking damage, and with the low amount of heals you have, this can be difficult to manage overall. What? Oh, refilling your magic and health with items? Okay, the only health item in the game is a fairy, which is basically so rare they aren't very reliable. As for refilling magic, if you're lucky, there are indeed times you can find blue potions to reveal such a small amount of magic it's near laughable. Red potions can be found by killing powerful enemies, but it's still incredibly rare to have it drop. And it doesn't drop enough to be reliable, so more like a nice bonus when you find one. You may be able to find a red potion in certain areas, but even this is hit and miss at times. This makes things tricky when you have only 3 lives. Last but certainly not least, making this annoying is knockback. Not only are there incredibly strong enemies in the first few dungeons, but eventually knockback becomes an issue. See, at first there aren't too many areas where knockback becomes a problem, but more and more there are lava-filled pits everywhere. Fall into a pit and you die immediately. There are a few times when enemies I couldn't see until after already making the jump basically killed me in one shot. Fun? Of course not. This can be capped by careful timing and slowly moving forward, but it still hits hard when all of your momentum is stopped by a hit that you didn't see coming and instant death. Nothing in these stages set them apart from this either. They just become more and more brutal as time goes on. Boss fights, however, are a bit of a different story. These are still hard, but they're more straightforward in the way that you tackle them. No, there are still some I swear you can't avoid taking damage from, but it's one fight. If you have a life to spare, the boss fight isn't too bad. You simply lose 1 life, let that heal and shield you up, and basically, as long as you play remotely well, the boss will fall. I call bullshit on the last boss, however. If you don't have a spare life when you reach him, easy to do mind you, you may not be able to beat him at all. You have to use the Screen Nuke Thunder spell to even begin damaging him, the spell that takes up a ton of magic. I couldn't even heal after using this spell. I thought Shield Spell would help and maybe Jump Spell, as I could use them at least after I used the Screen Nuke, but it was actually Reflect that won the day. Then Dark Link is the hardest version of Happy Slaps unless you manipulate the AI. Yeah, a boss fight right after another boss fight. Fun! No, not really. Overall though, I don't mind the boss fights. It's the levels themselves that have the same enemies over and over again, but stronger and stronger. Also, traps you're dealing with repeat, yeah. There are a couple of times that the levels are just similar rooms to other dungeons, or even the same dungeon, hell. And it's the same enemies, but possibly stronger or more annoying to deal with. Yeah, repeating rooms, isn't that fun? To even stand a chance, you may want to break out the guide and find all the hidden goodies that dot Hyrule. Some of these are tough to find. There are points on the overworld that look no different than any other plot of land, but if you stand on them, you can get a heart container or magic container. These refill and increase your health and magic. They are overall useful to keep you alive, but finding them all isn't the most intuitive. Some of them are found in simple to notice caves, along with things that you may need to collect just for getting spells. Yeah, collecting spells while needed to finish the game oftentimes feels like it's a side quest more than anything else. Though some of these spells are optional in the Japanese release, just saying. Either way, things in the overworld can be difficult to pinpoint without a map, and extra lives are about in the same situation. Oh yeah, there are extra lives in the game. You can find them in sparse numbers in the game and possibly in a dungeon or two. Here's the catch though. When you pick up an extra life, that life is gone. No matter how many times you save, reset, or die, it will not come back. Now, if you know where they are, you can save most of them until the final stretch of the game, which is a fine strategy, but how would you know to do that on your first run? Overall, I think Zelda 2 is a drag to play. I respect its history and impact on the series, but the game itself isn't enjoyable to me. I can't stand this game, but the game does do a decent amount right where I might be able to recommend it to those looking for something like a hardcore challenge. After all, the game isn't unplayable or even unbeatable, it's just a bit of a slog to do so. However, the writing and the way secrets are handled leaves a lot to be desired. Secrets are useful, but few and far between. And while the writing is just utterly bizarre, making this game a sequel, but also ignoring the first game really hard, then the utter bullshit of super hard enemies, knockback, and limited lives and leveling up makes each dungeon a test of patience over skill. However, I still say the gameplay is well designed, and using spells is super fun. The game is charming with sound and quality and music. There are things that I like here. I think the game ends up not as bad, but not great either. It ends up being okay overall. A solid 6 out of 10. I say try it out if you have the time and access to it, but yeah, I wouldn't seek it out either, per se. Again, it's the low point of the Legend of Zelda series for me, but that's all the time I'm spending on this game. Like I said, I didn't really like the game, so I'm glad I finally beat it and put it behind me. If you liked the video, likes, comments, subscriptions, bell icon pushes, these all really help my channel out. Until next time, my minions, take care.
So, I love comic books. I know I mentioned it several times. I prefer Marvel over DC. But that isn't to say I'm not a fan of DC by any means. In fact, I like many characters from DC. Green Arrow, Flash, and yeah, I'm talking about the comics and the TV shows, though Arrow is basically Batman but with a bow. I also like Birds of Prey, Green Lantern, although I often prefer Jon Stewart over Hal Jordan, and Guy Gardner is a shit Green Lantern, but when he took over the Red Lanterns, ooh. I like their normal leader and his cat as well, you know, Atrocitus. And back on Earth, I really enjoy Red Tornado, Constantine, and hell, I like the comic version of Aquaman on occasion. When it comes to Batman, I like his family as well, yep. Huge fan of Damian Wayne, Cassandra Cain, Duke Thomas, all characters that Gotham Knights should use, but won't. Yeah. When it comes to Batman, though, I got into the character thanks to the animated series. Yeah, the one inspired heavily from the first few live-action movies. This was one of the biggest reasons I gave this game a shot. My friend was telling me about the game, and I figured Batman games were all, garbage. In my defense, the only other Batman game I played was based on Batman Forever, which was a garbage game, one I originally rented, and now it's the only real SNES game that I own. I mean, I have a few on the SNES Mini and the Wii U, but I digress. Besides, it isn't like I enjoyed Batman Forever anyway. Speaking of live-action movies, I really enjoyed Batman 1989, Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and the newest The Batman, which is a longer but fantastic Batman film. Anyway, I eventually was convinced to try the demo of this game, and after loving the hell out of the demo, I did pick up the game and followed the series. So let's start this entire series with the first game. The main villain of the entire story is based around the one Batman villain. So let's do it. Let's take on the Joker! So the game begins and Batman has captured the Joker. Roll credits. Nah, just kidding. Batman drags Joker into Arkham and mentions something is off.
Not to quote the animated series, but with Joker, nothing is ever simple, and Batman caught him without much resistance. It's almost like he wanted to be caught. Batman follows him into the asylum, but soon as Batman isn't right behind the Clown Prince of Crime, Joker breaks loose and goes deeper into the asylum. Batman chases after him and runs into a large monster beast thing, which dies pretty quickly, and then Joker escapes into solitary confinement, a place Batman can't reach. Batman needs to figure out what Joker is up to, but a corrupted cop kidnaps Commissioner Gordon, and it's up to Batman to follow the drunk cop's breath. Yeah, that one's pretty weird, but eventually the cop is killed, and Gordon leaves a stream of tobacco from his favorite pipe, so Batman can find him. After a run-in with Scarecrow and saving some doctors, Batman saves Gordon and finds Bane in the medical wing with a super criminal who really shouldn't be there. Bane isn't technically insane, so he is supposed to be in Blackgate Prison, not Arkham. I mean, sure, Blackgate had a fire and a lot of inmates, particularly Joker's men, got moved to Arkham, but Bane was thought to have escaped during the fire. Bane is juiced with a steroid called Venom, and a fight begins. After Batman runs Bane over with his car, things start falling into place. The area was run by Dr. Young, a new doctor who was working on something with Patient X, who is now clearly known to be Bane. Eventually, it's learned that Young created something called the Titan Formula, a monstrous version of Bane's Venom Serum that doesn't need a tank like Bane has. Young thought she was creating a cure for dementia, but how the hell she thought a powerful steroid was going to help? What, are brains inflamed when dementia happens? I mean, that could be. It's not like I researched the thing. Anyway, come to find out she's working with another chemist, Mr. White, who indeed turns out to be Joker. She backs out on the deal, and naturally Joker's pissed. Batman heads into the Arkham Mansion and finds Young and her formula, and even deals with Scarecrow again, as well as Mr. Zsasz, a serial killer who just really likes killing. Let's just leave it at that. Anyway, Dr. Young is unfortunately killed, Batman destroys her formula, and heads out to save the Warden of Arkham, Quincy Sharp, from Harley Quinn. Eventually, good old Sharpie is saved, Harley Quinn is defeated, and Batman ends up able to hack into Arkham Network, as well as track Harley's fingerprints to find the Titan stockpile. Batman does indeed find it and destroys it, but Joker got his hands on some of it and takes off to reverse engineer the stuff, while Batman takes on two Titan-juiced goons. Batman then finds Poison Ivy and asks where there may be a cure, to which Batman is then pointed to Killer Croc's lair. Oh boy, Waylon Jones is an animal. And I mean that almost literally. He is a mutated human who has teeth and scales similar to a reptile. They don't often lock him up, they just kind of throw him into the sewers. Batman fights off Scarecrow one last time and goes to deal with Croc, gaining the stuff needed for a Titan cure and trapping Croc in a very clever way. Meanwhile, Poison Ivy is going insane. She's connected to the plants that make Titan, and now she's basically on the juice herself. Using her plants, she begins destroying the entire island. Batman goes to stop her, and after fighting her in a flower mech-like turret, a sentence I never thought I'd have to say, Batman manages to defeat her. Batman then heads straight to Joker, who has now set up a party for him. Joker sends two Titan-corrupted cops and goons after Batman, and Batman naturally kicks all their teeth in. Batman gets hit with Titan himself, and so does Joker. Joker transforms, but Batman resists and takes the last of the cure he cooked up. Now only Joker remains. After a horridly underwhelming boss fight, Batman uses an explosive punch which somehow doesn't rip his arm off, and Joker is defeated. Eventually all the Titan-taken goons are back to normal, and for some reason Joker's reversion is more painful than other people. Batman is then off to deal with a bank robbery by Two-Face, while one of the three missing villains grabs a box of Titan left over in the river. Whoops. Either way, outside of the following someone's breath thing, I really like how Batman is investigating and doing detective work to learn the plot of the story. The characters are written well, and the plot is indeed something that works with the Batman mythos, but isn't so complicated it scares non-comic fans away. Speaking on the writing, I absolutely love the broadcasts you sometimes hear while moving around the levels. Sure, Arkham is a caring family place, just ignore the dead body in the corner. Speaking on the dead, the game is, at times, emulating a horror game. Seriously, Killer Croc's area is tense and quiet, and the halls are dank as all hell.
Scarecrow is part of this too. Scarecrow is a man named Jonathan Crane who's obsessed with fear and has a gas that causes just that. This not only gives the game a very creepy vibe when he does attack, but this also is how we really see Bruce Wayne, Batman's normal identity. See, Bruce is doing this due to the death of his parents. He feels super guilty over their deaths despite being a child, and he grieves by beating the shit out of criminals. You see, Bruce's dead parents in the first hallucination, and we relive their death in the second hallucination. This really builds Bruce Wayne as a character where there normally wouldn't be one. The third attack even attacks you. It glitches and restarts your game, making you think that something bad happened to your disc or save data. As for looking at everyone else, I think all the characters look great. Killer Croc is massive, Joker looks fantastic, Poison Ivy probably needs more clothes, but there are only a few issues. The only real character I'm not vibing on is Harley Quinn. I don't like her outfit. I know she's supposed to look like a sexy Arkham nurse, and I don't know, maybe it's just done too much. It doesn't look really good to me. Last, this is the newer version of the game. Yeah, this is the HDMI re-release, and everything looks rather plastic, which is distracting at times. An issue that doesn't exist in the original release, so what the hell? Does bumping to HD mean everything looks plasticky? No, that doesn't happen with other games, but it happens here. Luckily, it's only noticeable a few times, so I don't really think it's the end of the world by any means. But it is noticeable since the game's original release, again, looked so much better. Now, as for the sound direction, there isn't much in music here to talk about. I mean, the sounds in the asylum are all ambient, like rats going by, intercom announcement. These work really well, but sometimes the lack of music is noticeable, like the final fight with Joker, which has no music at all. The voice work, however, is a bit of a different story. Mark Hamill, the Skywalker man himself, returns to voice Joker as he did in the animated series, and even Kevin Conroy is back to voice Batman. The voice work is fantastic, from Gooms to Jim Gordon. It feels like a more mature take on the animated series, which is awesome. Also, Batman does actually look pretty good here too. I forgot to mention that earlier, so there we go. Batman looks great. Batman especially looks good in motion. Yeah, look at that. I forgot on purpose for a crappy segue. Nice. So Batman's moveset is insane. He fights encounters in normal battle in a way that feels very rhythmic. If you mess up, Batman will often take a hit if you get too punch happy. However, sometimes I swear there's a delay on countering. You have to hit the counter button before a minion attacks, but sometimes it just doesn't seem to work. This seems to be more of an issue when there's a large amount of thugs to beat, and it sometimes seems like it won't work, while other times I have no issues. Batman isn't just combat though, he can also take out some people with stealth. Yeah, if Batman runs into a room full of straps, he goes into stealth mode. You can sneak up on foes and wipe them up silently. You can grab them from vents, hang them upside down from gargoyles, use gadgets in clever ways. This, for me, is the best part of the game. You have so many options, or if you're a basic ass like myself, you can just wait until a thug is alone and sneak up on him. It's like a non-lethal assassination or ninja work. Batman also does have his gadgets, which he collects along the way of his adventure. Batarangs are simple projectiles, but with some upgrades you can throw 3 at a time, have reverse throw, remote control one, a sonic one, all of which mess with goons. Explosive gel takes care of walls and can be placed like mines. The bat claw can remove grates up on the wall so you can get into vents easier. And Batman can handle, the ones on the ground just fine. Eventually the bat claw can take care of breakable walls as well that explosive gels can't be used on. It's basically to, maneuver around things in the air, like walls and vents that Batman isn't, seeing on ground level. It's kind of dumb, but it works. It gives it that Metrovania feel kind of thing. Overall, Batman feels like Batman. Yeah, that's the best way. It feels like Batman. It feels like you're playing Batman. There's a few latency issues, but overall things work fantastically. So I brought up Metrovania, and yeah, this game is an open world, but the entire story is actually very linear. You more or less explore each building separately and clear them out piece by piece, with only 2 buildings being revisited more often, but for smaller tasks. Each building has sort of a boss fight, although I wouldn't call any of these traditional either.
The fight with Zaz is more of a quick batarang throw to save a hostage. Scarecrow is fought 3 times and in 3 different places, and it's more of a stealth level design and not so much a fight per se. Croc is stealth based as well, hiding from him so he doesn't eat you. The only traditional boss fight is Bane and the Titan Goons, mixed in with Poison Ivy and Joker. Bane and the Titan guys are all very similar too. You throw a batarang while they run at you, and then you punch them. Poison Ivy is a bit more involved, dodging her attacks while fighting brainwashed cops and waiting until you can attack her directly. Joker is really lame though. For the final fight, that has been building up all night, as Joker puts it, you barely actually fight Joker. It's just more Titan thugs, and then he fights you on Titan, but it's mostly just dodging him until his goons jump in. He doesn't even fight alongside his goons. Afterwards, you just backclaw him and drag him down and attack him. Sure, while battling goons, you dodge some party-themed gadgets from Joker, but this is lame. Yeah, Joker's fight is the low point in the game here, but having repeat Titan battles that are just like Bane is also kind of lame. I'm also going to call out Poison Ivy's fight here too. The awkward camera angle isn't great, and it makes her rapid-fire pollen hard to dodge. Overall, the levels are fun. There's plenty of different settings and fights with goons you have. But the bosses are lame outside of maybe Scarecrow. I mean, Scarecrow is very interesting, and Killer Croc is too, but they're more stealth level and not really a fight per se. Oops. This means that stealth and combat is all you're really seeing outside of exploration, and this can be a bit repetitious since boss fights aren't much to look forward to. It doesn't break up the monotony much at all, and that's kind of problematic. Luckily, outside of the main story, there is plenty to do. Even in the main story, the Riddler somehow got out of his cell. The Riddler is a quizmaster who tests people's intelligence in often very deadly traps and plenty of dead victims. However, here he's kind of like the evil Easter Bunny. Sad too, considering when you're not played by Jim Carrey, he's my favorite Batman villain. But you don't really see him here. He's in charge of your side quests. You have trophies of his hidden around. You can find audio tapes of Arkham patient interviews, giving you insight on certain criminals. You can break Joker teeth, find mysterious Spirit of Arkham recordings, or you can solve riddles by taking pictures of cool shit in Arkham Asylum. Clayface in his cell, a neat poster for the Iceberg Lounge, and some newspaper clippings on villains like Prometheus and Firefly. These unlock many profiles to read up on. The trophies unlock character models to view, sometimes, and some of the trophies unlock challenges in challenge mode. Challenge mode is a mode in which you can redo certain fights or stealth rooms with some extra conditions and points. Think Arkham Asylum, but in arcade format. You can play as Batman, Armored Batman if you beat the game, or in some versions of the game you can even play as the Joker. He's awkward to control, but he's here. He is a PlayStation exclusive for some time, which I thought was kind of dumb since Xbox owners didn't get anything special at all. Anyway, back on the main games, you can beat all the Riddler challenges, which ends up with Batman hacking Riddler's location and getting him arrested again. Yay! You can also solve some mystery of the Spirit of Arkham, which is basically finding all the recordings and figuring out who the Spirit actually is, as Arkham has been long dead. So, obviously he isn't leaving these recordings, especially since some of the recordings talk about things like, oh, Killer Croc and Poison Ivy. Yeah, somebody's leaving these. Overall, I think this game holds up very well. There's a few issues with gameplay and looks that the re-release brings to the table, but this is still a very fun game. I think the biggest issue here is the level design. There's very little that you're doing outside of beating up thugs and sneaking up on thugs. The only time the levels have any variety is when you're dealing with Scarecrow or Croc. Even the boss fights are a bit similar and often just Batman beating up more goons. Since you already beat up waves of goons outside of the boss fights, having the boss fights be even bigger waves of goons just kind of drags the game out. Everything else is fantastic though. I love the writing, the visuals, and voice direction. The gameplay is fantastic, and the Riddler challenges are busy work, but you unlock a lot of extras in doing them. Overall, I think Batman Arkham Asylum is great. A solid 8 out of 10 to this day.
The next time we meet up with the Caped Crusader, though, will most likely be a Let's Play and then review of Arkham City. But if asked, maybe I can review another Batman game in between all that. Who knows? Anyway, if you liked the video, please like, subscribe, comment, all that jazz. It really helps my videos out. And, yeah, if you guys want more details into, my revisit in Arkham Asylum, there's an entire Let's Play dedicated to this game. So if you want more details on why I gave it an 8 out of 10, why I think it's great, go watch that Let's Play. I try to talk through most of it, but sometimes I'm concentrating, and I know that gets a little boring. I apologize for that. But I talk about many other comic book characters like Roy Harper and, Cassandra Cain and a lot of just comic book goodness. But till next time, take care, my minions. Okay, I can't do the Joker cackle to the loudest extent. There's a lot of violence in this video, as well as some spoiler warnings. Warning! Also, I'm going to be running my fan through the whole video, so if you see a little buzzing sound, if you hear it, I don't know how you'd see it, but if you hear it, I apologize. Warning! No more heroes. I love this series. The Misadventures of the Assassin Fighter Travis Touchdown is an awesome series that eventually I'll revisit. Until then, I finally was able to play and beat No More Heroes 3. It was on and off for the last several months, but I finally managed to defeat all the aliens. Yeah, aliens. No More Heroes 1 and 2 are insane, but let's raise the bar with aliens because, yeah, where else can you go? But realistically, I was super happy when No More Heroes 3 was teased heavily in the ending of No More Heroes Travis Strikes Back. Yeah, the spin-off. Actually, let me address that. I don't think you really need to play the first or second game to really understand this game. However, the spin-off is a bit of a different story. Don't get me wrong, there isn't too much to the story. Like, you could still probably enjoy this game without diving into the spin-off game, unless you really care about the plot. Or, played the first two games. Yeah, if you played the first two games, particularly No More Heroes 1, there's something that happens in the spin-off. You may be confused by what you see essentially in the beginning of the game. You won't know who Badman is? Yeah. He shows up very briefly in the beginning of the game, and you're not going to know who Badman is if you haven't played the spin-off. Anyway, it's time for me to talk about No More Heroes 3, before I eventually redo my reviews of the rest of the series, since I review slightly differently now. So let's do it. The main villain is an alien with an overly complicated name, but for dum-dums like me, he has an easier name. So let's do this. Let's take on Prince Fu! Prince Fu. I wonder if that's a parody off of Kung Fu. Knowing this series, I wouldn't be surprised. And, okay, I lied a bit in the intro, giving people a chance to kind of avoid spoilers from this game, but the spin-off as well. Let me explain some of the characters, though, and help you catch up. Travis is an otaku assassin obsessed with anime, a director named Miike, and video games. He has a discount lightsaber, and yes, the series rips off Star Wars a lot. Travis kills in fighting assassin tournaments, and ended up marrying the female narrator, Sylvia. Sylvia is the announcer for the Death Games, former wife of Travis's brother Henry Cooldown, and is now married to Travis with some of his kids. The girl on the left here is Shinobu. She was an opponent from the first game, follows Travis around calling him master after he spared her life, and is barely in the game. See, she has a thing about losing her arms very similar to Jedi, and may as well be a running gag. Heavily injured by Fu. The girl on the right is Bad Girl, a female fighter also from the first game who was killed by Travis. This is the real confusing part. In the spin-off, she was revived from the dead by a dragon that appeared after gathering up 7 balls. No shit, this series blatantly parodies everything, including anime. Anyway, this was done by Travis and Badman, Bad Girl's father, who was killed effortlessly by Prince Fu here. The last game had them talking about going their separate ways, and here they are all moved into Travis's hotel. Guess they didn't get very far. The motel, also known as No More Heroes Motel, is owned by Dr. Naomi, a scientist who is a tree for no real reason in this game. She was human and well endowed for one at that, but now she's a tree. Huh. Her sister from the spin-off is here too, in virtual form. Last but not least, we have Jean, the female cat. As of the spin-off, she started talking, and she's voiced by a very, very deep-voiced male. Ha ha ha! Oh, no more heroes. Anyway, Travis wants to save the world and avenge Badman since Prince Fu killed him. Prince Fu is old friends with this human by the name of Damon. Damon and Prince Fu had a similar story to E.T., but Prince Fu is back and wanting to conquer the world for Damon's sake, even though Damon claims he doesn't want that. As you move through the story, you eventually learn that Damon is kind of an asshole and that Fu is really here to kill somebody for Damon. Turns out it's Travis. Yeah, Travis hit Damon in the spin-off game, and thanks to that, I guess, yeah, Damon really wants revenge. Travis did it to get one of the balls, but, you know, Damon kind of took it personal. I guess he's never been hit. Damon even gets tired of waiting around for Fu and his gang to kill Travis and hires Henry to do the job for him. Henry has been into some weird stuff lately, again, shown very well in the spin-off game, and even after Travis kills him too, Henry somehow comes back and kills Travis. Somehow, though, Travis pops up back alive in his own grave, and thanks to Mike, the real-life director, is saved from his own grave. Travis eventually manages to kill Prince Fu, and then after Damon gains all sorts of weird powers, Travis manages to kill him as well. Afterwards, we find out that Jean, not the cat, but Travis's daughter, managed to revive Travis from death, hence the entire grave scene. Jean and her brother are time-traveling because Henry messed up the entire future, something hinted at with a fight earlier in the game. The third alien is actually killed by a futuristic ninja, and after this guy just kind of gives you some special moves, he fights Travis, calling him Grandpa. Come to find out, this kid is indeed Travis's grandkid, time-traveling son of Jean. And yes, Travis named his cat and his daughter with the same name. So that's the basic overview of the plot. It isn't too complicated if you can get over the aliens and time traveling, but it isn't where the writing shines either. Travis and Fu both have cutscenes where they hang out with their friends. You really learn some of the characterization with the characters this way. You learn all about Fu's alien buddies and Fu himself. You learn more about Damon, and you learn about Travis's friends as well. Travis and his friend Bishop constantly talk about Mika and his films for the game. Oh! Bishop! I forgot about him. He runs this video store that Travis likes to go to. And no, he wasn't wished back. This is not the original Bishop. He died in the second game. Yeah, it's his younger brother. Bishop is a last name. Anyway, sometimes Bad Girl, Shinobu, and other characters pop in from time to time with these. And I think that's a great way to build up some of these characters, since they're barely in the game to begin with anyway. Overall, the writing and humor are on perfect point and form. From the fourth wall breaks to Jean the cat's snarky as hell attitude, I actually really like the writing here. And I love the presentation here as well. The visual effects of lighting and design are awesome, and the subtle parodies of different game genres is fantastic. No More Heroes used to do over-the-top, violent references and parodies to movies and other media, and now it's doing this for video games. That's awesome. The design and the outfits of the returning characters are all the same from the spin-off game I love bringing up, and the only different one is actually Travis. Travis and his mech suit are all unique for this game, but I enjoy the way he looks this game regardless. And the Return to Red is great, although his look is actually customizable. The aliens I wasn't vibing off at first though. They're really weird and off-putting, but after a bit it kind of dawned on me that their designs were alien to me. Weird, right? The designs are so out there that they are alien, which is actually kind of funny, all things considered. Still, there was a lot of thought in these designs. Some of the aliens are pretty standard, some look like they're old polygon-like creatures, and some are just kind of weird looking. Yeah, they're all inspired by old alien movies, I think. Fu's elites are all weird designs too, but it's great that they don't look all the same species. Fu has collected minions from a multitude of galaxies after all. However, some of my favorite designed aliens you don't actually get to fight, sadly. Look at this guy, dancing with this pop idol. He looks so cool! Oh, he was killed by the idol, who happens to be a returning Kimmy Howell from No More Heroes 2. Looks like she isn't an optional boss fight this time. Still, she looks fine as an assassin. Ha ha ha. She also rap battles. That's a nice touch. I also like how fighting Travis's grandkid looks. He runs up walls and stuff like an actual ninja, and this is during gameplay.
Fu's design is pretty cool too once you get used to the color blue. Henry's design here looks more like Travis. I mean, they are twins, but Henry's definitely more monstrous here. We even get some new backstory for Henry, Travis, and their half-sister Jean, who Travis keeps naming things after. That's kind of cool. Last but not least, we have the music. Oh, I often love a select few tracks from every No More Heroes game, and this is no exception. Don't get me wrong, the OST is fantastic, but nothing in the game beats out the sushi theme for me. You can sit down and buy sushi in this game. This theme hits so hard for a track that you may only hear a few seconds of it at a time. I had to go listen to the full track, and yeah, this rap is fantastic. The battle themes for regular enemies are great. The Thunderdome Overworld bike theme is excellent. Velvet Chair Girls theme is also really good. So good, guys. There's even a Final Fantasy inspired remix of the main theme of the entire series. The music in the overworlds change depending on if you're on foot or on bike even. Is that a reference to Yoshi? That might be a reference to Yoshi. The OST is massive this time around, but damn it if it isn't great overall. Along with graphics and character designs, this game is charming as hell. So No More Heroes 3 kind of plays like every other No More Heroes game, but with some added bells and whistles. You have light and heavy swings, jump, and a dodge. The dodge is neutered though. You don't dodge through all damaging attacks, and will actually have to jump around things this time. And dodging in the correct direction, yeah, it's kind of a pain to get used to. They also added in a few new moves for Travis. That Switch-looking device is indeed a gaming device, but once again, from the spin-off game, this is kind of deadly in this world. At first, Travis only has a jump kick, which is pretty potent for sure, but nothing special. However, after a visit from his time-traveling grandkid, Travis gets some new moves. Able to eventually set a ring of extra damage, a ring to stop time, and a psychic throw which can damage other enemies depending on your aim, Travis gets pretty damn powerful. You have to hold down one of your upper buttons and then use the face buttons, replacing the original moveset. These, of course, have cooldown periods, with the time-stopping ability naturally having a longer cooldown, because without that, that would totally be overpowered. But it's still kind of overpowered anyway. You can equip chips to change damage outputs as well as different stats, usually adding something like power and subtracting something like defense. Last, you can upgrade your stats thanks to Dr. Naomi, who's the big tree. Wait a minute, is she a tree because of a pun? Oh no, she turned herself into a skill tree. Oh. Anyway, last but not least, you can have sushi with you. Yeah, remember me mentioning that awesome sushi track? Well, you can buy sushi. You can buy emergency sushi to take with you that will heal you up or give you a boost in damage. Or before boss fights, you can actually buy an entire meal that boosts stats or that'll auto-heal you if you die. Took me forever to learn how to use it though. You select a piece with the D-pad, and then press up on the D-pad to use the selected piece of sushi. I probably should have used the time to actually learn this a lot quicker, but oh well. Overall, the gameplay is fantastic. It is basically No More Heroes when it comes to gameplay, and that's not a bad thing, but it adds a lot more layers to it as well. Now, level design, that's where things get a little bad. Look, not all of this is bad exactly, but the regular levels from 1 to 2 are basically gone. Instead, you have enemy waves. You know how in combat games there are things you do in levels to break up regular combat so it doesn't get super boring? This game's never clearly heard of that. You have these overworlds. None of them are too bad, although Call of Battle is kind of annoying to traverse, but the rest are perfectly fine. You ride your bike to certain points on the map. You are taken to a specific room to fight a wave of enemies. Then you go back to the overworld. It's like grinding out the side missions from the first game that you did for extra cash, but that's the entire game now outside of the boss fights. Does that sound extra fun? No. Does that sound lame? Good, because it is. The enemies aren't anything to write home about either. Most are actually kind of annoying to deal with. One snipes at a distance and leaves mines, one forms barriers, one's practically a mini-boss in the game that seems to think it should be placed like regular enemies. There are mini-bosses for sure, but none of them are too bad. This skull dude can glitch the game, I suppose, as he attacks and can be annoying. He's the first mini-boss that you can encounter, too. However, the others, I don't know, this thing is slow and it hits really hard.
This guy has a shield, which doesn't actually mean much. Overall, the smaller enemies actually cause more trouble. However, there are some semblance of fun in some of these. Every so often, you battle a huge monster in space. You know, the final frontier. The game becomes a space shooter type level in which you're in a mech, and you're finding weak points and shooting the alien to goo. This is actually really fun when it happens. There are only 3 of these types of boss fights in the game. However, talking about the boss fights has always been the main highlight of No More Heroes as a series. Still don't necessarily think they should remove all the levels. They were still fun, especially No More Heroes 2, but it's time for some positives. When you reach a boss in this game, you don't really know what to expect. The first couple, like Mr. Black Hole and Joe Gold, are fairly standard. Native Dancer, the correct name for Travis's grandkid, is a pretty cool fight with shadow clones and anime as hell ninja moves, but again, fairly standard all things considered. It's when you actually fight Kimmy Love, Kimmy Howell's new name, that things change a little bit. She uses stage props to fight as well as a beam katana of her own. Then Velvet Chair Girl just throws you into a mock rhythm game. You play musical chairs with her and end up fighting her octopus pet that shoots big lasers. Midori Waka, or is that Midori Kawa? Yeah, Midori Kawa, my bad, actually has a miniature level before facing her. A little first-person horror experience, which is actually really fun. Boss fight of her was great too. During combat, sometimes you can turn into a mech form that Travis uses at the beginning of the game and blow away most anything. In the fight with Midori, you are in that mech, a new form of it even, although the entire battle, which is totally awesome. You then have a rematch with Destroy Man, which is kind of a bit of a level 2 as his clones come and attack you first. Fun fight, but a bit traditional. The next several levels are some of the best in the series though. JRPG fight, fantastic fights with Fu and Henry, Smash Bros, Daemon Ex Machina, totally awesome. The boss fights are worth the dull waves of enemies beforehand, I promise, but man, those can be rough. They're just busy work, and it does bring the game down a couple of pegs. Now, luckily, these overworlds aren't quite as dull as they used to be in the first game. You can do a lot of stuff in between fights to break up the drag of getting to the bosses. You can find collectibles in the form of scorpions, trading cards, kittens, and you get paid for these. There are 2 types of currency in this game, by the way. One is regular money, while the other you use to boost up your experience points. But you have to pay both sometimes for collectibles anyway. Oops. Anyway, you get paid for returning these things. You can find Doppelganger all over the place as well for some special clothing. Actually, you can find friendly aliens who give you t-shirts and clothing for completing special tasks, sort of like achievements, but with in-game rewards. You also have plenty of side jobs and extra fights to do as well. Let me say this, mowing the lawn has never been this fun, even in the first game. You can unclog toilets to open up some save points. You can take out gang members in Akira-style bike mini-games. You can shoot a huge gator from a tank. You want to pick up garbage? Yeah, you may have to suplex an alligator to make bank on this, but you can do it. You can, mine in a cave as well for some extra money. There are tons of side quests you can do like this that are, for the most part, actually really fun to do. You also can find some adventure-style side quests. These had me going to certain locations to collect or destroy certain things, and one even opened up a gacha machine vendor in the hotel. Pay money of sorts, and you get models for the past foes or even replicas of past fights. These are actually really cool. Last but not least, a few times during the game, and whenever you visit Travis's house, you can play Deathman. Deathman meets Travis in game as Deathman is real in the afterlife in this universe. I wonder if he's related to Sheeny Mimi from the second game. Anyway, this game is side-scrolling beat-em-up type game, like something you'd see from the Sega Genesis era. Pretty fun, all things considered. Overall, if you like minigames or just exploring larger overworlds for collectibles, there's something for you here outside of the main game, which is awesome. Look, if I didn't make it clear, I love this game. There's a ton of charm, the gameplay is fun, the side content is also really fun, The boss fights are great, and the character building is awesome. I do think the story is a bit clunky and heavily requires knowledge from the Travis Strikes Back spin-off game. This crap doesn't fly with me, not here or in Kingdom Hearts. Lastly, there's no proper levels. Just mindless wave of enemies and reused rooms, and the enemies are kind of annoying. This alone ruined some scores in other reviews entirely. Other people's reviews, that is, like GameStop, or GameSpot, or whatever the hell that website's called. My opinion, though, if you can get through the rough stuff, you'll find this is a fantastic experience outside of those issues. That means these issues are overly disappointing, I get it. But overall, I think the game is great. I'd give it a solid 8 out of 10. If you get a chance, try it out. And while the beginning can be very rough, the ending is more than worth it. If you're already a No More Heroes fan, though, and you haven't played this game, what the hell are you waiting for? You will enjoy the game if you stick with it, trust me. But that's all the time I have to talk about No More Heroes 3. I'm glad I finally got to play the game, and I'm hoping there's going to be a No More Heroes 4 before too long. But for now, I'm going to be working on the last project of Season 5, maybe. Hopefully, I'll get it done soon. Can't wait to talk about Super Mario Odyssey! Yeah! So, like, subscribe, comment, share your opinions. We'll see you in the next video. Take care, my minions! Alright, first things first, let me apologize. This video was supposed to come out last week, basically on September 1st. And, yeah, it's, didn't happen that way, unfortunately. And I apologize for that. I've had nothing but sinus problems. Yeah, it's not pretty. It was not fun. And let's just say I was in a lot of pain. I could barely breathe. I sure as hell wasn't ready to be recording lines. So, yeah, sorry about that. But Mario Odyssey, when it was first announced, I was super excited. So much so, the first thing I did for YouTube was a marathon of 3D Mario games. Yeah, it's been that long. I started Season 1 around the time Mario Odyssey was coming out, so it's fitting that I end Season 5 with a review of Mario Odyssey. I love this game. Let me say this, I like the game so much, it is my third favorite Mario game of all time, and it is my favorite 3D Mario game surpassing Super Mario Galaxy. It isn't perfect by any means, but it's a great time for sure, and thanks to younger game creators at Nintendo, it's one of the more creative games. Their leading inspiration for the game like this, though, was indeed Super Mario 64. You could call it a sequel or a spiritual successor if you'd like. Back to the open-world platforming design, but I think there's plenty of things taken from all of Mario's history, not just Mario 64. For example, there are smaller platforming challenges that you do in alternate worlds, very similar to Super Mario Sunshine, as well as water spraying power-up. There are plenty of 2D sections, some of which bend gravity, and octopus enemies that are obviously inspired from Galaxy, which is awesome. There are enemies in desert areas that are heavily inspired from Super Mario Land. Shame about Daisy not being in here, though. And I'll be mentioning Donkey Kong a lot too this review. I'll get into more details on all the Easter eggs a little bit later, but dang, they really looked into Mario's history for inspiration for this one. I'm excited to finally talk about this game, so let's do this. Let's take on Mario's World Tour! So the story begins with Mario trying to stop a kidnapping of Princess Peach. I know, this is just the start of the game, but Mario's already fighting Bowser. Dang. However, Mario is defeated and kicked off of Bowser's airship, and his hat is absolutely destroyed. Mario luckily lands in a land where floating hat ghosts live. But unlike their Boo brethren, these hats are actually pretty friendly, and one of them wants to help Mario. See, Bowser kidnapped his sister to be Princess Peach's tiara. The hat person, also known as Cappy, turns into Mario's hat, and the two are off working together to find an airship, as Bowser blew up all the airships in the area. However, after flying to a nearby Dinosaur Island, they managed to find an older airship that's shaped like a hat. I mean, it was made by hat people after all. After an encounter with a rabbit woman trying to feed you to her chain chomp, Mario manages to fix the airship and chase after Bowser. The next few worlds, Bowser ends up stealing things from various lands, while also causing issues for them, like a ring from this desert that causes ice to form due to a curse.
There are a few times Bowser actually blows away Mario's airship as well, forcing Mario to fix it by exploring an island in poison or fighting a giant dark dragon. At one point, Bowser stops to steal power from New Donk City, and Mario has to help power back up the city and fight Bowser's mechanical wiggler. Dang. Eventually, Mario ends up in Bowser's Kingdom, which is now a huge feudal Japan castle instead of, the traditional European design that Bowser's kind of used to. Mario chases after him and fights off his wedding planners, the Brutals, who are 4 rabbits Bowser hired as henchmen. Afterwards, Mario chases Bowser straight to the moon. On the moon, there is a very lovely wedding chapel, and Mario manages to defeat Bowser one last time, and then possess Bowser, and then save the princess. After this, Mario makes a more romantic gesture at Peach, only to be blocked by Bowser. Peach gets absolutely annoyed at these two for pushing flowers in her face, and Mario and Peach leave. Well, Peach almost leaves Mario on the moon. Kind of rudely too, but hey, at least she has a personality in this game, something sorely lacking in many other Mario games. Regardless, if this story seems more involved with the lands Mario travels in, it is. This game builds a lot on Mario lore too. There's a desert, a lake, a poison jungle, and sky areas, and not in that order, but pretty close. Does that sound familiar? There are other areas in between all these, but that's cool. It builds on other Mario games and gives us a more fleshed out map. Not only for this game, but for all Mario games that use these level tropes. Pretty sneaky, Nintendo. But that's all part of the charm of this game. This game shows off a lot of the Mario world, which is why Mario Land has some cameos here in this game. Donkey Kong shows up in New Donk City, a city that uses a lot of green pipes, mind you, officially pushing Mario out of the real world. Yeah, he wasn't from New York, he's from New Donk City. Done. More than likely, Mario fought Donkey Kong and did plumbing in New Donk City, making this his original hometown. Hell, Pauline is even here. I love Pauline's design here, honestly, and the fact that she's a singer in her spare time is awesome. She even dances like her sprite from Donkey Kong, a very nice reference. Hell, all the roads in New Donk City are named after Donkey Kong country things like Espresso and Cranky Kong. I really should talk about that series soon. However, while New Donk City has the most Easter eggs, there's still plenty to find elsewhere. 8-bit fossils in Dinosaur Island called Cascade Falls? Yes, please. The ruins in the desert are awesome, and I already mentioned Mario Land creatures here. In a hidden kingdom, there is a Tanuki tree from 3D Land 2. Oh, that kingdom has a lot of references from Super Mario 64 as well. But more on that later. Honestly, there are so many little details that I could do an entire video on the Easter eggs alone. Also, the graphics are fantastic. Some of the things that, have the cartoony art style that were used for Mario, and some things look way too realistic to blend into the universe entirely. This dragon boss fight may come to mind, and yes, I'm talking about this thing. But humans look realistic here too, and the giant unagi eels are back. Oh shit. Yeah, they look realistic too, as if they weren't already nightmare fuel. No, let's make them look even more terrifying and multiply them. Lovely. What looks really impressive though is how beautiful these places look. The Cap Kingdom isn't fully black and white, but it's mostly using these colors. It looks so damn lovely here. The skybox is impressive. Cascade Falls looks amazing as well. And again, such a lovely skybox. Yeah, the backdrops of these places look just as good, making you stare out into the distance. Ah, I love it. Also, let's talk about the music. The main theme associated with the game is, of course, Jump Up Superstar. Makes me just want to sing. Here we go, off the rails. Don't you know it's time to raise our sails? It's freedom like you never knew. Don't need bags or a pass. Say the word, I'll be there in a flash. You could say my hat is off to you. Oh, and of course the other vocal track. It plays when you're playing as Bowser in that final push, and that awesome guitar riff hits, and it's just like, smash through the blocks that fall away. No time for fear, just let it all fall away. It's so damn good. But if I'm honest, even the non-vocal tracks are fantastic. The town of hat people that are indeed ghosts. It's so chipper but mysterious, and when it plays, it reminds me of Banjo-Kazooie actually. New Donk City is based on New York City, so of course there's some city-like jazz that's playing. Reminds me of Sonic Unleashed. Huh. Bowser's Kingdom is now a Japanese castle, so of course the music uses Japanese flutes like an old samurai movie. Reminds me of... I don't actually play a whole lot of games like that. Huh. Anyway, the music is amazing, and I highly recommend giving the OST a listen to. It has many different flavors and even some cultures mixed in. Look, this game is charming for new fans and longtime Mario fans alike. It's so damn charming you could see it as disgusting, but I love every minute of it. But of course, the important part is how the game plays, and that's where we run into our first issue. See, I use a controller for this game. Joy-Cons don't work for me as mine have drift issues and I haven't been able to afford new Joy-Cons. Those things are expensive. Oops. However, the normal control setup has a dash that you can do in mid-air where Mario bounces off Cappy for extra airtime and then can hat dash again. The issue is, sometimes Mario doesn't bounce off the cap the first time, leading him to dive towards the ground prematurely, and other times he just straight up ground pounds. Yeah, it's mapped to the same button as the ground pound, which isn't fantastic. This, however, rarely affects my time with the game. This mostly is an issue with endgame stuff. Outside of that, Mario can jump out of a ground pound, which gives him more air, roll into a ball, and has most of his tricks from Super Mario 64. Ball rolling is a bit like Sonic, sure, but it is faster than his running speed, which is kinda slow compared to other games. So long jumping and rolling is the best way to pick up speed. I keep thinking there's a run button like in Super Mario 3D World, but yeah. You're only hearing about Mario's gameplay here though, aren't you? What about possession? Yeah, Mario can throw Cappy like a boomerang, slaying most small foes and possessing larger ones. This allows something like a Goomba to now be playable. Goombas can hop, they don't slide on ice, and they can stack to reach higher ground than Mario can. Miss the frog suit from Super Mario Bros. 3? Well, just possess a frog nearby for great water control and massive jumping abilities. That's awesome. Miss Fire Mario? Possess a Fire Bros. It's basically the same thing. The Hammer suit? Yeah, Hammer Brothers has you covered. You want to fly? The Paragoomba is here to pick up the slack. You can literally play as a T-Rex or become a projectile with a chain chomp. You can turn into a tank or a bullet bill and fly long distances for a short amount of time. Need better swimming? Possess a nearby Cheep Cheep and not even have to worry about losing air. A lava bubble is less an obstacle and more of a way for you to cross lava pits now. Even new creatures get into the mix. The new Wiggler type can extend like an accordion and create new ways to platform. Uproot allows you to get up higher areas with ease. Not all the capture abilities are super cool, mind you. A cactus, a tree, you can capture them and move them. That's it. This stupid bird thing from Bowser's Castle I don't really like. Okay, you basically fling yourself up walls and stick to walls, and it's a bit cumbersome and doesn't work as well as I'd like. But you can also capture something like Bowser. That's awesome. That's right, for the first time in a mainline Mario game, Bowser is playable. It's great. Even plays so good with a bunch of different movement options and power-ups. It's one of the best forms in my opinion. Unfortunately, you can only possess Bowser in the final level. It'd be kind of cool to take him everywhere, but no go. So the levels are open world levels, allowing you to explore and collect power moons basically however you want. They are more or less power stars. You need them to power your airship. You are basically given a map that is somewhat open for you to explore and collect whatever moons you want. The game does kind of nudge you, however. Each world has a story to tell and a boss fight to face off against. You can ignore these if you want, but bosses often have triple moons. Basically a collection of 3 moons in one go. If you beat the boss, you often open up more of the map, and you can collect more power moons and have some more fun. Using the desert as an example, there's a ton of moons at first. You can just go and grab whatever you want. However, if you beat the brutal fight, as well as the fight with the two-handed boss that looks like Andros, you can clear out a ton of ice, opening up the village more. This allows you more purple coins, as well as some stores that you can get moons by playing slots, and you can go into other areas. It's awesome. If you want more linear adventure, you can totally do that. Just go where the game prompts you and fight the bosses. Mario Odyssey gives you that option if you'd like. I don't personally play the game that way, but it is nice to have the option. No, I do eventually fight the boss, but I also explore off the beaten path too. I normally have a ton of moons, way more than required, and yeah, there's actually a required amount of moons you need in each world. It's a lot smaller than you might think. Especially in the bigger levels. It is so easy to have like double, even triple the amount of power moons that are required to move on. You could accidentally do this, literally. It's that easy. The levels have plenty for you to do, like exploring, mini games, mini levels like from Sunshine, and in a way, a boss fight. Boss fights are all actually really good in this game. Normally, you'd either fight a brutal, a boss that's pretty easy to deal with, all things considered. However, there are bigger threats. For example, this bird chef. You fight him as a lava bubble rather than typical Mario. Same with this octopus as you fight him with the water squirting enemy, which also happens to be just a smaller octopus. This would be like fighting a boss from Galaxy, but with an alternate version of Flood from Mario Sunshine. It's an awesome fight, I'm telling you guys. This flower collector who looks like a Pikmin boss is fought with the uproot enemy, and the Mecha Wiggler is fought normally using a tank enemy. Nice. The only boss you fight as Mario is actually Bowser and this big-ass dragon, who uses electrical attacks, which is awesome. Bowser, however, isn't actually all that great. Only slightly more threatening than his rabbit minions, Bowser's a weaker boss fight in the game, and you have to do him twice. Shame, really. However, when you take over Bowser's body to rip through blocks and escape the collapsing moon, that was fun and worth it in the end. Overall, the levels and boss fights are fantastic. There's rarely a moon that is lame to get, and if there is, it's because the moon's just sitting out in the open. Still, there are very few challenges that I have issues with, and the ones that I do are all mostly endgame content. Now, when talking about endgame content, hitting the volleyball or jumping rope over 100 times is really stupid and more difficult than it really should be. Tedious and painful. Once you beat the game, you gain the ability to travel to the Mushroom Kingdom. Princess Peach's castle is there, and yes, it's similar to Super Mario 64. Yoshi's even there on the roof, which you can play as him. That's awesome. Yeah, and in case you were wondering, this is actually a full-fledged level. There's plenty of challenges and power stars to collect. Some of the challenges are new, some of the challenges are old. That's great. The first hint that I had of this level was actually finding a painting in another level and ending up basically at Yoshi's house, which is floating off in the distance. That's great. This is also where the Tanuki tree is, and you can enter paintings to have rematches with former boss fights. But they're harder. This game knows how to hit you, I'm telling you. You may have noticed that Mario looks different in a lot of these shots, by the way. Well, that's because you can buy clothes and change Mario's appearance. Some you can buy with regular yellow coins, which gives them purpose, and finding them is really cool. But some of them you buy with exclusive purple coins. The purple coins look different in each world, adding even more charm. For example, they're hats in the Cap Kingdom, and while they look like Super Mario 64 coins in the Mushroom Kingdom, sometimes they have Pauline's face in the Metro Kingdom. The outfits Mario rocks are all references to. Yep. Some of these Mario wore in promotional pictures and artwork, or things like his Mario 64 outfit Mario wore himself in a game or two. You can also spend purple coins on exclusive stickers on your airship, or cool little knickknacks like Model T-Rex from Cascade Falls and other souvenirs. There's plenty of places to find stashes of coins, and each world has 50 or 100 purple coins, which is a pain in the ass to find sometimes, but it's well worth it. However, unlike Power Moons, there's no in-game way to find purple coins. You find them through amiibo support. Yeah, you have to have a specific amiibo though. Oops. Meanwhile, Power Moons are very common. But if you're looking to collect them all, you can get hints from a bird in the level or pay a blue toad 50 coins to mark one on your map.
That's kind of nice. At least there's a way to collect those decently. Collect enough and tougher levels on the moon are actually unlocked. Actually, after you beat the game, moon rocks in each area begin glowing. Hit them and unlock even more moons. Thankfully, these moons are already marked on your map. Open new challenges and trials and collect tons of moons. I hear if you collect them all, you get a big-ass hat on Princess Peach's castle. But I didn't do that for this particular review. There are some more frustrating challenges here and there, but overall getting moons is fun normally, so I don't mind it. Plenty to do this time around. Enjoy! Overall, Super Mario Odyssey is possibly the most creative Mario game we've had in a long time. Possessing creatures instead of power-ups is novel and it works really well, since most of the power-ups in Mario's history are based off of creatures to begin with anyway, yeah. The music, graphics, Easter eggs, costumes for Mario, and moons make for a very fun time. The bosses and levels are all fantastic, and even when not possessing, Mario himself is fun to play too. The story is the best Mario story outside of an RPG title, and the worlds and characters have tons of personality and reasons for Mario to be in each level. I could go on and on about how good this game is. There are few issues, like the ground pound thing, as well as some of the levels being a bit too spacious like the desert. Trust me when I say this, it is not fun to have to walk long distances for something entertaining to actually happen. But overall, none of these complaints are serious enough to impact my enjoyment over the game. This game is a 10 out of 10, a masterpiece in my opinion. I highly recommend it if you like platformers, especially if you like 3D collectathon platformers. This game did come out around a time when a bunch of indie titles were also trying to revive the genre, like Yooka-Laylee or Hat in Time. Hopefully we see more of these open world-like platformers. Hey, it isn't collecting things, but Sonic Frontiers open world? Hopefully it's good. Regardless of these other titles, Mario Odyssey is one of the games that should be a gold standard for 3D Mario games and collectathon platformers going forward. If Bowser's Fury is anything to go by, we are in good hands with 3D Mario, as they took plenty of notes from Odyssey while still giving it its own identity. But that's all the time I have to gush about Mario Odyssey. This marks the end of Season 5 for me and my minions. I'm going to be taking a bit of a break, few months here and there. I'm still going to be doing Let's Plays and all that jazz. But when I return, Season 6 will be more focused on Sega and PlayStation mascots, while still finding time for Nintendo here and there. But it's going to be a lot more sparse compared to what I've been doing. So, yeah, there you go. That's all the time I have. You know what helps me out? Subscribing, liking the video, commenting, that kind of stuff. Maybe hit the bell for live notifications. Yeah, you guys know what to do. Till next time, my minions, take care.